What is going on, Green Teamers? You're watching Celtics Today by Chat Sports. I'm your host, Tyler Smith, joined alongside Nick Roloff here as we bring you 2025 NBA Draft Round 1 coverage. We are also live on the main Chat Sports channel at this time, so this stream is going to be a little bit of a simulcast. We'll be bringing you guys all of the broad draft information. We'll be going pick by pick, selection by selection as the first round gets underway in about 15 minutes here. And then once we get closer to the Celtics pick at about pick 24, 25 range, I will hop off this stream and go to a Celtics solo focus stream where I could give you guys all my undivided attention and we could talk straight Celtics ball the whole time. But don't worry, as we get to the draft, we'll talk about the Celtics. If any trades go down or anything like that, Brad Stevens moves up in the first round, we will break it all down right here on the channel. So cannot wait to get started with all you guys. We already got 55 people in the building. Shout out to Pats fan, Alicia Wade, Ryan Ray, already rocking and rolling with us. So very excited to bring you guys NBA draft coverage here at Celtics Today. Oh! Gwendolyn plays with a $50 super chat to get us across our $100 threshold. Gwendolyn also gets 30 more raffle entries. Gwendolyn, I cracked open my pineapple happy dad, and we're getting things started, baby.
Are you serious? I'm in America.
I
get paid for this?
I get paid? Are you kidding? That's a type of dandy.
Yep.
That's a type of dandy.
You know what Gwendolyn plays is? PTP, prime time player.
Shout out to you, Gwendolyn. This beer bong is for you, Gwendolyn.
Let's
MVP
go.
of the stream so far.
Let's go, man. We're in a flow state now, boys. We're in full Vital mode. We're in full draft junkie CBB sicko mode right now. I'm fired up. Let's get into it.
Hey guys, play sicko mode. All right, let's move over to the next super chat we got. Shout out to you, Gwendolyn Plays. You're a legend.
Let's go, man.
You definitely have the most raffle tickets. There's no doubt about that. But our guy Rico Bosco, $10 super chat saying Atlanta Hawks go. So it is time to talk about the Atlanta Hawks.
That's
Appreciate
true.
you, Rico. So you now get 6 entries, and we'll talk about Atlanta. Last year had the number 1 overall pick, took Zachary Risachet. This year had picks 13 and 22. But traded it just yesterday in that deal that landed the Atlanta Hawks Kristaps Porzingis. So we'll start here.
Yeah.
After missing the playoffs, losing to the Heat at home in the play-in, they are looking to build. And I like what they've done, Rico, and I think Smitty feels the same way. They now have a projected starting lineup of Trae Young, Dyson Daniels, Risachet, Jalen Johnson coming back healthy, and then Kristaps Porzingis with a bench that still has Onyeka Okongwu, and you will add more to it with that 13th overall pick.
Absolutely.
Smitty, before tossing it off to you, I think they should prioritize center depth. This was before the trade, so maybe you could argue they don't need that as much, but they certainly could look at an off-ball guard or bench scoring. So players that I am now looking for with that 13th pick, if I am the Hawks, I'm looking at Jace Richardson from Michigan State.
Yeah.
I'm looking at one of Jakuconis or Egor Demin if they are there, which is very likely one of them. And then I'm also going to be looking at Nick Clifford from Colorado State. Those would be my top 3 probably for Atlanta at this point.
I don't hate going after a big point guard type like an Egor Demin because you have Trae Young who can be hunted on defense in certain situations and isn't the most effective on the court 100% of the time. Gifted offensive player, but on the other end, like sometimes he gets hunted. And a guy like Demin, 6'9", if you had him out there, you'd be one of the bigger teams on paper in the Eastern Conference. So I think the Hawks have done some really good work this offseason. Now they can now run a 5-out offense. You mentioned center depth. They will have Clint Capella as a free agent this offseason. So I don't anticipate him coming back to the to the A. So we'll see where all this goes. But now they can run a 5-out lineup with Porzingis there at the 5. Okongwu has become a stretch big as well. So there's a lot of versatility now within this Atlanta Hawks rotation.
Yeah, I like what they're building there. Shout out to Edwin Taylor with the $1 super chat. Appreciate you. And then Brian Johnson with a $5 super chat. That's 2 raffle tickets for you because we are doubling every raffle ticket and every super chat until we get the first round started, which is in 10.5 minutes, only 10 minutes away from that deal right now being pushed away. If you are just joining us here, reminder of who's the first 4 picks in this draft: Dallas, San Antonio, Philly, and Charlotte. And then we'll just see chaos from that point on, I think, in all likelihood. I'll tell you that. It's going to be a very fun night here today. So make sure you are with us for not just the start, but the entire thing, because we'll be live for the entire first round. We'll have different hosts popping in and out. Me and Smitty here starting. We'll probably feature Harrison Graham at some point, maybe a little Jeffrey Cooperstein as well. It's going to be a lot of fun throughout the evening, so stay tuned for all of that as more people cycle in and
join our live show, make sure you hit that thumbs up icon as well.
Absolutely.
Every 100 likes, we're doing a Bean Boozled. We're at 773, so we have another one coming up in 27 likes. On the Heat Report, we have 200 people plus watching, only 54 likes. That's a joke.
Yep.
Let's get to 100 likes over there, folks. I know the Heat fans can do it. Celtics fans, how are they doing with the like button?
Celtics fans, we got 120 people rocking and rolling with us, but only 22 likes. You guys need to get those numbers up, way up before this draft starts. So we have the biggest Celtics watch party on YouTube for the NBA draft. Look, I know they're not picking until 28. Listen, things are very fluid right now. Brad Stevens could jump all around that first round. And I want to make a quick note before we do go to the big board for Rolly. For those of you who are in our Celtics chat right now, the same deals apply to you guys as well. For the main Chat Sports raffle, if you send in a $5 super chat, we will give you a raffle entry, but until the draft, it's all doubled, so it will be 2 at this point. If you send in a $10 super chat, up until the draft, it will be 6 raffle entries, followed by 3 once it commences. And then if you send in a $20 super chat, it will be 12 raffle entries. So yeah, there you go. If you guys want to get a Celtics draft hat, send in a super chat, $sign next to the chat box. $5 gets to 2 raffle entries for only 8.5 more minutes until the draft commences.
I'll also whisper, we're doing a super chat battle of our Heat and Celtics stream
Oh my God,
today.
that's crazy. You just challenged me.
Yeah, we are. So Heat versus Celtics in the super chat battle in our simulcast. We got another $5 super chat on Heat, so it's 7-0 Heat. Let's go Heat. Continue that up, baby. Continue that up.
Celtics fans, we cannot lose to the Heat. We already lost to the Knicks, not only in super chat battles, but also on the court. That did not make me very happy. We cannot lose to the Heat off of the court in the off-season mode that we're in right now. So if you guys want to stick it to Nick's roll-off in the Heat report,
this one, Sam, by the way.
send a super chat in today. We're down 7-0 in the super chat battle now over at Celtics Today.
Yeah, we got $5 on our main Chat Sports channel from JK Meme saying after trading Jalen Green, the Rockets are kind of needing a shooting guard. Do they trade for one before the season begins? They actually, in my opinion, JK, they don't need a shooting guard. You have Reed Shepherd, the 3rd overall pick last year, looking for a more prized role. Amen Thompson can play that kind of 2-guard defensive player.
Could Cam Whitmore
kind of role
play
as
the
well?
2?
Whitmore, Tari Eason.
Yep.
They still have a lot of players that are primed to get a bump up in roles over there. So I don't think in a positionless league, you don't need a shooting guard. I think you could play Thompson at the 2. You could play Reed Shepherd at the 2, but I probably think they go with him off the bench to start off. So we'll see, man.
Yeah, the Rockets they're in a cool spot because they have a ton of these tweener type of players who can play the 2, the 3, the 4, even the 1 in some instances. So they're a very versatile team and they're going to be one of the best teams in the NBA next season, no doubt.
Yeah, we got a couple super chats on our Heat channel. If we working on that real quick. Shout out to Mr. Gio and Shane Turreal. We'll get those on screen here in a second, and then we'll also get you all in the raffle as well for a draft hat.
In the Celtics chat over here, we got Al Stayon saying thoughts on the Porzingis trade. I'll give you a quick thoughts on the Porzingis trade. Look, it was a straight salary dump, and you get under the second apron, man. Clearly, if that's the deal that Brad ended up taking, there wasn't that much value held high around the NBA for Kristaps Porzingis. You could say he sold low, but it's an expiring contract, and the Celtics get off a lot of financial relief by moving Porzingis. I do think that there's a small chance that he ends up coming back to sign in free agency next offseason.
Really?
Yeah. I actually think it's a legit possibility.
Interesting. All right, we'll figure that out, see if anything craziness ends up going down tonight. We are getting really, really close to the NBA draft actually getting underway. Hypothetically, 6 minutes and 19 seconds. What's going on here? We're having walkouts for some of the top guys in the green room. I don't know if I've seen this one before. Cooper Flagg walking out right now, high-fiving fans. What a concept. What a night. What a day. That's why you join us here at Chat Sports is we're trying to get to 412,000 subscribers tonight. We're 572 away. That number is going to continue to climb. When we get to 412K today, I'm taking a shot on the house. We have daily coverage in the sports world, live for the big events here. Let's get to 412K today, folks.
Let's do it. That is the goal. That is the goal we got to get to. Silver he's always got to do something new. Always got to reinvent the wheel. I don't know.
Oh, I've never seen this before.
I'll tell you what. I didn't pay attention to.
Yeah, but I thought they usually do that like an hour before the draft.
Yeah, I feel like there's usually nobody in the arena while they do that picture.
Yeah, I thought that's what I thought they did. I know they take the picture, but I think it's going to be. I thought it was usually like that.
Well, they're all getting up on stage right now to do it. It looks
they're all taking on stage. There's Tre Johnson.
Tre Johnson, yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. If they did this last year, I would have no idea. That draft was buns.
Last year?
Yeah. I mean, I obviously watched the draft, but I wasn't really much attention to the theatrics going on beforehand. Kon Knueppel's on the screen. Oh my God! Can't wait to see him
All
get
right,
drafted.
hey, reel it in a little bit over there, Smitty. You know, Duke bias. Take it easy.
Duke bias is okay. We're in the NBA now. It's all right to glaze the Blue Devils.
Oh, that's what we're doing nowadays?
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, man. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight, man. We're getting closer and closer.
Unfortunately, there's no Bonnies in the draft, so I can't can't talk about them.
Uh-oh. If you love the NBA, spam me. Let's get the comment driving up here, folks. Let's get that chat rate up.
I mean, we're less than 5 minutes away from the draft. Let's go. Light up the comment section. It's Celtics Today chat, Heat Report chat. You guys all do it too. If you love this league, type me.
I'll also say this. We're in sub-only mode on our chat sports stream. We're in sub-only mode in our Heat stream. I don't know about Celtics, but if you want to get in the comments and get shouted out, you got to be subscribed. Spam those me's. I see Tommy, Dane, Braxton, Donald, Shane Terrell, Michael Thompson, Yuri. More people in the Heat Report. I see Key EU, Marbles, I'm a Slay, Braden, Sports, Legal, Armando, Dibble, Joseph, Mike, Julia, Joseph, Brian, Armando, Braden, Kate Angel, Vipix, Raymond, Derik, I'm a Slay, Rickard, Marbles, Blazers, Donald, Smitty. Anybody on Celtics?
We got Jared, we got Paul, we got Ryan Reyes, Celtics Talk Podcast, Alicia Wade, PS2 Gaming Forever, Geo Mag, Husky Red Raccoon, Pats fan in the building, Geo, Charlisa Johnson, what's going on, SJ? How we doing? Perry 3X in the building as well. Good to see you guys rock and roll.
I see Brian McKenna in the chat sports chat. If you don't get your ass to the Heat Report right now, McKenna, I'm going to be pissed.
Grant Moreno, what's up, brother?
Come on, Brian. You got to hang out with the Heat fans.
Now I'm looking back at the main chat sports chat. I see Hyper. I see Coco Z. I see Chef Caesar. Timothy in the building. Yeah, he's him. Timmy Adams. Let's go. Ola Gente. Hello, people. How we doing? Good to see you. Santi in the building. Misty. Let's go. Zeke Rhodes. Private Ryan. We're going to save you, brother. Young Trey for real. Let's go. And another $20 super chat coming across my eyeballs right now.
Onions with a capital O. A kiss off the glass.
Major onions.
Alert
with a kiss. Let's go.
All right, we'll get to the Heat super chats. Mr. Geo, let's go Heat. Be better. One of the people
Celtics
on the Mount
fans,
Rushmore of the Heat Report. Appreciate you, Mr. Geo. You get 2 raffle tickets for a NBA draft hat. I assume you would pick a Miami Heat one if that. We are at $14 in super chats over at the Heat Report because we got a couple more coming in from Shane Terrell. Says, yo, Rolly, what's up? This is my new account. Shane Terrell. Let me know what was your other account. No offense, Shane Terrell, but I don't remember what your other account was if I ever knew it. So just let me know in the comment section. And then 2 days info. You get 2 raffle tickets for a Heat draft hat at Boston. Couldn't agree more. 2 days info.
I cannot believe that comes across my stream right now. It's unreal.
Boston. All right, Mr. Geo with another 5. We'll get to that here in a second. But on our main chat sports channel, JH2, will the Pistons make a trade tonight? Eileen, no. Sounds like they're just kind of develop, re-sign Malik Beasley, and let their young guys kind of marinate, if you will, this upcoming year. Quickly running through here as we're getting closer and closer to the draft. Ryan Davis. Why don't the Knicks get a draft pick? Maybe they trade up. Marshall Green was telling me there was rumors they could trade up into the back half in the late part of round 1. Maybe they do it. Maybe they don't. $20 super chat from Chris Ray. Oh, hey, guys. Love the energy. Would love a chance at a Celtics draft hat. Keep up the good work. We'll appreciate you, Chris Ray. You get 12 raffle tickets. I also have to take a shot for getting the next $20 super chat. There's the 1800. Yep. Joey with a 5. Just saying his name. Respect it. 2 raffle tickets for you, Joey.
Okay.
Shout out to you.
Let's go.
We'll get to the other super chats here in a little bit, but we are 1 minute away from the top of the hour, which means the draft is almost here. Smitty, lead us here as I take a shot for Chris Ray.
If you are ready for one of the most anticipated NBA drafts of the last decade, you go down below and show me. Type go in the chat. Let's go! Draft day! Get fired up! I'm fired up. Are you fired up? Type go!
I'm fired up. Spam those goes!
Come on, man. Even the Celtics fans, we don't pick for a long time. Get active in the chat.
You're not that ass, are you, Mr. Geo?
What did Mr. Geo do?
You're not that ass, right? Are you being serious right now?
Some
Mr. Geo wouldn't. Mr. Geo, I feel like wouldn't lie to me.
He ain't a liar. He's a truther.
You're not so dead ass that just happened.
Okay.
Smitty, you're gonna hard reset because I gotta figure out if this is real or not.
Okay. Here Here we go. Let's do it. We are going to do a little bit of a hard reset here as the NBA draft is about to get officially underway. So, that being said, the Mavericks are about to be on the clock in just a few minutes here. Let's get right into it. Welcome into the 2025 NBA Draft Round 1 coverage presented by us here at Chat Sports. Myself, Tyler Smith, alongside Nick Roloff here, will be breaking down every single pick made in the first round, all 30 selections. If any trades go down, we'll break those down. We'll be doing prospects, scouting reports, analysis for all these picks. We'll talk about the fits on each team that they end up getting selected to, and it's all going to start in just a few minutes here as I see Cooper Flagg across my screen right now, the presumptive number 1 overall selection that will be headed to the Dallas Mavericks. We'll talk about Dylan Harper, presumptive number 2 overall pick, the San Antonio Spurs, and then the draft really gets chaotic at that 3rd overall selection with the Philadelphia 76ers. As you guys file in, shout out your favorite team for us. I'm fired up, Rolly. This is going to be an awesome NBA draft with hopefully a lot of chaos.
Yeah, and Mr. Gio, I don't know why you would do me like that, but nothing has been confirmed to that report that you just said in there. But we'll monitor that situation as we continue to get through here in the NBA draft. Shout out your favorite team.
Let's go.
We got 5,100 people in the building on our Chat Sports stream. We got 200 plus on our Heat stream. Celtics have
213 on our watch.
Let's go. Love it. Appreciate everybody joining us here. We will have live coverage and reactions to every single pick that happens tonight. Whether it's the Mavericks taking Cooper Flagg, whether it's the 76ers taking VJ Edgecombe, we will break it all down. And if your favorite team is a first-round pick, we will talk about it in
100%.
depth. We will cover it all. So appreciate everybody coming along and joining us here because we do provide the best coverage for the entire first round. We'll be live for round 2 tomorrow as well. It's going to be a ton of fun. We're approaching almost 6,000 people in the building. Continue to shout out your favorite team. We're going to go for the lottery, Jack.
Sure.
Okay, we'll go through the first 14 picks here. Dallas obviously has number 1, San Antonio number 2, Philly number 3, Charlotte number 4, Utah 5, Washington 6, Pelicans 7, Brooklyn number 8.
1 of 5.
And then as we get closer to the end of the lottery, Toronto, Phoenix, Portland, Chicago, and the lottery rounds out with Atlanta and San Antonio. The Hawks traded a first-round pick yesterday for Kristaps Porzingis. They still have a first-round pick here with that 13th overall spot. A lot of these teams are going to be vying for the top prospects in this draft. This is my personal big board here. I've got Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, and Tre Johnson as my top 4. I ultimately do think the draft goes in my top 3, 1, 2, and 3. I like the fits for all 3. Then the draft could ultimately start at 4 here. Tre Johnson is a good pick for the Hornets at 4, but do they go with him? I'm not sure they do.
Definitely not set in stone.
Kon Knueppel is a player they could go with. He's number 7 at my big board. I'm really high on Jeremiah Fears, Jakuconis as well. 2 point guards that can really handle the rock. Those guys are likely lottery picks as well. Jeremiah Fears has been rumored to be that 5th overall pick by Utah. Rounding out my top 12, I got Egor Demin from BYU. I'm very high on him. I love Carter Bryant's two-way ability. And I know I'm a little bit lower on Ace Bailey than most, but I just don't love the mental makeup. I don't love what's in between the ears, and that really concerns me. There's no doubt about his ability to be physical and athletic. All right, Adam Silver is at the podium. Boo! Boo! Boo!
Worst commissioner in sports. I didn't say that.
Boo! Spam those boos.
Let's go, man.
Spam those boos.
Here we go. The commission's out there. Get the boos rolling in the chat. Alicia Wade, I seen the Celtics Today chat, is already rocking and rolling with the boos. It's followed by Lloyd. Let's go. Gotta trash the commission on the draft day. It's a tradition unlike any other.
I mean, I can't stand him, Silver. He's ruined
I
the
mean,
NBA.
it's funny. We've gotten to a point in the NFL where it's just kind of fun to boo Roger, but we all know he's a good commissioner. This is real booing at Adam Silver.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Silver is lucky that Rob Manfred exists.
Yep.
He would be the worst commissioner in all of sports.
Yep.
Continue to boo that man. Boo him.
Boo him.
Boo.
Boo his sorry behind.
I know we got some super chats on both the Heat channel and the Chat Sports channel. We'll get to those throughout the night. We'll cycle through those. But as we continue to get closer and closer to the Dallas Mavericks actually being on the clock, we have over 6 1,000 people watching. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. I truly believe we can get to 412K now. I'll tell you what, sports fans, if we get to 412K right now before the Mavericks are on the clock, I'm doing a beer bong because I want to. Hit that sub button.
Matter of fact, it's a beer bong race if we get to 412K before the
Let's
Mavs on the
go!
clock.
We are live for the entire first round. We're live for the second round, live for free agency next week, live for the big sports events, daily coverage of the sports world. We're also in sub-only mode. So if you want to participate in our live chat, you got to be subscribed. Look at that number climb. Let's get there. Hit that sub button. Let's go.
Come on, look at those numbers fly, baby. If you love this draft coverage, then subscribe to the channel, man, because then you can be in the chat all night, rocking and rolling with all these hoop heads.
Yeah, we're almost 300 away. We're climbing, baby. We had a fan section, a connection section. And by the way, the Dallas Mavericks are on the clock.
300 subs away from 412K. Let's get there. Let's get there.
I know we'll provide analysis of every pick, even the first two,
Yes.
but there is no doubt about who the Mavericks are picking, and there really isn't any doubt for the Spurs, who they select with that second overall spot. Draft starts at 3, although most people, myself included, believe it's almost a shoe-in for VJ Edgecomb at this point. We'll see how that comes to fruition. 4 minutes to go until the Mavericks have to submit the pick. They've obviously been told by Adam Silver to milk every single second of this on the clock, which gives us a chance to get to 412K, and that beer bong race deal remains until it is officially announced that Cooper Flagg is a Maverick. So we got about 4 minutes until we close the deal. Can we get 260 subscribers? I think we can.
Let's
hit that
do it.
sub button.
Come on.
Hit that sub button, man. We're right there. We're on the precipice.
The precipice, great word.
I love that word. It's one of those rants I throw in my bag, precipice, fruition. I love to just throw it out there.
Yep.
All right, we're going to check back on this in just 1 second. We'll cycle through some super chats quickly here.
Keep subbing, though.
Axie, $5, long time no see. My guy, Axie. Did you send this on the Heat Report or our Chat Sports stream? Jack. Chat, Axie. Get your ass over to the Heat stream right now, dude. Get to the Heat Report. Hang out with the 250 people live of the Heat fans over there. But appreciate you, Axie, for the $5 super chat. Nonetheless, you're always a supporter. I know more with the 3. Appreciate you. You're an absolute legend. Is this a new one? Gwendolyn plays with a 20. More raffle tickets for Gwendolyn. I want Nikola Topic trade possible, but I am unsure how it affect his ring count. Well, he's still going to have that ring. Banners fly forever.
That's right.
It's still cemented there. Appreciate you, Gwendolyn. That's a shot for Smitty.
Oh, boy.
Also, 6 raffle tickets for you, Gwendolyn. Ryan Davis with a 5. I want to see where Chaz Lanier of the Volunteers go. Ryan, I like Chaz Lanier. Have him, where do I have my big board? I think in the 40s. Let me double check. I can't remember everybody.
I see around that 41 range a lot.
46 for Chaz Lanier.
Okay.
He will hear his name called in the second round. He will not hear it in the first round, but I do like Lanier as a potential shooter. Mr. Gio, a $5 super chat. Going to be a crazy draft indeed. Appreciate you, Mr. Gio. Shane Turriel says around 8 months ago I had to count TBC. Oh, I do remember you now, Shane Turriel. Appreciate you for the couple super chats. Juggalotus with a $20 super chat. Rolly, my man, let's go. Here to witness the biggest rig draft ever. Juggalotus, appreciate you hanging with us. $20 super chat. Shots. I'll take one as well.
Hey,
Titus Bell with a $5 super chat on the Heat Report.
We'll cheers.
Do you think the Heat trade Wiggins for a player and draft picks? It does sound like that's going to happen. We'll see if Pat Riley gets a deal done today. Maybe it's a Wiggins to the Lakers. Cheers. Appreciate all the super chats on all the channels, folks.
Oh. And the pick is in for the Dallas Mavericks.
I wonder who this is going to be.
Tre Johnson, number 1 overall.
Oh! No. The pick is as expected. Cooper Flagg is officially a Dallas Maverick. I think the second best prospect to come out of the draft in the last 5 years at minimum, only trailing Victor Wembanyama, a guy that can just do it all, Smitty. He's got excellent size. The only knock you can really have on Cooper Flagg is the shot form, but it works for him. Shot 38.5% from 3 this past year, and he had a couple bad moments in clutch situations late in games, but he can play any role. He's a chess piece on the defensive end of the floor. He won every single award you could possibly imagine this past season as a freshman at Duke. The numbers stood, the eye test. What a player. What an unbelievable, lucky situation that Dallas found themselves in to trade Luka Doncic, and then land this man as well.
Like an incredibly high floor for Cooper Flagg. Look, there's crazy expectations around him. People are drawing comparisons to Kawhi Leonard, to Jason Tatum, to a Franz Wagner. And there's maybe are unfair expectations to place upon a prospect. But he is as sure of a thing as there is in the past half decade outside of Victor Wembanyama. So projects as an elite defender off of the rip, super long player, and is only scratching the surface, in my opinion, of what he can do offensively as far as being a scorer, elite rebounder as well. Maybe it's to clean up some of his end-of-game scenario situations, but, man, this is a can't-miss prospect, and Dallas is very lucky to have him.
Yeah, interested to see how he fits in that starting lineup. Do they start Gafford or Derik Lively? AD is obviously their 4, and you have to imagine Cooper Flagg is going to play that wing position. I think he projects better as a kind of a 4 in the NBA, but he'll have to play the 3 early on in his career. It's going to be one of the best defensive front courts in the NBA. Whatever center Dallas throws out there alongside Flagg and AD, they're going to have a clear defensive identity early on in this season without Kyrie Irving as he recovers from that injury. Did just sign a 3-year extension yesterday, though, after opting out of his player option. Was the draft rigged for Dallas, though? I want to know that. Did they get a wink-wink from Adam Silver? Hey, trade Luka Doncic to the biggest market we have in the NBA. You know what we'll do for you? We'll give you Cooper Flagg. Was it an under-the-table deal?
Look, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to be that tinfoil hat guy, but it looks a little fishy. I mean, especially when you look at the entire top 3 of the entire draft. This is actually our poll question now, so you can go to the chat and decide for yourself whether or not this draft was rigged for Dallas. Look, as Adam Silver just announced the pick, Cooper Flagg. This is why you subscribe to the channel, because we brought you the news before Cooper Flagg. 3 minutes before Cooper Flagg even walked across the stage.
It could have been just a while ago.
And you talk about Kyrie Irving being out for such a long time in Dallas. I would not be surprised to see Cooper Flagg be an initiator for them, handling the ball a good bit. Yes, he can project as a really, really good 4 and is going to be a wing for most of his career, but a lot of the time during his days in Duke, he was handling the rock. He was the one kind of controlling the offense over there, so we will see if that's a role that he plays in his rookie year in Dallas.
Yeah, so after the official announcement, this puts the San Antonio Spurs on the clock with that number 2 overall pick. It is very likely that they go Dylan Harper from the Rutgers. I really like Dylan Harper. I kind of have him in the same tier almost as a prospect as Cooper Flagg, and I know I'll catch some heat from that, but I think he would be very much in the conversation prospect-wise as a Paolo Banchero, as an Anthony Edwards, who went number 1 in their respective drafts over the last 5 years. San Antonio's going to be a fascinating team because if Dylan Harper works out the way that I envision it, Smitty, they have too much guards. And I know you can say that's not an actual issue. I think it is. And with De'Aaron Fox not under a long-term extension, an unrestricted free agent next offseason, if Harper hits, could they say, yeah, we traded a lot for Fox, but we'll actually trade you at the deadline to recoup some assets, build around Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, and Victor Wembanyama, and kind of keep that young core rolling?
From all the rumors, reports that have come out in the pre-draft process, it seems like the Spurs are confident that the Harper and Fox pairing will work in the backcourt. Look, there's only one basketball, and those guys dominate the heck out of it, so I'm not so sure that that's going to be a long-term play for them. The thing about Castle is, for me, he's so versatile. He can play that kind of Jrue Holiday role that the Boston Celtics had him playing over these past couple of seasons. He can work in a lot of different ways. Played off of the ball in UConn as well. So he obviously can get his, but I think you can kind of plug and play him around the lineup wherever you want and still have the Dylan Harper and Fox at the 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a foregone conclusion they take him here. I know a lot of people said that that's not who they should go with. He doesn't fit the best there. To me, you just pick your best overall player and kind of let it go there, and without a question, he is the best player on the board. As we wait for that pick to potentially become official, look at the MVP of the night. Just continue to hammer away here. Gwendolyn plays a $20 super chat. Nikola Topic will be a loser if Thunder are unable to find a trade and draft another point guard tonight. I'll say this when it comes to Thunder. I would be stunned if they took a point guard. I feel like if they make the picks at 15 and 24, they'll go with a big man and a wing, if you will, or maybe a movement shooter, but not a true point guard like Nikola Topic.
Yeah, I think that, the depth behind Isaiah Hartenstein is not very deep at this point. Especially when Chet is going to be a guy, especially offensively, who's running around the perimeter a whole heck of a lot. They don't really have that real backup center on their roster right now. Jalen Williams is just busy, laughing at Chet or whatever he does at the end of the bench. And they don't really have a guy who can go out there and play meaningful minutes behind Hartenstein, who can get into foul trouble, has had injuries in his past as well. So I could absolutely see them going big man depth.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. Andrew with a $2 super chat. Is Flagg truly generational? I do. I think the word generational was thrown out a little too aggressively. And, I'm probably a blame for that as well. I mean, that is just a word that gets thrown out there too much in the entire draft circle. But Cooper Flagg is a franchise chaser.
No doubt.
If you are drafted to a team and immediately are projected to be an all-NBA guy, an MVP caliber type of player, and change the trajectory of a franchise, I consider that generational, so yes, I do. I don't think Banchero was seen as that. I don't think Anthony Edwards was seen as that. The only players that I can consistently or absolutely say was labeled as generational over the last 5 to 7, let's just go last decade. I know Anthony Davis was not in the last decade. He was viewed as generational, and I think that would be correct. Zion was viewed as generational. I would say that Cooper Flagg was generational. Victor Wembanyama was generational.
Andrew Wiggins?
Was he viewed as generational?
It's kinda.
If that's the case, then that is a mistake on draft people because he has been nothing but that, or anything but that, I should say. But I would say, yeah, there's been 4 generational prospects in the last 12-plus years in my eyes. I would say Davis, Zion, which obviously hasn't really worked out to this point, and then obviously Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
So that's how I answer that. But with Cooper Flagg off the board, I have Dylan Harper as my top prospect without a question. I think it's going to be quite official here in 1 second. Pick is allegedly in. So we'll see there.
Yeah, in all likelihood, they were clapping up in the Spurs draft war room right there. So it feels like to me, oh my goodness, look at what number he's wearing. Is that
32?
real?
That's his high school number.
Okay.
What do you wear? Am I
two at Duke.
Wow, I guess am I crazy visual? I couldn't figure that out.
Yeah.
That checks out, though, because 2 goes to Kyrie, so 32 back to the high school. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think that makes sense. Pick is in for San Antonio. We'll reveal that once we get the information here. I tell you what, I don't know if people were scared off a little bit here, but I don't see a lot of leaks coming out here early on.
No, it seems like they're playing it by the book this year. And yeah, I guess there's no external reporters that aren't affiliated with ESPN or the draft production throwing out any leaks this year either.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. Gavoni announced the Cooper Flagg one, but after it was basically said on air, we'll see there. We did get a couple super chats, I believe, Jack. We at least got one on Heat. We also crossed $200 super chats on our main chat sports channel, and every $100 in super chats over there is a beer bong. Smitty!
Is that me?
Yeah.
Son of a gun. I do.
Smitty's
I'm a fraud.
This guy's a joke.
First timer, all right? I'm a rookie.
He's a rookie. Sam's going to get him a here's the pick from Silver. We don't know, so I assume it's going to be Dylan Harper. Let's find out.
Dylan Harper.
The pick is in. It's Dylan Harper.
Let's go.
Shout out to Anointed on the Heat Report with a $10 super chat. I think we could trade KD and trade Bam for Giannis, pick 3. Do we think you can still get Giannis? No, that's not going to happen.
Nope.
Sorry to really briefly go over that, Anointed, but that is not going to happen. Giannis is staying put in Milwaukee. Sorry for that. All right, pick is in for San Antonio. Number 2, they go Dylan Harper, the guard from Rutgers. 4. I think this is a good pick. I mean, we talked about it a little bit just a second ago here when it comes to Dylan Harper. Just a crafty ball handler. He's not the most athletic, but he knows how to get to his spots at the mid-range, at the rim. He shot 70% on close twos. That's elite. It's a great number for a guard of his caliber. He has a 41.9% free throw rate as well, so he's able to draw a lot of fouls. The one knock that I have on him is that athleticism, question mark, and he's also not the best shooter off the dribble, under 30% on dribble jumpers and 2 range and from beyond the arc. But this is a guy that can play and dominate the ball. A pick and roll between him and Victor Wembanyama could feed families in San Antonio. And it questions what the future of De'Aaron Fox is, of Stephon Castle is, but I believe this is the right move by San Antonio. You take the best player available. Dylan Harper, I have him as a tier, as a first round or first overall pick. would have been very worthy of it a year ago, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. Harper, great pick for San Antonio.
One of the best downhill attackers in the entire draft class. Like, this guy is going to translate to the NBA immediately. The jump shot from the outside, especially off of the bounce, isn't all the way there right yet, but that is something that is going to develop as his game ages. And I think this is a can't miss prospect for San Antonio. You pair him up with Victor Wembanyama. Like, I know Wemby's not the biggest pick and roll kind of merchant in a way, but they're going to play a great two-man game over there. And now San Antonio's got basically 2 franchise cornerstones locked up for the next decade plus.
Yeah, I mean, San Antonio's building something special, and they still have the 14th pick in this draft, by the way, where they could really get another good player.
I expect them to go instant contributor with that selection.
Yeah,
too.
I don't hate that. They could go with a athletic wing that is already established. Maybe a Rasheer Fleming, B. Clifford, Cedric Howard, certainly
I kind of
top
like the
of that
Rasheer
option.
Fleming. I like the Fleming fit there.
Yeah, Fleming wouldn't be a bad pick. I'm really high on Fleming there. I have him as a lottery pick on my board. All right, so the Sixers are officially on the clock. You could argue the draft starts here. I think they take VJ Edgecombe, but it's not confirmed by any stretch of the imagination. This is where the fun begins. $2 super chat as well, though, from Zachary. Where do you think Janai Broome will be drafted? He will be a second-round pick. See if it's early second round, maybe mid-second round, but he'll likely be taken tomorrow night. We'll see where that ultimately is, though. Super chat menu. We've cycled through some of them today. We're hitting them good. Remember, every 100 likes, we do a Bean Boozled. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. Raffle for tonight is an NBA draft hat of your choice. $10 super chat will give you 3 entries for that draft hat. Also, we'll talk about your favorite team if you put it in your hat. And then also, $20 super chat gets you a shot. I'll take a shot. Smitty will take a shot. 6 entries. And then every $100 is a beer bong or a shotgun, which is why Smitty
I'm up.
has a beer bong because we crossed $200 in super chat. So you didn't bring anything.
No, not really.
You're on the hot. I mean, this guy's unbelievable.
I was empty-handed coming in here.
This guy is unbelievable. You just can't take Smitty anywhere, man. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
It's chaos every time. But cheers to Gwendolyn Plays. Cheers to everybody who has contributed to the show tonight. You guys are legends, and appreciate everybody tuning into our draft coverage. Cheers.
And let's make a goal for ourselves here. I'll make a new one. If we get to 412K subscribers before the pick for the Sixers are announced, I'm going to do a beer bong. We're 140 or 62 subscribers away. Hit that sub button for daily content in the sports world, around the NBA, around the NFL. Hit that sub button right now. 2 minutes until the Sixers pick has to be in. Can we get to 412K subscribers? Smitty, have you got any super chats, by the way, on Celtics?
I hadn't yet last time I checked, but my computer is taking the crap right now because I have lots of tabs open.
What do you mean taking the crap?
It's frozen.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I don't think I have.
No super chats on Celtics. Heat.
Yeah, what's the lead right now?
58-0.
Dude.
Which is, you can overcome that, but we're up 58-0 on the Heat report over the Celtics chat. I love that for us. Continue. Hit that sub button. Listen, we're trying to get to 412K subscribers. If you are subscribed in the chat, spam me. We're in sub-only mode. We're in the sub-only mode. Let's get there.
Are you subbed? Let us know as I get my computer booted back up.
If you are subscribed, spam those me's. Wasim Khan, Clara, Henry, Dibble, Nolu, NBA, Gaming, RX, Daryl, Timmy, Misty, Florida. Mr. DJ's in the building. Mr. DJ.
DJ.
Get over to the Heat channel, Mr. DJ. What are we doing? I mean, I don't hate you guys for tuning in over there, but if you're a Heat fan, you got to go to the Heat Report by Chat Sports. We're live over there, too, right now.
Same thing with Celtics Today as well. If you're a Celtics fan hanging out with us on the main Chat Sports channel, we are live on Celtics Today by Chat Sports as well, so tune in over there if you're rocking with the C's.
Shout out to Jake, Big Floppa, Michael, IDEK, Jake, Mike, Nolu, Steven, Kane Angel, Apachito, Yami, Armando, Daryl, Jeremiah, T-Dub. Come on, hit that sub button. We're 117 away. Can we get there before the pick is announced for Philly? If we do, I'm doing a beer bong. I don't think I'm offering that again, to be honest.
I wonder, is there a chance that there is a trade here?
I will say it's taking quite a while to get here. The pick is in for Philly.
They are lasering in the camera on VJ Edgecombe right now.
Do they know? It is the person I would take if I'm Philly. Let's see what they do.
I think it's a good fit there.
I do. The Sixers, after a down year,
to say the least,
looking to springboard themselves back up into competition for the Eastern Conference.
Reports have come out that The Sixers are looking to run back this trio and try to compete for a championship with Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey here. It would be a real boost to their lineup if they're able to get, somebody like a VJ Edgecombe, who is kind of like the athlete that they're really lacking in their lineup right now. Look, I don't know how many games all those guys are going to play, but they're going to need some youth injected into the roster sooner rather than later.
And we officially start having Mr. Jake Fisher leaking picks. Will he be right this year? Yes or no?
Are you going to say it or no?
I'm not going to say it because after last year, he needs to have a better track record before I start trusting him.
Disaster.
He is a double confirmation.
Double confirmation. And it is in from Shams. The pick for the 76ers is the one that was anticipated, the one that I would have done if I was the GM of the Philadelphia 76ers. It is VJ Edgecombe, the guard from Baylor. I love this pick for Philly. I've been screaming it since they got the third pick in the NBA lottery reveal that Edgecombe should have been the selection. 6'4" without shoes, 6'7.5" wingspan, averaged 16.5 points per game, and shot 39.1% from three in Big 12 play. Big 12 Rookie of the Year, 38.5 max vertical. Great in transition, shot 64.4% at the rim, 1.14 points per possession. Good defensive point of attack guy as well, 3.8 steal percentage, just slots in really well. I know there's going to be a lot of jokes about Paul George, but if you're keeping those guys there once again, you have PG at the 3, you have Maxey at the 1, you put Edgecombe at the 2, bring Jared McCain off the bench, and now you have a pretty solid guard rotation there. I think Edgecombe just made a lot of sense. A lot of question marks about his finishing at the rim, but he said he views himself as a secondary creator, as someone who could handle the rock. We'll see if he has that role in Philly, but I think this is a really good pick for Daryl Morey and company.
Yeah, this is an above-the-rim player, man. He can absolutely jump out of the gym, and there's concerns about the outside shot, even though he did shoot it pretty efficiently, not on crazy volume, but this is a guy who is going to plug right into that, I think, 2 spot in Philly. Now you're looking at a lineup now of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Paul George. Do they bring back a guy like Gershon Yabusele and then run Embiid at the 5? Like, there's a lot of question marks around the 76ers, but it feels like that they got a guy that they can kind of rely on for years to come here in Edgecombe. I'm excited for this fit. It's going to be a lot of fun in Philly.
Yeah, so this now brings us to the 4th overall pick with the Charlotte Hornets on the clock, and this is where the draft really starts. Like, I know we said it was the Sixers at 3, but I pretty much knew it was going to be VJ Edgecombe. Most people did. Charlotte, a lot of people have been mocking Kon Knueppel recently, but that is no guarantee.
Absolutely not.
Grade the pick of VJ Edgecombe, though, A, B, C, D, or F. But with the Hornets on the clock now, the top players on my board, and it went 1, 2, 3 on my board for the first 3 picks. My top player is Tre Johnson. I do think you can argue that Kon Knueppel, the 7th overall player on my board, now the 4th best player available, is the best fit for Charlotte. But I wouldn't hate if they went Tre. You could say it's a little repetitive with how he plays compared to Brandon Miller. But this is a fascinating decision by Charlotte. We have also heard that if Edgecombe was off the board, because that was the top guy for this Hornets front office, they could maybe look to try to trade down. Could a team maybe try to strike a trade to move up and take Ace Bailey? Teams like Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn really like Bailey. Could they move up? We'll see.
Yeah, this is the first real, okay, there could be chaos here. Like, there was speculation over Philly and potentially trading that pick, but they ended up sticking and picking there, and now real chaos could be on the horizon.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what ultimately happens here. These are my best players available. I do anticipate them going with a guard/wing. I do not think they draft a center at this spot. It wouldn't be the worst pick in the world, especially if they continue to try to ship out Mark Williams. Like, if they went Maluach, I would be stunned, but I don't think it's a bad pick by any mean. We'll see what Charlotte does as they continue to try to build around LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller, at least to this point. Appreciate the 300 people watching on our Heat Report stream. Appreciate the 4,700 people watching our Chat Sports stream.
And the 180 people watching on Celtics
And the
Today.
180 people watching on Celtics
We did get our first Super Chat over there as well.
There we go. We'll get that on screen eventually. Also, I'll just recommend hitting that thumbs up icon on whatever stream you're watching. We have 1,100 likes on our Chat Sports stream. We're trying to get to 2,000 likes today. Please hit that thumbs up icon as we're live here for free for the entire first round. We'll be live again tomorrow as well for the second round.
Yep.
On the Heat Chat, hit that thumbs up icon. Same thing for Celtics. Let's get those numbers up here to help us continue to push our stream out to more NBA fans of our specific team.
Shout out to iCrayon for super chat over on Celtics Today, and on Celtics Today as well. We are only 5 likes away from 100, so we be crossing that 50% threshold. So shout out to you guys for hitting that thumbs up icon. Shout out to iCrayon for opening the floodgates of the super chats over there, as we are down in a super chat battle to the Heat report. Currently 58-1.
58-1.
58-1. So we're 57 away. If somebody sends in a splash of a 50 over on Celtics Today, I'll take down a beer shotgun right here on the stream.
Look at that.
Yep. I'm bringing out the big guns, no pun intended.
And I want it clear for our Chat Sports people, that is just on Celtics.
Yes.
So if you send a 50 on our Chat Sports stream, that is not a beer. It would get us over 300, which would actually make me do a beer bong.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So I guess we could get there too if we got a 50 on
Absolutely.
A 50 on Celtics, a 50 on Chat Sports would equal a beer bong race. It takes a lot of thing going on. A couple super chats to get to on our Chat Sports stream though. Nolu says Maluach to the Pelicans, please. That is certainly an option with that 7th overall pick. Alex DeLuna with a 2. How high will Kon Knueppel go? I think this is as high as he can go. I don't think he was ever going 3 to Philly. I think there's a real chance where the Hornets ultimately take Knueppel here to complement LaMelo and Brandon Miller. So we'll see if that is the pick. 20 from Gwendolyn.
Oh!
Shout out to Gwendolyn. MVP without a question.
Gwendolyn
loves Nikola Topic. And Gwendolyn, that's fine by me. I had Nikola Topic as my number 2 player on my big board in last year's draft. Couldn't believe he fell to 12 to OKC a year ago.
Yeah.
Says if he got traded and became full Aaron Rodgers Jets debut highlights.
Well, he never actually stepped on the floor
for OKC, so I don't know if I could get behind that comp, Gwendolyn, but I appreciate that. I think is this you shot time? I think it is.
It is me shot time
for that 20.
Yes, because I think you just did one last.
Yeah.
Oh no, we cheersed it. Yeah.
We cheersed it because I forgot why you did it, but I know I did it for a 20.
Yes.
Either way, $20 super chat from Gwendolyn. Appreciate you. Still waiting. Pick is in for Charlotte.
Pick is in for Charlotte.
Leaked by anybody that I've seen.
Could mean trade. You never know.
I don't think it's going to be trade.
Cheers to Gwendolyn before we talk about the Hornets here.
I mean, we just gave a deep dive on Charlotte. I like what they're building. I know Smitty's not that in on the Hornets long term. I will disagree. I'm also a Brandon Miller guy.
You are. I look. I'm a Brandon Miller guy too. I think he's a great player. I just think the surrounding pieces and the overall culture in Charlotte just is not great.
Yeah, and I get that point, but I think Brandon Miller's just got such good potential. I'll make the bold prediction right now. Brandon Miller, 3rd-year All-Star.
Okay. I mean, look, in a depleted Eastern Conference, I think it's certainly in the cards. I mean, I think he's got to take that leap to a 20, 22, 23 point per game scorer this year.
I think it's certainly possible. And if this pick that Charlotte ultimately makes ends up hitting and being a good complementary piece, like you're not talking about if LaMelo can finally stay healthy. I know it's a big if based off the last 4 seasons, but like if he does stay healthy, Brandon Miller stays healthy, and this 4th pick is a good one, they could really start to make noise in a weak Eastern Conference. I wouldn't pencil them out of a chance to be a play-in team next season.
Sure.
So it'll be interesting.
Absolutely. I want to see a full, complete season. I want to see LaMelo Ball play basketball, man. If anything, he is an entertaining player. So I want to see him play a full season again. Like Groley alluded to it before. I actually didn't even know this. He's played less than in the last 4 years, played less games than Zion.
Zion Williamson.
That's it. That's a pretty. That's a stamp you really don't want on your resume. It's really
pick is in for the Hornets.
It is horrible as a pick is in for the Hornets.
It's on Twitterverse.
Oh boy. I'm gonna start looking at Twitterverse because I feel like I'm being gatekept right now.
Quick $5 super chat. I think this is on Celtics, right, Smitty?
Yes, this is on Celtics. Shout out to No Santana. What's going on, my man? I like the video, even though I miss Salami. Allie Barefoot, that is the homie. Shout out to her for all the good work that she did here. And it says, Smitty, you're dope for sure. Appreciate y'all. Question for my Lakers: what center will we end up with? Okay, so the Lakers are obviously going to be in the market for a center. There's some names out there in the free agent market, like a Brook Lopez, like a Clint Capella.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll return to this question.
Yeah.
The 4th pick is in. It's Kon Knueppel, the guard/wing from
gun.
Duke. Smitty's not upset because he didn't want Knueppel to go to Charlotte. I think it's the best fit for him. And I really think it's the best fit for the Hornets, too. You could have argued Tre Johnson, who I have higher on my board, but Kon Knueppel just simply knows how to get the job done. You can argue him, Tre Johnson, and Kobe Bryant as the best shooters in the draft. Ready for this stat, folks? If you look at these stats, usage rating above 20, offensive rating above 130, true shooting percentage above 60, and a 3-point field goal percentage of over 40%, Mikal Bridges, Corey Kispert, Lauri Markkanen, Kon Knueppel, that is going back the last 15 years at the college level. So that is rare air. That just shows the type of shooter and player he can be. The Hornets were dead last in effective field goal percentage last season. They desperately needed perimeter shooting around LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller. They get it in Knueppel, slides right into that starting two-guard spot, is a better defender than I think people realize. And with him being such a good shooter, will just be the perfect complementary piece. Love this. I think he is going to make and raise the floor of that Charlotte Hornets team.
I absolutely think he raises the floor and honestly brings a little bit of stability to the franchise. Like, this is a guy who's going to play the right way. He's going to be out there day in and day out, and he's always going to make the right decision with the basketball. You talk about him being a complementary piece. You know, when Cooper Flagg went down right before the ACC tournament, Kon was thrusted into that number one option role for Duke, and we all know what happened. Duke ended up winning the ACC tournament.
In a very bad conference. I just want to
very bad conference. I get it, but Kon took over. He was averaging like 20 points a game over that 4-game stretch or whatever it was, and he looked like he could be a go-to option. Not saying he's going to be a number one option in the NBA, but I think this is a guy who can go get his on any given night. Great movement shooter. They can get finished around the rim as well off of 2 feet. He's just got great fundamentals to his game, and I think he's going to slot right in as a plug-and-play player, basically anywhere, but now it's Charlotte.
And we talk about his shooting, Spitty. Ready for this? 86th percentile of three-pointers made, 93rd percentile of true shooting percentage, 63 effective field goal percentage on catch and shoot, 93rd percentile, 1.38 points per possession on spot-ups, 96th percentile. How about those facts?
He's legitimately filthy. It's such a repeatable shot stroke for him too. Like
so quick.
It's awesome. It's a really quick release. He can get it up over anybody. And this is a player who many people I think are not familiar with how big he is actually. Like, he's a true 6'7". Like, he's a little bit filled out at this point too. Like, he's gonna be able to play right away in this league and bang with the best of them.
Yeah, I like that pick for Charlotte. This is the first 4 picks. We thought the draft started with the Hornets at 4. I will be honest, there's a lot of buzz about them taking Knueppel heading into the draft. That happened. So no shocks here. I did my final mock draft that went out on our Chat Sports channel today, this morning. That's why you subscribe to the channel, by the way. And I don't want to brag because it was pretty predictable.
You're perfect.
4 for 4.
Okay. Then one silver lining about Knueppel to the Hornets: kid staying local.
Yeah,
Kids
that is
staying
cool for
local.
him.
And if you didn't know this, Kon Knueppel has a slew. There they are. they're the Knueppel brothers.
They all look the same.
They are all going to Duke as well.
Yeah, I had my mock draft. I had the Jazz who are on the clock taking Jeremiah Fears. We'll see if that ultimately comes to fruition. Super chat again.
Are we putting this up? Are you sure? Yeah, I didn't think we were. All right.
That super chat that came up is not good on.
And that's why you bring Smitty along, because he's catching shit like that.
Oh, but he's not smart enough to bring in a shot glass or a beer bong or any actual beers for him, even though we said we were doing this. All right, just to name a few. All right, we're all caught up on supers. Oh, we're not. Sorry. Bill with a 5.
What up, Billy?
Who do you think Miami? You know, I don't think this is on the Heat Report by Chat Sports, Bill, and that hurts me. Bill, go. I want on the record that I should have $10 more on my Heat Report. Anyway, Bill, go join the Heat Report by Chat Sports if you haven't already. We're live over there. Who do you think Miami will blow their pick on and then miss the playoffs in injury-riddled East? If they do that, it's probably because they took Walter Clayton Jr. or Liam McNeely. If they listened to me and took like a Rasheer Fleming, a Nick Clifford, a Cedric Coward, and Nolan Traore, I bet we'd be in the playoffs next year.
Okay, all right. We'll see what they end up doing. I think the Heat are going to take an experienced player over a project.
That's what was reported, and that is why I think it is very likely that they go with, unfortunately, a Clayton, Fleming, Clifford, or Cedric Coward. Maybe even though he's a true freshman, Jace Richardson plays way beyond his years.
Is a product.
Being an option.
Yep.
So we'll see there.
Absolutely. We are also offering a couple of deals here on the show with the link that's in the comment section and description
of today's stream as well. You can get hooked up with the 2025 draft hats. BJ Edgecombe just wore that one. Cooper Flagg wore this one, and Kon Knueppel wore this Charlotte Hornets one. They also don't say NBA draft anywhere. So this is a 365-day-a-year hat. I think they're all really, really fresh with the script and all that good stuff. So you can get yours today at the link that you see at the bottom of your screen right now. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. That link will be in the comment section and description of today's stream as well. Go get yourself some fresh NBA draft hats that are kind of universal.
Pick is in for the Jazz here at 5. Oh, man. My team needs, and I said this earlier when talking about Utah, you just got to figure out the pieces around Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler. If you keep those two as your front court duo, it's going to be very intriguing to see what they do here. I would go with Fears. I think Tre Johnson is a good option. We know there is maybe some interest in Ace Bailey. It's going to be such an interesting pick here.
Why does my dad just want to rage bait me? Bro just texted me saying, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think Knueppel has a big career. What are we doing?
My big board here, I would go Fears or Tre Johnson. This is the first one where I really don't know what's going to happen. And I love it. Now the draft has started.
Yeah.
When we officially get to the point where, like, I really don't know what they're going to do, that's when we start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I no longer will say that. I guarantee the draft starts now will not be set anymore.
Yes. This is the last time the draft starts.
Yeah. Well, like, I did say it starts at 4, but the tea leaves were being read as Knueppel, and that's to happen. The pick is in for the Utah Jazz. At number 5, they go Ace Bailey.
I knew it!
I said it in the pre-draft portion. This would be a pick. If they made it, I would be stunned. Bailey off the board, my 12th overall guy.
I mean, this is look. I said it previously as well. Danny Ainge not afraid to take a player who isn't exactly keen on landing in his destination. So Ace Bailey now lands in Utah, and honestly, I was very confused as to why he decided to decline a workout with the Jazz, because I think he could play his CTE brand of basketball all day in Utah. He's going to have a lot of opportunity to get up a lot of shots, and then who knows? I mean, they do run a pretty tight run ship over there. You know, they got Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge in the front office, Will Hardy, the head coach. So maybe they can make Ace Bailey into a little bit more of a professional at this next level. The traits are there. Like, this guy could be the most talented player in this draft when it's all said and done. Put up crazy offensive numbers at Rutgers last year. Is he a willing defender? At this point, no. Is he an efficient jump shooter? At this point, no. Is his shot IQ bad? Yes. So, like, there is a lot of things to work on with Ace Bailey, but as a raw prospect, he projects as good as any in this class.
Yeah, we'll see how it ultimately goes. I just tweeted out, Utah's going to Utah. It's a bad pick. I don't think he's a good player. Like, they already have an Ace Bailey type of guy. I know it's crazy to say this. Keontae George plays the same exact way.
Yeah.
A lot of on-ball, bad shot selection.
Never seen a shot they didn't like.
And ready for this stat on Bailey, by the way. For someone who had such a high usage rate, 41.5% of his shots came in the mid-range.
Yep.
Only 24.9% of it came in the paint-restricted area, so he does not get to the rim. And he had a 24.3% free throw rate. He just takes too many step-back, contested mid-range shots for my liking, and maybe Utah can convince themselves that they can develop him in the right way and change that. We'll ultimately see. Jonathan Gavoni of Draft Express, by the way, saying Utah is going to keep the 5th overall pick in Ace Bailey. It will not be part of a trade. So Ace Bailey is a Utah Jazz. I don't like the pick.
He is like an anomaly when it comes to his statistical profile. Like, elite length, like, can get to his spot literally anywhere on the floor except for the paint. So, like, it really is a very intriguing prospect. The biggest boomer bust in this draft. There's no doubt about it. So, Ace Bailey, like, welcome to Utah. I think he's going to get a lot of looks out there, and he'll warm up to the idea of playing for the Jazz.
Yeah, we'll see. This now brings Washington on the clock, a very fascinating team. I tweeted this out yesterday when they traded C.J. McCollum, or for C.J. McCollum, they traded Jordan Poole. You know what I tweeted out? Jeremiah Fears. You are a wizard.
You are a wizard.
Let's see if that ultimately comes to fruition here. Fears, my number 2 player available. Tre Johnson, number 1.
They got a weird thing going on in Washington right now.
Not weird. I love it. I tell you what, if they take Jeremiah Fears, I will pick them to be, ready for this? Play in next year.
Play in for the Wizards. So when I say weird, I'm like, they're bringing in all these veterans, and they trade
Love it,
for
need vets.
I know they need vets, especially when it's just been total disarray in Washington over the past decade. So, like, they need the guys, like, I didn't realize they still had Malcolm Brogdon on the team last night, and they have CJ McCollum, they have Marcus Smart, who I'm assuming that they might try to move off of. Chris Middleton, who's, I don't know if his knees work still, but he's on there. Kelly Olynyk's on the Wizards now. Like, there are a lot of veteran talents out there, and that could be huge for a very young prospect that is about to be selected here by Washington.
Yeah, I mean, you got Bub Carrington, Alex Sarr, Bilal Coulibaly.
You're
you just got a lot of young guys. I love Bub Carrington.
Yeah, Keyshawn George.
Keyshawn George, very good, very good. All right, who's the best player available? Technically, on my big board, I think it's Tre Johnson, but I think the best fit for the Wizards is actually Jeremiah Fears, because I think Carrington actually might be a little bit better as an off-ball guard, honestly, at that 2 spot.
Yeah.
So I think Tre Johnson is the best player available, but I do think the best fit for Washington is Jeremiah Fears. So let me know who your best player available is. I see Bill saying Jeremiah Fears.
I could be talked into either one.
Oh, either one works for me. And I will be honest, if you take Tre Johnson, having him learn under McCollum and Chris Middleton,
that's a good spot
would
for him,
be really good for his long-term development.
Yeah.
So I could see them going either way here. I think they should go with one of those two. If they went Maluach, I wouldn't be that stunned because Sarr is more of a 4 than a 5.
Yes.
But I do think at this point, and them having pick 18, they could take a center like Asa Newell there.
Or maybe Sorber falls.
Where I think they should go with one of the top 2 guards here.
The guards that they have out there and playing that vet role, like, they're not going to last very long. They need a lead guard in Washington. So I think they can kind of do no wrong here, whether they pick Fears or Tre Johnson.
Yeah, I don't even think if they took Maluach, it would be a bad pick, like I just mentioned. So one of those 3, I think, is where they have to go. I see Tre Johnson. I see Carter Bryant, best player available.
I was thinking about that a little bit. I like Carter.
If you're a Carter Bryant guy, it'd be a solid landing spot for him. There's no doubt about that.
I agree.
Jeremiah Fears from Buck20. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see what Washington does here, man.
Like, they're an intriguing team. Like, they kind of get rid of the Jordan Poole business, and like that's the business that really nobody should want to be in right now.
Got off Poole's contract. That's a big win for them. Yep. Under a minute until their pick has to be in. It has not been announced on the broadcast as in, so fascinating there.
There are some there's some intriguing pieces like off the bench that you don't really think about for the Wizards either, like Corey Kispert. Like, that's just a player. Like, he can play ball in this league, so they absolutely have the complementary pieces. They just need those, get over the hump pieces.
Yeah, and I'll be fascinated to see where they ultimately go. 47 subs away from 412. Let's get there right now.
Oh boy,
hit that sub button for daily content, live for the big events. Listen, gotta get to 412K. I said I would do a beer bong earlier. I'm not going to do that because we're 47 away. I will take a shot if we get there.
All right, picks in for the Wiz.
Let's get to 412K. I'll take a shot as soon as we cross that number. All right, pick is in for the Wizards. Where do they go? Smitty, prediction.
I'm saying Tre Johnson.
And I'm predicting Fears. So
okay,
we'll see who's
love
right.
that. Love that.
I think in my mock draft, I actually predicted in the mock draft, I think I had it being Tre Johnson.
And by the way, my prediction's a total just like crapshoot. I haven't seen any. I haven't read into any pre-draft process Wizards reports.
Yeah, I had Fears going to Oklahoma in my mock. No. Yeah, in my final mock, I had Fears going to Utah at 5, Tre here at 6, and then I had Ace Bailey at 7 to the Pelicans.
Yeah.
So obviously Bailey's off the board. Redoing it all. I'll go Jeremiah Fears for the Wizards at 6. But, hey, if they take Tre, I just get another check in the column of my mock draft, so I can't complain.
37 subs away from 412K. Can we get there right here, right now?
Let's get there, folks. Hit that sub button, man. Hit that sub button.
Let's go.
We're going down. I don't like this, man.
I know.
I don't like this. The people don't want it. The people don't want it.
How bad do you want 412K?
I want him bad. So we hit a standstill in our commercial break here. The pick is in, but we're commercial. Ridiculous. That's why you subscribe, by the way.
Commercial free.
We don't go to commercial.
Nope.
So hit that sub button for the best live coverage of the NBA draft.
Let's see. What's Fisher saying right now?
I don't see anything in the live shows tab, so we're going to continue to wait. I see different names in the building of our live chat. Let's see what happens here. Listen, people in the live chat may try to spew nonsense. We do not have the pick in yet, and they don't know the pick either. So we will announce the pick when it ultimately comes in. Here is Adam Silver. We're going to find out live.
Let's do it.
Tre Johnson, the guard from Texas.
Let's start doing this. Let's keep it tally.
What?
Let's whenever we have differing predictions for who these teams select.
Okay, now
Smitty up 1-0.
Now, to pull a move from you yesterday when the Celtics talk, I'm technically right though because I had this in my mock draft.
Okay, but
So how about that?
But when push came to shove on arrival, you picked Fears.
Yeah. Anyway, Tre Johnson off the board here. He goes to the Wizards at 6. I can't complain with this pick if I'm really going to be honest. They're committing to Bub Carrington as their point guard of the future. This was my 4th overall player on my board. I really like Tre Johnson a lot. Ready for this stat? We said it earlier. I'll say it again. One of 4 freshmen to have 19 points per game, make 83s, shoot 38% or better from 3, have a offensive rating of 112 or better. The 4 freshmen to do that. Jamal Murray, pretty good. Malik Monk, pretty good.
Yep.
D'Angelo Russell, pretty solid in the start of his career. Then Tre Johnson. He's in the argument for best shooter in this draft, whether it is him, Kobe Bryant, Kon Knueppel. He's up there. I compared him, ready for my comp for Tre Johnson, Smitty?
Go for it.
Bigger CJ McCollum.
And where does he
Who
land?
did the Wizards just trade for yesterday?
CJ
McCollum. I like this fit now for Washington. After that deal, Tre Johnson can come off the bench. They start CJ and learn. He's going to be a good shooter right off the bat. Doesn't drive the ball very well. Only a 26.5% free throw rate. Better playmaker than I think he gets credit for. 16.5% assist rate. Does have to improve his frame and defense a little bit, but he is a sniper and will be an offensive playmaker for them right away.
Absolutely. And look, I'll say this about Tre Johnson. Like, he's never seen a shot that he doesn't like, but he also hits them at a very efficient rate. This is a difficult shot taker, difficult shot maker at Texas, and he projects to be an elite scorer in this league because he can kind of do it from a lot of different areas, mainly around the perimeter. We'll see how he progresses his attacking the rim game, but overall, Washington needed more scoring outbursts. They kind of have the defensive foundation there with Koulibaly, Alex Sarr. So they need another guy who could go out there and fill up the stat sheet in the scoring category, and Tre Johnson does just that.
Tre Johnson, this is a cool stat, is the 5th highest player drafted from Texas. LaMarcus Aldridge, KD both went 2. Tristan Thompson went 4. LaSalle Thompson went 5 in 1982. And then he now ties Mo Bamba for 5th highest Texas player to be drafted at that 6th overall spot.
By the way, did you see the Seth Greenberg clip about Mo Bamba that came out when they were talking draft?
No.
Think combination between Joel Embiid and Anthony Davis. I swear to God, that was on a draft broadcast back in 2016.
Coming out of Texas, I was a big Mo Bamba guy.
Oh, he was everybody's favorite. He was a shot blocker. He was going to project as a solid stretch big as well. Like, he was an elite a prospect, but has not been an elite NBA player.
This now puts the New Orleans Pelicans at the clock on number 7 here.
And Tom Sports.
I'm fascinated by what they do. We'll talk about them more here in a second. Cycle through Super Chats. Shout out to you, Tom Sports. Listen, I was lower on Ace Bailey. We'll see if I'm proven right or wrong. Alex DeLuna with a 2.
Let's go.
Let's go. Kon Knueppel got drafted at 4. I love that fit for both sides, despite what Smitty has to say. Paul with a 2. Who's best team in the East and why is the Magic? Well, you have to give it to the Knicks. Probably just based off what they did the past couple of years, and they're the most healthy going into next season.
Yep.
But I do think the Magic are definitely top 3 or 4 in the Eastern Conference.
No doubt.
Gwendolyn again
GP.
with a 20.
Cook
I mean,
it.
look at this
Cook it.
Nikola Topic hype.
I love it.
We've talked more about Nikola Topic than any player in this draft today, which, by the way, I don't have a problem with.
Topic has the path of comps from, what was this? Jets?
Jets, Christian Hackenberg.
Oh, geez. Or the best, but Jordan Travis at the worst.
Gwendolyn, we appreciate you, but
Interesting.
you're all over the place with these Jets Nikola Topic comparisons.
I think Gwendolyn Place might be the first person to ever make these comparisons. And
Without a question, by the way. There's no
testament to you.
wondering about that.
Testament to you.
Zachary Farmer with the 5. If Tahad Pettiford entered the draft, where do you think he would have ended up? Mid-20s. I think where Walter Clayton's going to get drafted, I think that's where Pettiford would have been drafted. I was a big fan of Pettiford. Great shot maker, tough shot taker as well. Big fan of Tahad Pettiford. I think he will be a lottery pick next season after a lead year of that Auburn Tigers team for Bruce Pearl. Harry with saying Lakers. Don't have a pick in the first round.
Yeah, we'll see. We are running a little bit of a competition raffle here on the show today. Gwendolyn Plays is making her claim as a real estate owner in this raffle. Every $5 super chat that you guys send in, you will get an entry into win the NBA draft hat of your choice. Whatever team you rock, we will get you the hat of your choice if you end up winning the raffle. If you send in a $10 super chat, that means 3 entries are coming your way. And if you send in a 20, like you've seen Gwendolyn do, that's 6 entries into the raffle. The winner gets an NBA draft hat, and we also have a new feature here in YouTube live streams called Top Fans, where we will give 5 free entries away to whoever ends up in first place right now. That is Marble Sky.
Marble Sky. What's that? Who's in the chat?
I don't think it's very super chat related.
No, I think it's who's in the chat the most, who's commenting, and stuff like that.
That's dope. That's dope. So if you guys want to win an NBA draft hat of your choice, because they are a little bit expensive over there on the shop, so you can get one for the Lolo today if you send in a $5 super chat.
All right, pick is in for the Pelicans at number 7. I do think they go Fears here. We'll see, but
They don't really have a
another
point guard,
option
right?
would be Maluach. They've been rumored to want to add another center. They drafted Yves Missi last year. The pick is in, and it's being reported on Twitter, according to Michael Scotto.
Ooh, Scotto, hoops hype.
Scotto's been on it today so far.
Scotto's had a good offseason.
Good offseason for Scotto. And the pick, if it is confirmed, is not a surprising one.
Not a surprising one. Do the Pelicans, I mean, they don't really have a guy in this position on the roster right now.
They still have DeJounte Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Returning from an Achilles injury, will miss the start of this upcoming season because he got hurt on January 1st, I believe.
Do you think he's more of a 1 or a 2?
So he played the 1 in San Antonio.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Then gets traded to Atlanta, plays the 2.
He was not that great.
Kind of not that good.
Yeah.
Then gets traded to the Pelicans, and before he got hurt was playing like the 2 and was not that great there either. So I think his role is the 1, but he won't be playing the 1 if he's playing next to Jeremiah Fears, who the Pelicans just picked. This is a great pick.
Yep.
My 5th overall player on my board. I think a lot of people would have said if Fears was available at 7, it would be a no-brainer by New Orleans, and I think that's the case here. I have him as a top 5 player in this draft. He had a 36.5 max vertical, 17 points per game as a true freshman, one of the youngest players in this draft. He reclassified. Ready for these stats?
Go
Smitty.
for it.
For a true freshman guard that played in a Power 5, usage rate above 30, true shooting percentage above 55, and a assist percentage above 28. No, it's a lot, but ready for this. Jeremiah Fears, Trae Young, Markelle Fultz, Isaiah Collier.
Isaiah Collier had a good rookie season, too.
That is good company to keep yourselves in.
Not
He
bad.
also led all D1 freshmen in points created per game, 31.7. He was a complete offensive engine for the Oklahoma Sooners last season.
Oh, he carried them to a 9 seed.
Carried them to the tournament, had a good SEC tournament, good game against UConn, wicked first stat, shot 52.8% at the rim, so not the best, but shot 85.1% at the free throw line, so he was able to get to the charity stripe a lot. He is really good as an isolation scorer, 69th percentile there. I am a massive fan of Jeremiah Fears.
I am as well. I could see him kind of molding into like a Jamal Murray style of player personally.
Ooh, don't hate that.
Yeah.
Early Jamal Murray when he still had that wicked first snap.
Yeah. And he's like, Jamal Murray. Don't sleep. He's got the bounce on him too. Like and Fears is a solid athlete. Oh my goodness. But this is a guy who's going to take kind of that lead engine kind of role with New Orleans here. They don't have a ton of initiators on the roster. DeJounte Murray coming off of an injury, so this is kind of going to be Jeremiah Fears' show, I think, off of the rip, and he projects to be very, very solid off the catch.
Yeah, I like Fears, man. I can't speak highly enough of him.
He really came around in the feast week when he was playing in the Players era back in November.
Yeah, that's what put him on the map because coming into this year, he was not projected to be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Had a great out-of-conference tournament schedule
That game
there.
against Michigan was crazy.
And then just continued to play well despite a drop in efficiency during SEC play.
Yep.
Then picked it up late in the year during playoff time, and it just confirmed his stock as a top 10 pick. Like I said, my 5th overall player on the board, pick number 7. Love this fit for both sides.
He's a 3-level player to me. I think he can. I think the outside shot is something that maybe just wasn't his best shooting nights last year. I think he's actually a good outside shooter.
Yeah, the form is there. And like I said, you shoot 85% from the line. To me, you're a good shooter.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, defense is sold out for Jeremiah Fears.
And I hate that this phrase is used a lot,
Still made
but
him
with
pay.
NBA spacing, if they keep Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, that's a really good like pairing, man. And if Zion's able to stay healthy, like I know big if, but and they keep their core like a Fears.
Yeah.
Zion, Trey Murphy, Yves Missi, core 4 with Herb Jones coming off the bench. It's a lot of fun, man.
It is a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun. You know what's fun? Gwendolyn plays.
Whoa!
With a $50 super chat.
Are you kidding me, Gwendolyn? We need to ban word/phase for this stream. Only bars phase is
Only
Nicole?
ban phase is Nikola Topic.
Oh.
All right, Gwendolyn. Fine by me. I love the guy to death. No more Nikola Topic talk tonight.
No.
Ban it. We're done.
We're done.
Gwendolyn, appreciate the $50 super chat.
You're a legend,
you get a lot of
Gwendolyn.
raffle tickets, and that put us over $300 total for tonight, which means I'm doing a beer bong. No more Nikola Topic talk. Shout out Bill while I get
Let's
this beer
go.
bong.
Shout out to Bill Pollock, who sent in a $10 super chat. Says Spurs will take Cedric Coward or Thomas Sorber at the 14th slot. Could see them taking Maluach if he drops. What seed do you see the Spurs getting in the Western Conference playoffs this upcoming season? Look, Spurs, if they're not even out of the play-in, I think it's a disappointment. I think they should be a top 6 seed in the Western Conference. I know it's very tight over there, but Victor Wembanyama is a top 10 player in this league. I said it.
I will say that's a little bit of a bold call there. Top 6. Like, are they better than the Warriors next year?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Are they not better than the Thunder?
No.
But the Lakers?
No, but
No.
you never know.
What about
Timberwolves? You never know.
Timberwolves?
You never know.
I'll actually agree with you.
And the Western Conference was crazy this past year. You had seeds 2 through 8 all being separated by like 3 games or less. So you never know.
Nets on the clock here at 8. In my mock draft, my final one, I had them going with Khaman Maluach. I also believe he is my second best player on the board right now to Kasparas Jakuconis. I'll say this. They need a lot. They need everything over in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't hate Jakuconis.
Yeah. I've seen some Carter Bryant mocked here as well. Shout out to No Santana coming in with the Celtics super chat, $5. Says, this is an entry? Yes, it is, my friend. And for when I transition to Celtics only stream later on, we will still count all the $5 super chats. We'll be in communication with the people over here at the main stream. So your raffle entries will not go unnoticed whatsoever. So just know that, No Santana, you have 2 entries into the raffle.
Same thing said for the Heat fans as well.
Yep.
Pick is in for Brooklyn. I'm holding firm. I think they go with Maluach.
Okay.
That's what my prediction is. It was in my mock draft, so there's no reason to stray away from it. I'll say this, Smitty. Despite having the orders not completely correct, my top 7 in my mock draft all went in my top 7 of.
You see who just went.
I didn't know. I know I did not.
Uh-oh.
I'll say this. My top 7 in my final mock draft all went in the top 7.
This is a stunner.
Smitty says it's a stunner. I've yet to see it. Should I blindfold myself?
Yeah, blindfold. You're gonna. Yes, you specifically need a blindfold. You're not looking.
All right, so Smitty says it's a stunner.
It's a your guy.
It's a my guy. Oh, I know who it is then.
And then don't say
No, I know. My prediction, if it's a my guy, it's Egor Demin. There's a lot of buzz. There was late buzz around Demin in Brooklyn at 8. I'm not gonna lie, there was. A lot of buzz.
Yep, a lot of buzz. There's always buzz, man. This is a buzz event.
I saw the one of the last.
No 88.3.
Ready for this? Can I turn around yet? Is that official?
It's not. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
You're
it's
right.
Egor. I
It's
predicted
Egor
it right.
Demin. It's
All
Egor
right,
Demin.
yeah. So ready for this? The odds shifted dramatically.
Oh, did they?
Right as the draft started, like 5 minutes before 7 o'clock, I saw a tweet come across my timeline that Egor Demin went from like plus 1,400 to plus 500 to be the 8th pick.
Wow.
So
Wow. You
You see that, and it doesn't surprise me. And you know what? I love it.
Yeah.
I had Demin as
for
my a top 10 player in this draft. I did. Would I have preferred for them to go Jakuconis if they went guard? I do. I really, really do. But when he's 6'8" and a quarter without shoes,
Freaky.
a 6'10" wingspan, he was the best playmaker in college this past year. 5.5 assists, a 35% assist rate. He is a true point guard at that size. Unbelievable. And he tested well laterally, so he moves his feet, which means, excuse me, I almost choked there. Moves his feet well laterally where he can be a plus defender given his size. I had a lottery grade on him. He was my 9th overall player. My comp for him was Josh Giddey. I know it's a little bit lazy, but a taller guard that doesn't shoot the ball that well. And that will be the key for Demin. If he's able to shoot the ball from beyond the arc, then we will be in a good spot. 27.3% this past year. Not good.
The form's there, though,
But the
man.
form is pretty. He also played a little bit better down the stretch of the year, had some big games. I believe in Egor Demin shooting, and if you believe in Egor Demin shooting, then you believe in him being a legit player in the NBA.
Oh, because he already has all the other tools that you would need in a distributor in this league. He's got elite vision, elite decision-making. He's as big of a point guard as they're going to find in the NBA right now. And he doesn't even play like a big. So, like, it's crazy how he has so much body control and stuff like that at 6'9". Like, he really truly does not look like a wing or a big out there. He fits the bill of a point guard. And, look, this is a foundational piece for Brooklyn now. Now they can kind of complement Egor Demin with scorers around him. They have their setup man now for the years to come.
And I'll say this, Smitty. With the Brooklyn Nets having 5 first-round picks, they had 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27.
That makes me like the pick even more.
You're allowed to take swings.
Yep.
Because with all of those other picks, you then maybe can go with a higher floor guy if you just want to build out your roster. But I love this pick for them because it is probably the biggest swing they could have taken outside of Noa Essengue, who I believe is going to go number 9 here to Toronto, by the way.
Ooh.
But, man, I don't want to just continue to harp on this and say I love this pick, but when you're the Nets having so much ammunition, you go for high upside to really change your franchise and your direction. And Demin, if he hits, man, he can do that.
Oh, I mean, if he hits and he improves the outside shooting, he could be a top 4 player in this class, something like that. Like, he has that type of upside. And, you know, for a Brooklyn Nets team that needs legitimate upside on the roster right now, because a lot of their young talent really doesn't project too highly at this point, Demin is as big of a swing as you could take, like Rolly said.
Yeah, a lot of fun, man. A lot of good stuff. We'll see how they continue to go with their rest of the first round. The Toronto Raptors are now on the clock.
Yep.
There's a lot of talk between them and Noa Essengue. I'm kind of out on Essengue. I dropped him down my big board. Ready for this?
Yeah.
I don't know if he gets taken. I'll bring it up when he does. Left the German League Championship Series to attend the draft. Couldn't be more out on a prospect. You want to win or not? He cares more about being across the stage shaking Adam Silver's hand than finishing the job for his professional league team ratio from home.
Yeah, and you know, like, what is that? What about that message I send to teammates? Like, are you always going to be there for me, or when the next opportunity rises, like, am I going to kind of bow
Agree
out?
with that. I also don't think that the Raptors could have thought Maluach was going to be here. Would be a great pick for them.
Oh, I think
as they look to get a long-term center with Jakuconis being on the out soon.
Yep.
Maluach is a Masai Ujiri guy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you hand script a prospect, it's Khaman Maluach. But you can also say the same thing for Essengue.
Yep.
So I think it's one of those two here at 9 for Toronto.
It's long been speculated that if Maluach fell to 9, he would be the pick with Toronto. So we'll see if that ends up being the selection. But, man, this draft is it's gotten off to an interesting start. Like, no trades or anything like that within the first round just yet.
We'll see
Not
what
just
happens,
yet.
though.
Shout out your favorite team as we're waiting for the Toronto Raptors' next selection here. They got 2 minutes left on the clock right now. Shout out your favorite team. We're going to pick a team in about 20 seconds here, and we'll talk about them for about a minute or so before we hear the Toronto selection.
Yeah,
Let's go.
You want to pick a team in like 15 seconds?
I could do that. But I'm not seeing them coming fast enough. Let's go. I'm not seeing many teams in there. Get your teams in the chat. I'm picking in the next like 10 or so seconds, so you better get them in there. Let's go. Alrighty, I'm going to pick in 5, 4. I see it flying down there now. 3, 2, 1. First one I see, Jazz. We'd already talked about the Jazz. I feel like should we go with the team that we haven't talked about yet?
That's what we saw. Let's go Utah. We could recap their pick. They have another pick at 21 and see what they can do with that. So the Utah Jazz with the 5th pick, they went against Ace Bailey's wishes and took him. High upside. You could argue he's got maybe a top 3 ceiling in this draft, Smitty.
Yeah.
I have him as my 12th overall player. I don't love it. I would have rather went them or with Jeremiah Fears or Tre Johnson at this spot for them. But I don't hate Ace Bailey. They need to figure out their roster outside of Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler. Bailey is probably going to be their starting 3 this year to round out that front court.
Yeah.
They have picked 21, like I mentioned. They could then go guard there.
And that's what I kind of think right now. I feel like the guard depth might be better for them maybe on their board at 21 than it was there, and they can't miss prospect and Ace, which, you know, if he booms, he's booming.
Yeah, if he booms, he booms. Could they go a Clayton, a Traore, a Serif? Like, there's going to be a lot of guards potentially available in that 21 spot. We'll see what they ultimately do. But The Utah Jazz making some moves here as they look to try to get back into the playoffs for the first time since the Donovan Mitchell-Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot. It's going to take an uphill climb for sure. All right, let's do one more time. Your turn to pick.
All right, spam your favorite team. We'll do it again. I'll give it 15 seconds. Should we do it after the Raptors pick? Pick's in for Toronto.
Pick's in for Toronto. Let's do it after the Raptors pick.
Spam your favorite team. I'll pick the
We'll pick the
team.
team. Yeah, good luck.
And we'll talk about that team after we talk about whatever pick the Raptors actually make. So how about that?
Let's do it.
How about that, sports fans? I think I've said that 15 times. Shout out my guy, Jake Raynaud. All right, 15 seconds. And then I'll pick a team. As we wait for the Toronto Raptors to announce their selection, my prediction is either Maluach or Essengue. I don't think they can go with either one in a bad way. 5.
It has not come out yet from
4,
Scotto, by the way.
3, 2, 1. I see the... Oh, my God, I actually missed it. I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. I saw a team and I lost it, so we're going to do it back again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pistons. That's the one I saw.
All right, cool. We haven't talked about the Pistons.
We'll talk about the Pistons after the Raptors pick is announced here.
Nice.
No, I'm not kidding. I went to go look down. I saw a team, and then you guys did a great job of spamming the chat, so appreciate y'all for getting active in there, that it went so quick that I lost it. So I saw it, but couldn't read it. I mean, my brain doesn't work that fast, guys. I'm sorry. I will self-admit I'm not smart, man. I don't know how I got to this position. I don't know why they allow me up here. I really don't.
All the Celtics fans right now on Twitter are saying that there were never any big offers for Derek White and Jaylen Brown, and that this is all just for clicks.
Maybe, man. Maybe. Rich Paul standing next to Khaman Maluach. Sounds like, did he just get a call from Masai Ujiri?
He's smiling.
They're showcasing Colin Murray-Boyles, the versatile defensive guard or forward from South Carolina. Oh,
wow.
That's right. Noa Essengue is a potential player as well here. Pick is in. It's been in. It has not been announced just yet. So.
Interesting.
Here comes Adam Silver. We'll find out together, sports fans.
Yeah, Scotto never tipped it. Nobody ever tipped the pick.
Nobody tipped it. The Toronto Raptors select with the 9th pick.
Yep. Whoa!
Colin Murray-Boyles.
I heard Khan. I was like, oh, well, easy money.
The forward from South Carolina. And how about this slide for Khaman Maluach? Is he going to be a Chicago Bull? Because if we'll be honest here, just quickly talking about this.
I feel good.
Actually, I lied.
I feel vindicated right now.
I lied.
What?
There's never been more of an obvious pick than the Phoenix Suns taking Khaman.
Oh, yeah. Wow, they're lucky to get that slide.
Yeah.
They're lucky to get that slide.
Murray-Boyles, the forward from South Carolina off the board here to Toronto. This is a very divisive player. I had him 19th on my board, and I don't want to discredit him because he really is special defensively here. Last season, 4.7% block, 2.9 steal percentage. He can guard 3 through 5. Heck, I'll even make the statement he could even guard guards at the next level. 6'6.5" without shoes, 7 3/4 wingspan. Ready for this statistic, Smitty. 25% usage rate or better. Block percentage better than 4.5%. Steal percentage better than 2.5. In a Power 5 conference, in a defensive box score plus minus of 4.5 positive. Cooper Flagg, Zion Williamson, Tari Eason, Ethan Happ, Colin Murray-Boyles. Just an elite defensive prospect, so versatile. I'll just continue to use that word. I have him as a first-round pick in my grade. I compare him to Draymond Green light.
Okay.
In his switchability on the defensive end of the floor. He gets to the free throw line at an insanely high rate, 55.6% free throw rate.
That's big time.
He just can mismatch you and bully you. I think there are certain places where this would really go poorly for Colin Murray-Boyles, certain places where it would work. I think this is a place where it would work. I do get concerned. What is his fit next to Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram and RJ Barrett? 3 players that don't shoot the ball that well because Murray-Boyles is a really bad shooter, 26.5% from 3.
Look,
and it's been reported that the Raptors are going to keep Colin Murray-Boyles despite there being a lot of interest in this pick being on the move.
This is one of the biggest risers of the draft process, I feel like. And because I'm a college basketball fan, I wasn't watching much South Carolina this year. I didn't see, Colin Murray-Boyles like being appointment television, and maybe he was. Maybe they weren't on TV enough. But I've been seeing some player comps around for him, and what I've kind of gathered is I'm seeing Brandon Clark. Clark and
he's
Colin
athletic, but he's not Brandon Clark athletic. Brandon Clark also shoots like 40% from three.
Well, now he does. I feel like he didn't previously.
Yeah, I also don't think that he.
What is that?
That looks like Colin Murray-Boyles' girlfriend. And Colin Murray-Boyles, congratulations.
We will see how long that lasts.
Oh man, I do like the pick though. We'll see how it fits. He needs to improve his shooting, or he's going to be maybe in a tough spot.
Yeah,
going.
I'm seeing some people. I was on Reddit, and people were saying Paul Millsap. Millsap had a jumper though.
In the midi though, he wasn't going from three here.
Yeah, not too often. So maybe Paul Millsap is a good solid comp for him. What's up? We have news from the producer Jack.
News from producer Jack.
Oh boy, I know what that news is.
Oh, I know what it is too.
Wow.
Appreciate all the subscribers, man. I said I would take a shot when we got there. Smitty, well, I'll take a shot. Do you want speaking about the Pistons, do you want to briefly talk about the Pistons?
Yeah, let's do it. So the Pistons, I mean, they took their little mini leap this past year into playoff standing, I guess I could say. Cade Cunningham is as good of a young guard as there is in this league right now. And the Pistons, I'm not so sure what they're going to do as far as like free agency and other external moves this offseason, because they're one of the few teams in the league with cap space at this point, but they do have a couple of free agents pending. They have Malik Beasley. They have is it just Beasley that they got to pay this summer?
Schroeder's technically a free agent.
Schroeder's a free agent.
I've
heard they want to bring back Schroeder though. And
yeah, I heard a lot of buzz between him and who's the other team that really likes Schroeder right now? Sacramento Kings. Thank you, Sam.
Okay. So, yeah. So, who knows what they do financially this offseason, but there is some flexibility there. And, look, I wouldn't want to waste any time if I'm the Detroit Pistons in pairing more stardom next to Cade Cunningham. Tobias Harris is just not enough at this point. So, I'm interested to see what they'll do. But there isn't a ton of, like, trade candidates right now. There's not a ton of like elite free agents they could go out there and get. So we'll see what ends up happening. But I think they're just going to continue to build this young core, and when that right name comes around, they'll take the big swing for him. They control all their draft capital as well.
Yeah. Bill with a 5. Tell Yodes we need a Spurs channel. Make Tyler Jones host so we can stop glazing OKC. Well, Bill, that is an all-time comment by you, Bill. We appreciate you, and I promise you James is probably watching right now, so he knows what you want, and we'll see if he can make it happen.
He knows what you want. Let's go. We do have a Super Chat menu up on screen. If you want to be like Bill, if you want to be like Gwendolyn, who's been sending a couple of Super Chats onto today's stream, you can do so by the $ next to the chat box. We got a couple of deals to make things a little bit fun and fresh for you guys. Every $5 Super Chat, every $5 Super Chat that you send in, you get entered to win a raffle that will win a NBA draft hat of the team that you select. If you send in a $10 Super Chat, we will talk about whatever team that you root for, and you will get 3 entries into the raffle. If you send in a $20 Super Chat, we'll take a shot, and we'll give you 6 entries into the raffle. And every time we pass $100 in Super Chats, we will do a beer bong or a shotgun. Right now, we are at 358, so 42 away from my next beer bong here on the stream.
Yeah, and now we have the 10th pick in. Oh my goodness.
Stop it.
We have a trade.
What?
We have a massive trade.
Massive trade.
The Charlotte Hornets just traded Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns, who are currently on the clock, and a 2029 first-round pick.
Charlotte first-round pick.
The Hornets are trading Mark Williams to the Suns for a 29 pick and the Suns' 2029 first-round pick.
Wow.
So,
2 firsts.
Just saying this. 2 first-round picks. 29 and 2029.
That is a very confusing trade.
That was really fucking me up.
The 29th. So I'll just clarify one more time for everyone if you are confused. The 29th overall pick in this year's draft
tonight,
plus a 2029 first-round pick to the Hornets for Mark Williams. Now, this comes after the Phoenix Suns just selected Khaman Maluach with the 10th overall pick. So the Suns, who have been in the market
Wow.
to completely overhaul their center rotation, just traded for Mark Williams and drafted Khaman Maluach.
I'm clapping it up for the Phoenix Suns. That's phenomenal work. That's phenomenal work.
They're just really investing into this team. Like, I don't know what Phoenix's plan is, though. They have no future capital.
That's the issue. They can't tank. So they have to try to put all their eggs in this basket right now and try to compete with Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. Like, it's not going to work, but they got to try.
It's just an unbelievable thought process. Now, let's talk about Maluach real quick. My number one big, my 8th overall player. He played for the South Sudan national team in the 2023 FIBA Basketball World Cup and played pretty well.
Yeah.
Actually played against the United States. Projects as an elite rim protector, 6.8 block percentage. Ready for this? Opponents shot 45.3% against him around the rim. He is a great offensive rebounder, Smitty.
Yes.
16.5% offensive rebound percentage, but not the best defensive rebounder, which is a little bit odd, but attacks the glass offensively really well. Just finishes everything around the rim. Shot 84% on his half-court rim attempts. Shot pretty well at the line, 76.6%. So maybe you are looking at that and being like, okay, maybe he has floor spacing upside. Now, the issue with him is that he is a little bit uncoordinated, which kind of leads to his lack of defensive rebounds.
Yeah.
That's
the issue I have, though. Is that you have to
he's
have.
also not a twitchy athlete. Takes a little bit for him to get off the floor.
And like, you got to have elite hands if you're going to be this type of rim runner. Like, if you're going to be a lob threat, if you're going to be a guy who's relied upon to grab double-digit rebounds on a nightly basis, you have to have sure hands. And look, Khaman Maluach, he was a very raw prospect coming into Duke last year. Like, he came from over in NBA Africa, the training program over there, and he was really, really solid for Duke. But you saw when he really faced some physicality, and even players that were undersized compared to him, he was kind of moved around a little bit and almost played off the floor in that Houston game, just due to the physicality and the real want to grab rebounds from those guys, the Cougars.
Yeah,
So,
this is the full trade details here. 29th overall pick and a 2029 first-round pick to the Hornets, who recap more draft capital in return for Mark Williams. It was pretty obvious Mark Williams was not going to stay with that team long-term, considering that, well, they tried to trade him at the deadline.
And they got a better return. They got a better return than they originally got.
Well, you don't like Dalton Connect? Dalton Connect's better than any player they're going to draft at 29.
You don't. That's the thing. You don't know that.
I know that.
I don't think we do. What is Dalton Connect?
I really like Dalton.
I like him too, but clearly he's not getting enough opportunity.
Now, some little bit more insight on this 2029 first-round pick. It is the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota.
Okay.
Top 5 protected from the Timberwolves side of things. So it's the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota.
I anticipate that'll be.
Minnesota won't be picking in the top 5 unless they somehow trade Anthony Edwards between now and then, which I doubt happens. But, yeah, you see it there. So it's probably going to be a pick in the 20s when you get to that point, because if it's the least favorable, probably would assume Minnesota or Cleveland is at least in the mid-20s, still in 2029. So, yeah, that's the trade. A very fascinating one. And they still took him on Maluach.
And they added another Duke player to their roster as well. You got
Yeah.
Grayson Allen, Mason Plumlee up there, Tyus Jones. So
Tyus Jones, a free agent. We'll see if he returns.
That's right.
But very interesting there. That was, by the way, the lone Suns tradable first. So the Suns now cannot trade another first-round pick.
Wow. That's absurd. And a lot of them are going out in swaps too, right?
Yeah, a lot of swaps. Bobby Marks tweeted that out. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Who won the trade? Hornets or Suns? I got to be honest, I don't get investing back into the draft or investing into this team. I think it's fair value for Mark Williams. I'll lean Charlotte if I had to pick a side.
You get 2 first-round picks.
Because everybody knew you were going to get rid of Mark Williams anyway.
Yep. So Charlotte gets 2 first-round picks out of a guy that, I guess at the deadline they got 2 first-round picks, but now they can actually control who they end up selecting in the future.
So now the Blazers are on the clock at 11. The 2 best fits, in my opinion, for them would be Carter Bryant or Noa Essengue. I mocked Carter Bryant to the Blazers at 11, I believe.
Go give me a wing defender up in Portland.
Yeah, they're just going to lean into that defensive mold no matter what pick they do here.
Yeah, because they plan on keeping Jrue Holiday. Denny is a solid defender. And honestly, if you look at the Portland's defensive metrics over the second half of the season last year, they were one of the better teams in the league at defense. So they're going to kind of lead into that identity. They just got rid of one of their, kind of players that didn't fit that mold, and Anthony Simons. So they're going to seem to run with the, the Scoot and Shaedon Sharp backcourt, it looks like, along with obviously Jrue Holiday, the veteran, and we'll see who they end up taking here. I would assume it's going to be something like a wing.
It is a wing. It is not who you would think.
Okay, wait, I want to figure
Wait
it
a
out
minute,
now.
trade.
Oh! Trade!
Yeah. How about this, sports fans? I'm just going to continue to say it all night now.
Wow.
The
I see it.
Blazers and Grizzlies just traded.
Yep.
So this pick is being made by the Blazers. It is going to the Memphis Grizzlies. Unclear on what the return is. But the Memphis Grizzlies are trading to the 11th spot and taking Cedric Coward,
Wow.
the wing from Washington State.
That's crazy.
Someone, if you were watching on our Heat channel, I would have jumped at the fish hook, if you will, if he was on the board for Miami at 20. That is not the case. Cedric Coward off the board at 11.
That's crazy to me. I don't have him as highly touted as a guy like Carter Bryant, but clearly the Grizzlies do. And this is a player who's a late riser. Only played a few games in Washington State last year after coming over from Eastern Washington. And look, man, he has the NBA mold. I mean, he is 6'5", super long player, and he projects as a solid two-way in this league, I think.
Yeah, I love Coward a lot here. I think this is a good fit for them. I would have thought they maybe would have just been able to sit there at 16 and take him, but I believe they thought maybe San Antonio would want him at 14 and wanted to jump him. Coward only played 6 games this year at Washington State, but he's 6'5" and a quarter without shoes, 7'2" and a quarter wingspan, so just a ridiculous measurement. 38.5 max vertical, great 3-quarter sprint too, great athlete. In the 6 games he played, he had a 5.3% block rate. The thing that I love about him is his ability to get to his spots on the offensive end. 99th percentile in post-up situations.
Oh.
So when he gets a smaller guard on him or a smaller player,
Mouse in the house.
he will take him to the post
Yep.
and get to his spot in terms of at the rim or a fadeaway.
That's impressive for a 6'5" player.
Shot 58.6% on his non-rim 2-pointers. He is elite in the mid-range. He is in the 95th percentile in these 6 games played for Washington State as a ball screen handler. So he even could be
he
a
can put the
good
ball in the deck.
secondary ball handler for you.
Absolutely can do that.
There is nothing that this team or Cedric Coward really can't do if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, he's a multi-tool player, and this is somebody that I think that Memphis kind of needs on the wing right now. They don't have a guy who can put the ball on the deck over there. They just traded away Desmond Bane, and look, they don't really. Who is Memphis's 3 right now?
Jalen Wells.
He's coming off a major injury.
Yeah, he suffered injury late there, so I don't know if Coward's going to start for him. He's an older player. He's 21.7 years of age on tonight's draft. But even though he's an older player, I mean, there's still no guarantee that he is going to be able to contribute right away because his career path was very crazy. Like, he started at, like, the JUCO level, then transferred to Eastern Washington, then was going to transfer to Duke, but then stayed in the draft here and ultimately gets picked at 11 by the Memphis Grizzlies, who sent the 16th overall pick, a future first-round pick, and 2 second-round picks to get this selection. So they clearly coveted him, and they go up and get their guy.
Yeah, wow. So, what are they, the future first in 2 seconds? That is a lot. That is a lot. So
I mean, they have a lot of draft picks at their disposal after trading away Desmond Bane. So
that's
I can't hate it. If that's their guy, that's their guy.
Yeah, it's a smart move for a team that has a lot of ammo right now. And if this is a deal, I mean, if you're trading 4 picks away and 2 in the first round, 1 is a swap essentially, but it tells me that they have a high roll kind of drawn out for him right now.
Yeah, and I love his fit. It's a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando. No surprise there. You had to assume that it was going to be from the Orlando Magic. This now puts the Chicago Bulls on the clock at 12.
Patrick Seatman, here we go.
Patrick Seatman. I think if you told him Carter Bryant was available at 12, I think he would have said, sign me up.
Yeah.
I think he also wants Derek Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he could be a little bit interested in Noa Essengue as well. I also would believe that Jakuconis would be the best player available.
I was going to bring it up, and I think the Bulls are a team that they can't – I don't think it would be wrong for them to go best player available.
There's a lot of buzz about them maybe trading Kobe White, Lonzo Ball. They have a lot of guards in Chicago. But if they plan on moving one of them, then I would not fault them for going with a player like Kasparas Jakuconis.
Yeah, look, who knows what they're going to do with Josh Giddey this summer as well. I mean, given that they traded away Caruso to get him, I'm assuming that they're going to pay him. But you can, that's another player who, and Giddey's not exactly a shot creator either. So I wouldn't mind a Jakuconis pick here from Chicago.
I'll say this, Smitty. There has been some interesting selections to this point. There's been a couple trades now with Mark Williams being dealt. That's now trade up by Memphis to get Cedric Howard.
Yeah.
But we have yet to see a player, in my opinion, get taken, and I'm just like, whoa, that is crazy that he went that high.
Yeah, Colin Murray-Boyles, I don't think it was crazy they went that high. I just think to the fit in Toronto was
I mocked him to, even though he's 19 on my board, I mocked Colin Murray-Boyles to the Suns at 10.
Okay.
So it's like I kind of felt like he was going to go that high, even though I do not think that would have been what I would do personally.
Yeah.
The player that I anticipate being the stunning one that's to come to break that mold is Joan Bering from France.
Oh, it's going to be right here, too.
I don't know if it's here, but I do feel like it's coming up in the next 4 picks, and that's going to be a stunner to me. But even though it's not a stunner because I mocked him at 15 to the Thunder, even though I wouldn't take him. So we'll see. The Bulls are on the clock.
Absolutely, we can do that. As for the picks that have gone down so far, obviously Cooper Flagg, number 1 overall to Dallas. Dylan Harper, number 2 to San Antonio. VJ Edgecomb, number 3 to the Sixers. And Kon Knueppel, number 4 overall to the Hornets. Really no surprises there after we heard the late buzz about Knueppel. Ace Bailey, a little bit of a stunner to the Utah Jazz at 5 after previously declining a workout with them. Danny Ainge wasn't scared, and he got his guy. Tre Johnson goes to the Wizards at 6. They needed another scoring guard there. They got too many vets that are going to be out of there pretty soon, so they needed a young elite scorer in Tre Johnson. They got one. Jeremiah Fear is going to look like he's going to run the show in New Orleans. He was picked 7th overall, in which Dejounte Murray coming off a major injury as well. Fears looks like he can slot right in as their starting point guard of the future. Egor Demin was a little bit of a stunner, I think, at 8th overall. But the more that we talked about it, the more that we loved the fit in Brooklyn. Now that they have 4 more first-round picks the rest of the night, you can kind of get the complementary pieces and take big swings now that you have the connector and the point guard of the future in the Barclays Center. Now, at number 9 overall, Colin Murray-Boyles of South Carolina, kind of tweener big, goes to Toronto here, and it'll be interesting to see how he fits in there next to Scotty Barnes. He's to develop a little bit of a jumper, but Masai Ujiri liked him at 9. Khaman Maluach goes to the Suns at 10, and we just talked about the trade that they made, sending Mark Williams to Phoenix as well. As with the Suns not really holding much control over their draft capital over the next few years, it looks like they're going to go all in and make a playoff push. Cedric Coward at 11 with a trade with the Portland Trailblazers just went down. A future first-round pick. They swapped 11 and 16, and then 2 seconds also go to Portland in the deal. So here we go. Oh, my goodness.
I can't tell if people have seen this. I've been smiling for the last 30 seconds after I found out what the pick was.
I didn't even look at I wasn't even looking at the left side of the screen. That's crazy.
The Bulls pick is in.
Steeps is tight.
It is Noa Essengue.
Wow.
The wing from Ratio from originally from France. I'll say this, Smitty, and I think I'm going to be opposite. I don't think I'm going to hear Seeps happy about this pick.
No, he's not.
Don't think it's a bad idea. The reason why I say this.
You tell me, because I'm not that most tapped in on Essengue.
This is a swing big pick by Chicago. And this is what I also believe the Miami Heat should do, by the way, for my Heat Report viewers. They should absolutely be a team that should try to swing for the fences to go from mediocrity to somewhere. Does Essengue ultimately have ultimate bust potential? Absolutely does. But his ceiling is very, very high. He is really, really good defensively. Lateral quickness, which allows him to switch on people the perimeter. He can detain guards. He averaged 2.1 steals per game per 36 for Ratio from He's a great connecting passer. And you're now talking about a front court in Chicago that consists of Essengue and Matas Buzelis, 2 very lengthy players that can be disruptive defensively and can work well. I really like Essenge's passing. I mentioned that as a good connecting passer. As someone who sets screens, a lot of times Ben Seraph, his teammate, or other guards on that team would hit him on the short roll, and he would make a decision whether to swing it to a guy on the perimeter or finish at the rim. Needs to improve his three-point shooting for sure, but I like what Essengue could bring to the table. He got a late lottery mid-first grade from me. He goes late lottery here at number 12.
And you had him comped to Nicholas Batum.
That's when he gets that 3-point upside that I believe is there. Because you watch him shoot the ball. He shot 73% from the line. I think it's there. And if it comes and it develops that shot, I think that's a Nick Batum type of guy.
Look, I'll tell you what, if you get Nick Batum at 12, guy who's been in the league 15 years, I think you're doing pretty solid for yourself. And this is a project of a player in a way.
High upside pick, man.
It's a high upside pick. And look, I don't think the Bulls need to be picking guys who are necessarily instant contributors, guys who are going to help them make a playoff push next year. The Bulls, I know they're never going to be focused on it with their own ownership, but they should be focused on being one of the worst teams in the NBA and developing long-term prospects like a Noa Essengue, like a Montes Buzelis, who still has room to grow in his NBA career. So in my book, like as far as the theory and the thought process behind the pick, I like this fit a lot in Chicago.
And here we go. We're starting to get nuts a little bit in the NBA draft.
Oh,
we just had another trade. The New Orleans Pelicans move up from pick 23 to the 13th overall spot. Atlanta drops down 10 spots to that 23rd overall spot. And then we'll also get a 2026 first-round pick out of this as well. I love this move for Atlanta after trading 22 to get Kristaps Porzingis. They now move back, reconsolidate some assets, get more, and little bit of a breather here as New Orleans is looking for their second lottery pick. They took Jeremiah Fears at pick number 7. The pick is in for the New Orleans Pelicans. I am a massive fan.
Here comes Carter Bryant.
Oh, you don't know who it is?
I don't. Oh, you know who it is.
I do.
Oh, it's not Carter Bryant then.
The pick for the Pelicans at 13, my number 2 overall big man, Derik Queen.
Wow.
I labeled Khaman Maluach.
Love this fit.
I know, I love it too. Khaman Maluach is a fit for them at 7 if they wanted to go with that. They ultimately go with my number 2 center, Derik Queen. I believe I also had him number 12 on my board. Let me double check that. 11, so close enough. I love him, man. He is someone who can handle the ball. He can finish. He has a little bit of a questionable jumper. There's no doubt about that. But he rebounds the ball extremely well.
Yep.
Can get to the rim. Like,
a little bit of a bull in a china shop.
Face-up game, back-down game. He's a guy that you can play alongside another big as well, I think. And you can now start to experiment in New Orleans with some pretty crazy lineups. Eves Messi, Derik Queen together, I think it works.
Absolutely, and I think as Queen's career progresses, he's going to develop more of that jump shot in his game, which is a little bit lacking at this point. The form kind of needs to switch a little bit too. It's not too pretty. But this guy, like, he's got good ball skills. I think some of the best hands overall in this draft. Like, honestly, this is the complete opposite of Khaman Maluach.
I agree.
It couldn't be more different of a player playing the same position. And look, man, I've kind of drew some comparisons to like a DeMarcus Cousins style of player. Look, he's got a long way to go if he wants to be Boogie, but he fits that mold as somebody who can, do his best work with the ball in his hands and can kind of bully people around the paint a little bit. Still super young as well. I think he needs to become a little bit more of a professional at this point, but this guy's nails, man. You saw that shot against Colorado State in the second round of the NCAA tournament, so absolutely a player who, New Orleans can potentially rely on here as they do need some more.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I don't want to spoil my draft grades video for the end of the night. Pelicans. But the Pelicans will absolutely be in the A's.
That's big time.
And they will absolutely be a winner. This is how you changed your entire organization.
A trajectory for years to come.
You took 2 young freshmen that can do so many good things for your team. And the fact that you're adding these two Trey Murphy, if you keep him, to Herb Jones, to Zion Williamson. You just have so much potential now in New Orleans. I think this is a team that can really, really just jump forward. I can't wait.
The lineup versatility is awesome, man. You can run Queen, you can run Messi, depending on what kind of matchups you see out there. So they have a lot of versatility now, and a team that I didn't really expect to kind of rise from the depths of the bottom of the NBA standings. So they have some legit players now. Are 2 rookies going to necessarily take them into the playoffs in the Western Conference? No, but I think the foundation is there now, and they're on the right path.
And ready for the stat real quick on New Orleans? Lowest defensive rebounding percentage this past season and gave up the 2nd most points in the paint. Not going to label Queen as a rim protector, but he is an excellent defensive rebounder, and that bad defensive rebounding percentage will absolutely change.
He absolutely needs to work on the defensive end of the floor, and I think a part of that is just overall engagement as a player. What's going on here? Oh, the weigh-in. Well, who had the better trade up? Let us know in the chat. Was it the Grizzlies? Was it the Pelicans? I mean, Grizzlies go up to take Cedric Coward there at 11, and the Pelicans move up to 13, 10 slots to select Derik Queen. Who had the better trade up given what they ended up receiving back in the trade? What's that? Oh, it is also the new live poll as well. Who had the better trade up, New Orleans or the Grizzlies? You let us know at the top of the chat.
I think I lean Pelicans because even though I like Coward a lot, I had Queen higher on my board, and he's just an even better fit, I think, for New Orleans than it is Coward and Memphis, if I'm going to be quite frank.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to slot right in, and he's going to be that backup center. I expect. Like, Izmisi didn't play a ton of minutes for long stretches this year, so they're gonna kind of like platoon those guys in and out depending on what they see on the floor.
We're going to have the last pick of the lottery coming up here with San Antonio 14. They should be giddy at the fact Carter Bryant's still on the board for them. What a steal that could be. I just tweeted this out, so for my Heat fans, 500 people watching, we're going to be very soon moving over to a Heat report-only stream, so stay tuned for that. I just tweeted this out. If the Heat were smart, they should trade up to go get Kasparas Jakuconis from Illinois. And I firmly believe that. We need a point guard of the future next to Hero. Jakuconis, my 6th overall player. I've loved him for so long. They won't do it because they're an inept franchise and stuck in their ways and don't want to give up future assets. They should absolutely find a way to trade up and try to take Kasparas Jakuconis.
Yeah, time will tell. We do have the pick in right now from the Hawks. We didn't already go. Yeah, we didn't already go with that.
The Spurs here.
Yeah.
I'll
Spurs,
say
yeah.
this. Apparently, ESPN announced the pick as Colin Cowherd.
Oh my God.
Colin Cowherd instead of Cedric Cowherd.
NBC.
I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but that's why you subscribe here and join us for our live coverage of the NBA draft, because we do so much research. And I promise you, when it comes to Cedric Cowherd, I'm not going to call him Colin Cowherd. What a ridiculous thing.
NBC, buy up the rest of the rights, dude. Like, get the
I don't want to
off.
be mean, but
Get the
like
NBA off this
ESPN's
channel.
coverage of the NBA is just an absolute joke.
It's embarrassing with how much resources they put into it, too.
It's just so bad. All right, the Spurs are on the clock here at 14.
Will the Warriors trade draft night tonight? They Mike Dunleavy said likely not. Mike Dunleavy said
for
no.
the Warriors.
No, he said he can move around in round 2 potentially, but not round 1.
Continue to hit that sub button if you haven't already, as we're trying to get closer to 413K, plus 412K today. Appreciate all of y'all. We have daily content in the sports world. Hit that sub button right now if you want more around the NBA, NFL, college football, and more live chats as well.
Let's go.
Little updated trade as well here, just to that Mark Williams deal to help with salary. Vasily Micic.
Oh, Micic. Yo, he can play.
Heading back to Charlotte.
Yeah, he can play.
Back to Charlotte?
In that deal, yes.
He didn't already play in Charlotte?
I think he did.
Yeah, he was on Charlotte. I think that might be a misprint.
No. He was on Phoenix.
What? When did that happen?
No, he's also played with Charlotte.
But he's played with Charlotte.
Okay. I feel like he played with Charlotte like last year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, Micic is going back to the Charlotte Hornets there. So pick here is 14. It's taking a little bit. No leakage here. I know there's been a lot of buzz about taking a center here to be a backup to Wembanyama or maybe even play alongside Wemby.
Yeah.
If they did that, my number one guy without a question would be Thomas Sorber. There's been a lot of connections between him or the Spurs and Joan Beringer, a Frenchman at center who I am not the biggest fan of, but there's been connection there. This is also the last pick I'll be here live on Chat Sports for. After this pick by the Spurs, I am hopping to the Heat Report by Chat Sports to be completely live there for the pick at 20. We'll hang out, talk about it, and then stay live there. And then I will be back to close out the first round as well.
Yes, sir. I'll miss you for a little bit, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the last time we share the screen together today because by the time I come back, you'll probably be off doing your own thing for Boston Celtics.
That's right. Celtics picking at 28. I'll sign off here
well, not sign off. The stream will continue to go. If anybody's watching right now on Celtics Today, the stream will continue to go, but the background will change to green once pick 24-25 range comes around, and I'll hop over there to rock solo Celtics for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, for my 500 people in the chat on the Heat Report saying it's almost Rolly time, yes, we are very close to getting only Miami Heat content. Annoyed at 860 sent this in a while ago, so glad we could finally get this on screen for you. Said, I thought Shams and others saying there was going to be a lot of movement on draft night. Well, this came in before the movement started with Mark Williams being traded, the 11th pick being traded to the Grizzlies, the 13th pick being traded. A pick that was not traded was the 14th pick by the San Antonio Spurs. The pick is in, and it does not surprise me whatsoever. The Spurs have so far had the draft tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved what the Pelicans have done, but there's no question that the Heat... Excuse me, I got my brain twisted here.
Spurs.
The Spurs are having the draft tonight. We'll announce that here in a second. Wasim Khan, $2 super chat. Not happy about the Noa Essengue pick.
Look, Bulls ownership is one of the worst in the NBA. So
fair.
Is what it is. But, Rolly, it was no surprise. Carter Bryant ends up going to the Spurs at 14. They didn't have to move up to go get him.
What a pick.
This slots right in to their lineup right here. They're going to lose a guy like Harrison Barnes, who's on an expiring, and they really lacked some real talent on the wing. Now they get a legit two-way player in Carter Bryant here. Look, he didn't put up the craziest counting numbers at Arizona, but you felt his impact every single time he stepped out there on the floor, especially in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, Carter Bryant was absolutely fantastic. I just tweeted this out. Spurs are getting Dylan Harper and Carter Bryant. Misspelled that, so I'm going to retweet that out. But cheating is what I call it. That is how good Carter Bryant is going to be for the San Antonio Spurs.
Elite on-ball, switchable defender, can guard twos. I mean, you could even stick him on a one, and I think I'd be pretty confident in his ability. Stick him on a two, stick him on a three, stick him on even a four. He plays above his frame as well. He's only 19 years old.
Ready
Rolly,
for this?
What do
Opposing scorers shot 29.5% on jump shots when Carter Bryant was defending, a +6 wingspan. Hello. Also a really good shooter off the catch, 46% from the left corner, 43% from the right corner. Finished well around the rim at 72% as well. Massive fan of Carter Bryant. He is going to fit just in with the San Antonio Spurs.
It's awesome, too. He doesn't have to have a huge scoring load, not a lot of responsibility put on him in year one. Can be that complementary piece and really focus on his defensive instincts.
Yeah, okay, so that's going to round out my coverage for the time being here on our Chat Sports stream. What will happen? For the 550 people watching on the Heat Report, I am going to hop off of this stream, go to the Heat stream. We're going to start just in a solo stream of the Heat Report by Chat Sports, where we will talk everything Miami Heat. I will be there in just 1 second, so you're going to just see Smitty here for a brief moment. I will be there to talk everything Miami Heat in just 1 second, so stay true. We'll be right there, and once I get the go-ahead here, I'm going to hop off.
Rolly, it was awesome having you. Go have fun on the Heat Report, my man.
It was a pleasure. Let's talk some Heat ball, folks.
Let's do it. Alrighty, shout out your favorite team for me. It's your boy, Smitty, rolling solo right now for the time being, as we're next up with the traded pick, actually. That will be with the Portland Trailblazers. A lot of picks in the 10s getting moved around right now. This is OKC coming up next. Oh, we're actually going to 15 now. 15. 16 is the one that's traded. But here we go. OKC on the clock at 15. Shout out your favorite team for me down in the comments section in the chat right now. We'll talk about your teams as we're waiting for that pick to get in, as they're still going over Carter Bryant right now on the ESPN programming. But let's go. We do have a super chat that came in as well a little bit earlier. Shout out to my guy, Bill Pollock. What's going on, my man? It says, raffle at the end to gift me the Spurs hat, duck race. So I think it's going to be a wheel spin for the raffle that we end up doing at the end of today's stream. But, Bill, another entry for you, my man. And trust me, if you end up winning, we will get you that Spurs hat. No doubt about it. Look, the Thunder here, man, they're in an interesting position. What's going on, Reed? Good to see you, my man. We all set up for when we transition later? Love that. Oh, an E. Okay. E for everyone. Alrighty. Well, OKC, man, like they're in just this is like cherry on top for them. They just won an NBA championship. I'm not even sure Sam Presti's done extensive draft research. No, I'm just kidding. He absolutely has. But look, whoever gets selected here, don't expect to see yourself being a featured player in the Oklahoma City Thunder rotation next season. They already have enough guys at the end of their bench who deserve to be getting big-time minutes. They can't even find time for Isaiah Joe to get out there. So don't expect this 15th overall pick to be an instant contributor for the Thunder. Who knows, though? If they go an older prospect and they think they can fit in right away, maybe that's what they end up doing. But potentially expect a type of project player like potentially Nikola Topic was last season, coming off an injury, just has super high upside, and was projected to be potentially a top 5 pick. You know what I think happens here, though, folks? Thunder just go best player available, and I see Kasparas Jakuconis run across the screen in a Thunder hat. That would be a Sam Presti move, no doubt about it here. Let's go. We will be plugging this giveaway like I've been talking about with Bill's Super Chat. We are giving away an NBA draft cap of your choice to whoever wins the raffle at the end of today's show. If you send in a $5 Super Chat, that's 1 entry. If you send in a $10 Super Chat, we bump it up to 3 entries. If you send in a 20, it will be 6 entries to get an NBA draft hat of your choice. And whoever ends up winning, make sure you guys stick around to the end of today's stream so we can kind of coordinate, your info and what team, what cap you actually want out there. So send in a Super Chat, $, next to the chat box to contribute. And if you want to get in for free, you can't send a Super Chat, well, then you got to be really active in the chat because YouTube has this new feature called Top Fans. And if you're the most active running around in our chat during this stream today, then you will get 5 free entries. You got to be number 1, though. And right now, that's Marble Sky still cooking with a big lead. Yes, 375 XP. It's a new feature here. I'm still trying to get the kinks all sorted out and all that stuff, too. So Marble Sky with 375 XP, followed by Legal Latino Heat at 300 XP. What's the formula? Nobody knows. I think you just got to be active in the chat and get active because Marble Sky has been doing that all night long. So if you want 5 free entries, be like Marble Sky and get active in that chat right now. Look, I'm going to look to see if this Oklahoma City pick has been tipped. I'm not going to say it if it has, but I don't expect the Thunder to necessarily be in a spot where they need a guy to instantly contribute right now, but there is a player on the board that it feels to me too good to pass up in Kasparas Jakuconis, and he's also a player who does need a couple of kinks sorted out in his game. Alrighty, we're going to now toss it to the Heat Report stream. Rolly will be on your screen momentarily in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shout out to the Heat Report for all their interaction on tonight's stream. And we will also welcome on in just a moment Harrison Graham, who will be doing some NBA draft coverage with us for the time being as well. But with this Thunder pick, man, it can go in a lot of different directions. Me and Rolly talked before the draft about potentially getting some big man depth, but now we could potentially look at the best available players right now for OKC, and Jakuconis is there at the top. Sorber, if they wanted to go big man depth there, that could be a target. Rasheer Fleming, he projects like a Bobby Portis type. Maybe they go that route as well, as they don't really have a kind of ball handling stretch 4. Nick Clifford, another guy who could instantly contribute, elite rebounder as well. If we're going to recap the draft real quick, Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall, Harper number 2, no surprise there. Edgecomb and Kon Knueppel, really no surprises at 3 and 4. Ace Bailey goes to the Jazz at 5. Danny Ainge not scared. Tre Johnson at 6 to the Wizards. Jeremiah Fears at 7 to New Orleans. And Egor Demin at 8 to Brooklyn. I really like that fit. Colin Murray-Boyles at number 9 to Toronto from South Carolina. Khaman Maluach to the Phoenix Suns, who also made a trade for Mark Williams, shoring up their front court as they really didn't have many centers on the roster. Cedric Coward at 11 in a trade up for the Grizzlies. He projects to be their starting wing of the future, it seems like. Noa Essengue, a kind of a project player, going to Chicago there. I'm not so sure Patrick Seatman is very happy about that one. Followed by Derik Queen and Carter Bryant at 13 and 14 to New Orleans and San Antonio, respectively. Now we bring on my guy, Harrison Graham, for draft coverage. What's going on, Harry?
What's up, man? It's been an interesting night. I think the story so far is Danny Ainge just being like, I don't really care what you want, Ace Bailey. I'm just going to take you.
And he's done that before. Jason Tatum originally said that he did not want to be a Boston Celtic back in 2017.
And that feels like that's an executive who has skins on the wall. He's like, if this was a young GM, that might be a little too ballsy
They'd get
for
scared
me.
off, yeah.
But I kind of like it. I'm like, hey, man, like it's one thing if a player of Cooper Flagg's caliber, if for whatever reason didn't want to go to Dallas, like maybe he could have some pull. But if you're Ace Bailey, it's like, first of all, why do you want to go to the Wizards or the Nets? And second of all, I don't know if you have enough power to just dictate where you want to go. So that's definitely interesting. That'll either work out really well or be a disaster probably. So
my whole thing about Bailey, especially in Utah specifically, is why do you even decline that workout? You are going to start right away. You are going to have all of the shot selection that you want, and I just don't like. Yeah, Lauri Markkanen's there, but like, do you really want to go to a team with literally zero talent whatsoever? Like, at least you got a co-star there who you can lean on a little bit in your early years.
Yeah, and at least Ainge knows what he's doing, and so on and so forth. So we do have another pick in here. Smitty, Thomas Sorber out of Georgetown to the Thunder. What do you think about that pick?
This is kind of a no-brainer pick for them. If you look at their depth in the front court, Isaiah Hartenstein behind him, like there really isn't anybody that really is a true center. Yeah, Chet is 7 foot tall, but he really projects more and plays more on the perimeter. It's essentially filled out to really be that lockdown anchor of a center just yet. I don't think he ever will be. Now you go get a guy who does fit that mold in Thomas Sorber, who really rose up a lot of draft boards this past year playing in Georgetown. Man, he can do a lot of different things with the basketball, and I think if you have him on the interior inside, he can learn from a guy like an Isaiah Hartenstein and be bullied down low there, and he doesn't have to necessarily have too big of a responsibility heading into the Oklahoma City Thunder.
And the Thunder, they're deeper at the guard and wing spots and on their roster right now, and what if they don't want to pay Chet in a year? Get you a little insurance here by adding another big. Is Jalen Williams not the guard Jalen Williams, the bench big Jalen? Is he a long-term piece?
Not so sure.
This is a guy who you bring in who could potentially help replace him as well, even if it's not the exact same player. So
now he is a young guy, a freshman. He did have his season end with a foot injury, so Thunder back-to-back years where they take a player coming off of an injury. We'll see how ready he is when the season rolls around. But I want to go to these quick stats here. For players with an offensive rebound percentage above 9, for players with a defensive rebound percentage above 20, block percentage above 7.5, steal percentage above 2.5. Freshman, and it was in a true freshman conference. Anthony Davis, Nerlens Noel, Thomas Sorber. So that's pretty decent company to be in. Nerlens, he had a long NBA career.
Good career. I mean,
and if he's Nerlens Noel for the Thunder, then you know what? That's pretty solid.
You get Nerlens Noel at 15 overall in the NBA draft. I mean, you can do a lot worse. So
absolutely, and he's also a super long player as well. He's got a +9 wingspan, 7'6".
And going back to the foot injury, you can kind of take that swing if you're the Thunder. I mean, you've got so much roster depth and youth. Like, if he gives you something as a rookie, great. If not, it's probably not the end of the world. So definitely don't mind that at all. As now Portland's on the clock as we're right at the midpoint through the first round of the 2025 NBA draft. Did anything stick out to you in those trio of trades that went back to back to back there?
I mean, I don't think that anything necessarily stood out to me in the sense like, oh my gosh, like this team gave up way too much. Like this, Rolly's a little bit confused at the Suns' kind of outlook right now.
Double dipping at center, that's pretty interesting.
I think you have to.
Like, their big position's been a disaster.
Do you know who their best center in the roster is right now?
I do not.
Mason Plumlee.
Yeah,
so,
he's cooked.
It just can't happen. It just can't happen. So Mark Williams now heads over, and he's also a guy who's been injured throughout his career as well. So you get a little bit of insurance by selecting Maluach there. And, for a player, Mark Williams, who's a really good rebounder, Maluach not so much. You have a guy who can kind of teach him the ropes there, anticipating where balls fall off of the rim on misses. That's a big issue for Maluach at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Williams, obviously the Lakers turned down that trade because of the failed physical and everything. That's what people know him for now. But in the short term, he can help, right? I mean, he can be a lob threat. He can block shots.
Yeah.
Is he a piece for them by the time they're competitive again? Who knows? But in the short term, he certainly is a piece that can help.
Absolutely. And that's the thing with Phoenix. Like, they don't have control of their draft capital over the next few seasons. So they're going to need to just try their best to make a playoff run.
They need plug-and-play guys.
They need guys who can play ball, and they just don't have enough of those guys on the roster right now. Plus, Mark Williams, Maluach, defensive anchor type of players. So they can kind of raise the floor of the overall Suns team defense, which was literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my life this year.
Yeah, looks like the pick is in. We'll get that to you guys momentarily here. And by the way, another reason to subscribe to us is we don't do the BS ESPN NBA style of, Memphis is on the clock, even though it's really Portland. Like we're not giving I'm not going to have you put a Grizzlies hat on here. That's a joke.
It's ridiculous.
It's a total embarrassment. So we give you the picks, tell you where the guys are actually going to go. We don't have to play the charades that ESPN does through their contract with the NBA. So hit that subscribe button, turn on the notifications here on today's show. Producers yelling "wow" in my ear, so. Not quite sure what that's about, but we will get you this pick momentarily. Sam, you got some info for us?
That's a wow.
I'm not seeing this.
That's a wow. Scotto, wow. Look, this is going to be a rough one for us. This is going to be a rough one
Is he in our database?
He is. He is. Absolutely is. He might even have a big – I think he has a big camp, too. Yeah, he's got a big camp, too. But I don't know much about him. Let's be completely honest, boys.
Even Jake Fisher, a friend of the program, maybe not true, says a stunner.
Yeah.
Hansen Yang.
The Warriors worked this guy out, and they have the 41st overall pick.
Wow.
So,
okay.
And they, so
7'1", 250, Hansen Yang.
Let's learn about him together.
Yeah, let's.
My goodness. Like, look, Rolly has done extensive research into even all the international prospects, all the top 75 overall selections. I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't do a ton of scouting on Hansen Yang. But I'll tell you what we got here. 7'1" without shoes, 250 pounds. This is ridiculous. What am I supposed to say right now? Are you serious? He represented the Chinese U19 team at the Youth World Cup basketball tournament. He averaged 13 points, 10 boards, 5 assists, and 5 blocks in that game. So he can be a rim protector. Last year internationally, 16 and 10, 60% from the field. So Rolly says the goods on him. He's a fluid athlete. He's got good footwork. Rolly says he's the best low block to the basket player in the draft, and .986 point per possessions on post-ups. That's really, really good. Shot 74% at the rim, and he can pass the ball as well as in the short roll, in the pick and roll.
Well, that's a stunner. I mean, I know it's the NBA draft. Sometimes you get some weird picks, but this is a pretty deep draft this year. I mean, that's a bit of a surprise.
And there are legitimate bigs like in this draft that are just better than him. I'm sorry. Like maybe Portland knows something we don't.
Is this some kind of draft and stash? That's pretty early to be drafting and stashing.
I don't think he'll be stashed, but he's never tried to learn to try to shoot a three. Because that's not the worst thing in the world. But like,
hey, he could be like Dwight Howard. Start practicing in the offseason.
26% from long range. A 6 of 21 shooting on mid-range. So he really does not operate.
He's a low block player.
He's a low block player.
And
he can't switch defensively.
If you're going to be that type of player in today's NBA, you have to dominate on the low block. And
I'm curious is this pick because, like, did they just want somebody who was like Donovan Clingan but had a little bit more of an offensive
game? They have Ayton, too. I mean,
they have Ayton. Like, they got Robert Williams. What are they doing?
Are they trading one of those guys?
Definitely got to trade one of those guys.
Is Portland
now.
cooked?
But
yes or no?
Who the heck is trading for DeAndre Ayton up there? I could see teams being interested in Robert Williams. Some contenders around the league, but
he's got injury concerns.
Absolutely. I mean, he's missed more time than he has played.
Yeah, even ESPN punted on this analysis. We do just want to mention that. So.
Did they actually? They haven't talked about it. Oh, they haven't announced the pick yet. So.
They've punted. Well, either way, we're ahead of the game.
Yeah, we are ahead of the game.
So.
The chat sports viewers know about Hansen Yang before ESPN people do.
Exactly.
No, Portland is not cooked. Portland's absolutely not cooked. Portland looks. I think Portland is solid. This pick is a little bit of a head scratcher to me. I'm not going to say it's a miss because you never know, but they're building something up there in Portland. They are trying to lean into a defensive identity, and that kind of honestly signals what they did with this pick here as well. They go out and get a Jrue Holiday. They dish out Anthony Simons in that deal. So a little bit of an addition by subtraction there if they're going to lean into that defensive identity. Their metrics last year down the stretch were awesome on that end. And you got a guy like Denny Advia who is really projecting to be a solid player in this league. What's going on, Sam? What we got? Yes. I will not say that name on stream.
Flashes of
Mr.
S?
Yeah, Mr. S. I don't know, man.
Oh, that's good
Portland,
stuff.
I don't think is cooked. They got Shaedon Sharpe. They got Scoot. Hopefully he takes a leap in year 3. And look, I think that they're going to try to mold these young players into really good defenders, and then next thing you know, they're going to take a swing for a really solid score. And hopefully Shaedon Sharp, Scoot end up being those guys. Denny can kind of take that role as well.
Hansen rocking the all-white suit.
He's got drip. I'll tell
Not
you
a
that.
bad play.
Yeah, he's a massive human being. 7'4" without shoes, and he's probably got clogs on right now.
Wait, 7'4"?
Oh, not 7'4". 7'1".
Okay, Kristaps.
7'1" without shoes. 7'2" wingspan, so it's positive, but not by much. That's actually not great for a 7'1" player to only have a 7'2" wingspan.
Yeah, that actually isn't that great. All right,
Yeah.
Minnesota on the clock. Kind of B-roll through these picks so far. Anything else stand out? Fears goes 7.
Demin at 8 was an interesting pick to me.
Yeah.
But the more we talked about it, the more I loved it.
Do you like Tre Johnson to Washington or Fears to New Orleans better?
I think I like Fears to New Orleans a little bit better, especially when I consider what they did with their following pick.
They also just
Derik
dumped
Queen.
McCollum, so they needed a guard.
Yeah,
so.
and DeJounte Murray's coming off Achilles, so
Yeah,
that is
that's interesting.
There's a question mark at the point guard spot. They went out and got theirs.
By the way, did you see that Malika announced Cedric Coward as Colin Coward?
Yeah, couldn't be us.
Free-
It quite literally could not
Free
be us.
advertising for Fox. Unbelievable. I like the Carter Bryant pick, by the way, to the Spurs.
Oh, I mean, just falls in the lap. Just
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Just
rich,
alley-oop.
rich get richer. Like it's unbelievable when it comes to what the Spurs have been doing. They didn't have to trade up to get him.
Derik Queen too. That's a nice little 2-player pickup for New Orleans.
And we've talked about the Spurs and the Pelicans are the 2 winners of the draft so far.
yeah,
absolutely.
I like that.
So Sorber going to OKC there at 15. He's going to be a solid rim protector, man, and he is an underrated passer of the basketball as well. Smart basketball player out there. He's going to fit in very well in OKC as they kind of need to create more of a movement system over there. Too much ISO ball. I know they just won the title, but like they could have been beat.
If you guys want us to talk about your favorite team, throw in a super chat. Let us know which name or team you're representing, and we can take kind of a deeper dive into your favorite squad. If you want to make that happen, feel free to do so. You can also enter our raffle ticket for a chance to win an NBA draft hat of your choice. $5 to enter. $10. Not only will we talk about your favorite team, but you'll get 3 entries for said raffle. $20, 6 entries. Smitty and I will take a shot as well. So on and so forth. So if you guys want to support the show, get involved. We are here for you as we are waiting for Minnesota. Who do you like here? Is there anybody that stands out for the T-Wolves with this spot? Obviously, good chance they're going to lose Nick Alexander-Walker and perhaps even Naz Reid. So is there a potential replacement for either of those 2 spots that you like?
I would think somebody that can handle the ball because Naz Reid, obviously not your prototypical big. Nikhil Alexander-Walker, even he played some initiation roles last year. Like, he was bringing the ball up. He can handle it. Naz Reid, we know, has one of the tighter handles for a big in the entire NBA. So maybe somebody who can handle the ball a little bit more. We were talking earlier about secondary scoring next to Anthony Edwards because there's times that, even being a top 10 player, he disappears in big moments. So having a guy next to you like Julius Randle probably isn't enough there. So could you find a secondary scoring option here? Could you find some depth behind Rudy Gobert, as they've also been rumored to be wanting to move off of Rudy Gobert?
Is this another surpriser from Scotto here?
I don't know. Did you
He's
see
not
it?
in our best available to 16 left. I'll tell you that.
Oh, boy.
That's because Rolly hates
Oh, okay.
Oh, really hates him?
You see Scotto on TweetDeck?
This guy sucks.
Okay.
Yeah, he ain't good.
I'm going to let you pronounce, since you've been doing more studying here,
Yeah.
this pick. Who do we got coming in here for Minnesota?
So this is Joan Beringer.
Okay.
Beringer.
Is that French?
He is a Frenchman. And look, I have not. I'm a college basketball guy. I don't do the most international research, I'll be honest with you guys. But I'm going to give you the lowdown on Beringer. Look, Rolly's probably not going to have too many goods about him. He says he's one of the youngest players in the draft. He's got really good size, explosive athlete. He can get off the floor extremely quickly, so an above-the-rim player here for a big. He's really coordinated, good ball skills. He's got good hands to be able to create deflections and stuff like that. He projects as an excellent shot blocker. Would have averaged 3.0 blocks per 40 minutes if he were to go to college. So there's a lot to like there as an upside pick, but he doesn't have a huge offensive game. Like he's only really a lob threat, dunk, around the rim type of player. He only took 13 jump shots during this past year, so don't expect him to be
doesn't
stretching
exactly
the floor.
replace either of the guys that we talked, because Naz Reid obviously extends to the 3-point line, and
No, this
Alexander
is-
Walker's
I mean-
a guard wing, so this is kind of just a random.
This is a Gobert replacement.
yeah. Well,
My goodness.
he's French as well, so there
yeah,
you go.
yeah.
The Frenchman teaming up in Minnesota.
Rolly had an early second-round grade on him, and he called him Damian Jones. So that's not exactly the
That's not what you're looking for in this
highest
draft
regard.
at 18.
No.
But clearly they feel better about him. So we'll see how that works out for Minnesota.
I want to see. I'm sure Rolly kind of sold low on the player comp there. I want to see some like higher range player comps for Joe Bering.
Let's see what Kevin O'Connor has.
Yeah, shades of.
All right, the Wizards are now on the clock, I believe. Is that correct, gentlemen, behind the scenes?
It would be the Wizards. They have not made a trade tonight, so yeah, it'd be the Wizards.
So Washington at 18 here, as we'll see what they do in this spot.
Some people say Clint Capella, Nerlens Noel.
I mean,
That's
if you
probably
get
on the better end.
Yeah, if you
Those-
get Capella, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
Even Noel at 18 would be fine.
yeah.
So.
Yeah,
we
not
had-
a lot of player movement.
Mark Williams, the only player trade so far.
And Misic.
yeah.
Misic got lumped
The
in that deal.
notable player so far,
Yeah.
Mark Williams. Yeah, if you guys want to shout out, go retweet our pinned tweet. We'll have the production boys throw that link in the chat for us.
Yes,
that
sir,
would be
yes, sir.
fantastic. And we'll circle back, give some shout outs in a minute. But if you want to get a shout out, retweet our pinned tweet. We appreciate all 1,500 and change people watching. So you guys are fantastic. And we'll be here all night long. We'll recap the first round once it's over. And I think Rolly's going to come back for his round one grade. So stay tuned for that. Long way to go here on night one of the NBA draft.
I'll tell you what, Harrison. For my Boston Celtics, who, for those of you who are watching at Celtics Today, I'll be hopping off here around pick 24, pick 25 in order to go cover Celtics solo. And the center board for the Boston Celtics is lining up pretty nicely right now. Two players
Yeah.
who I wanted nothing to do with at 28, Joe Beringer and Hansen Yang. Now you got, your kind of pick of the litter. Could you go Ryan Kalkbrenner? Could you go Danny Wolf? Even Maxime Raynaud. Like there's a lot of talent there in the late 20s, I think. And I think a lot of those guys are getting slept on as older prospects. Absolutely. Let me get into that Twitter real quick.
Smitty's going to
here.
pull up that tweet here. The next few picks, the string of Brooklyn picks, the rest of them gets going pretty soon here. By the way, they could be the first team ever, Smitty, to take 5 players in the first round of the draft if they keep all their picks and select them all. It's never happened before.
I don't think that it would be a bad decision to do so either.
Just load up,
Load up.
trade away some.
You're going to hit
Yeah.
on 2 of them. And
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Hopefully the guy you picked
If you have
eighth
one
is
huge
that
pick
guy.
and then 2 solid hits, then that's a pretty good draft.
Pin tweet. I'm finding it right here.
We'll get those shout-outs going momentarily. You got Brooklyn, Miami coming up for Heat fans. Our Heat channel is live. Nick Roloff, host of the Heat Report, getting ready for pick number 20. His worst fear could be coming true pretty soon. Smitty Walter Clayton Jr. We may have to do a live look-in.
I know. It's unbelievable.
I kind of might be in on that. I'm pulling it up on my phone. I'll tell you that.
I don't think we've gotten any new retweets yet, Jack.
If you want to shout out, go retweet our pinned tweet. Link is in the chat.
Why do I not know how to find that?
And
There we go. I got it.
just pull
Shout
it up
out
on your phone.
to JHRMZ. I don't really Germs. Is that how we would call that? Mitchell Rans, Jackson Durham, all the chat sports cats. Let's go. Johnny McMahon gave it a retweet. What else we got? And that's it for now.
All right, I do have a couple special shout-outs. Tune back in. So
Oh, yeah.
I've got some extended family in town tonight. Couldn't be there because I got to work the draft here. But
Shout out to Colin, by the way.
my wife Hannah and PJ are watching at home. Shout out to you guys. But also my cousin Jrue, his lovely wife Rebecca, their kids Owen and Claire are watching as well. Appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting the show.
Let's go.
And I will see you guys, I'd say tonight, but you guys will be asleep. But I'll see you guys in the morning before I come back for day 2 of the draft. But appreciate y'all for tuning in. Love you guys, and we'll continue our coverage here, but wanted to get that in real quick. Okay, the Wizards here. What do you like for Washington here?
Look, falling into their lap is Kasparas Jakuconis, and they took Tre Johnson earlier. They could have their backcourt of the future here, right now. That would be something. Maybe a guy like a Nick Clifford is a good fit here. Just a solid do-it-all kind of wing. Can play virtually any role that they ask him to in Washington. And I think that's a good spot because, like, you know, you have decent depth at different spots, but you could always use more. Like, especially on the wing for them. They got Koulibaly. They have Corey Kispert. But, you know, maybe a third guy that you can rotate in and out of there would be solid. Could they go big man? I mean, they have Alex Sarr. I mean, their center rotation, I can't imagine, is all that great at this point. So they can go in a lot of different directions here. But if they wanted to go best player available, I don't think it would be a bad idea at all.
You ready for this reporting from Jake Fisher?
Oh, God.
A Nugget source just texted him about the Hansen Yang pick.
Yeah.
Chinese Jokic is the text he got.
Okay. Yeah. I'll believe it.
Thoughts?
I'll believe that when I see it.
If he's 60% of
if he is
Jokic.
30% of Nikola Jokic, he's a hit.
Yeah, true.
Are you kidding? Chinese Jokic.
Fisher strikes again.
Sure. That is unbelievable. The hoops these people will jump through.
I mean, you want to talk about goalposts moving.
That's all they do.
You make the worst pick in the draft. Oh, he's Chinese Jokic.
Yep.
Okay. That's unbelievable.
Oh, boy. Here we go. We got trades. We got trades.
Rolly's bailed out.
Rolly is bailed out.
Rolly is bailed out.
Wow.
So,
interesting.
Unless the Heat are the team trading up.
No, they're not.
They're not?
They're not.
Who's trading up?
It is the Utah Jazz trading up.
Danny Ainge strikes again.
Danny Ainge goes out and gets the national champion, Walter Clayton.
So they get Walter Clayton and Ace Bailey. That's interesting. I don't mind
Certainly
it.
something. Two guys who never seen a shot they didn't like.
Yeah.
That is Utah sucks. Oh my God. This is brutal. This is brutal. This is not good for them. I mean, the CTE ball that will be going on in the Salt Lake City this year is downright damaging to the game of basketball.
This AAU CTE Jazz.
And look, I like Clayton. I think he's an excellent, fun watch. But as a pro, I just don't think he is a top 20 player in an NBA draft, and especially in this one.
To me, the best, maybe, you never want to say a best case scenario, but it feels like a best case scenario for him is like a volume 6 man.
Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah.
It's Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah.
And like, look, Peyton Pritchard, if you got him at 17, maybe that is a hit. Maybe that is a hit. But it's not guaranteed that he's going to get there. People are making the Curry comparisons. Like, just get that nonsense out of here right now. He is not that. He is not Steph Curry. Nobody is Steph Curry. Nobody will ever be Steph Curry. Walter Clayton's going to carve his own path, but I don't know how easy that's going to be with Ace Bailey taking all the shots. And they also have a guy like Keontae George who's CTE ball up there too. It's unbelievable.
Walter Clayton to the Jazz. Do we have trade details? Not seeing any yet. We're getting those on the fly here for you guys. As I will pull it up here. 21 and second round picks per Shams.
21 and second round. So they swap in seconds. That kind of makes sense to what it costs to move up to 18, 3 slots, 2 seconds. That makes me think the Celtics might want to move up as they've accumulated a bunch of second round picks.
Zach Lowe has it. 2 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, if you're Washington, I mean that's you move down 3 spots. If you don't love anyone at 18, that's fine.
Go for it.
Get more get more tradable picks.
And here comes another player wearing the wrong hat. It's going to happen very often tonight. It already has happened.
It's the worst thing in the NBA. Well, the NBA does a lot wrong. This is high on my list.
Yeah.
This is high on my list. Okay, so that'll bring us to the Brooklyn Nets. Is this their second pick of the night, right?
Their second pick of the night.
They took, remind me who they took earlier.
Egor Demin.
That's right. So what are you doing here then if you're Brooklyn?
So I'm probably not taking Jakuconis here, even though he's by far best player available, because that's just a clash there. Those two guys aren't going to run point together. If we want to go to the best available right now, we could probably try to map out.
You mentioned those centers
earlier.
earlier. There's been Nick Claxton rumors. If they want to trade him, they could draft a center here.
Yeah, we had speculated that Khaman Maluach would be a target for Brooklyn in the top 10. Ended up not going that route, but look, they could absolutely go that route now.
Looks like we have an update on the trade, by the way. It looks like it's 21 and 43 going to the Wizards.
That's also Jake
plus 2 future seconds. Well, Zach Lowe did update his tweet, so
Yeah.
So that's actually that looks even better for Washington. So they pick up a second this year and 2 future seconds, I think.
As far as bigs that are available right now, Asa Newell, he is a very intriguing prospect. His career could go a lot of different ways. Danny Wolf is a really skilled big man who kind of played a lot of quasi point guard for the Michigan Wolverines this past year after playing with the Yale Bulldogs. And Ryan Kalkbrenner, I want him at 28 if I'm the Boston Celtics, a real legit rim protector who can board up, be a lob threat, and has a little bit of extended range now as well. And then Maxime Raynaud, a little bit of a Kristaps Porzingis clone there. Good passing ability, 7-foot stretch big.
I still have some PTSD from Danny Wolf against the Frogs last year. That was a rough showing for the boys in purple. But appreciate the 2 from Juan Vichera here. Any prediction for the Warriors pick in the second round? Well, I'll tell you this, Smitty will have that all covered for you guys. Any names that come to mind?
Absolutely. I'll also for you, I'll have a video going out on the channel tomorrow once the first round's complete and we know who's on the board in round 2. Some names I have on for Golden State right now: 41, Sion James out of Duke, solid 3-and-D. He can handle the ball as well. Had a lot of that responsibility in Durham this past year. Chaz Lanier, a sharpshooter from Tennessee, out there on the wing. I would like him. Kobe Brea, the 6'7" sharpshooter from Kentucky. I think the Warriors are going to go for a shooter this time around. They just clearly didn't have enough down the stretch of the season into the postseason last year. So look for some sharpshooters that are hovering around that 41 pick range.
Okay, a big super chat. Appreciate the 50 from Gwendolyn Plays.
Gwendolyn Plays is done with supers for the night, but Gwendolyn, you have absolutely been the MVP of the stream so far. Shout out to you. More raffle entries coming your way. Make sure you stick around with us so you can accept your prize when it's all said and done and we do the raffle at the end of tonight's stream.
Yeah, be sure, even if you have to go for a little bit, come back around pick 30 just to make sure you get in on that raffle if you end up winning it. So shout out to Gwendolyn for the 50, bringing the heat here on Chat Sports.
Oh, boy, somebody does have to do a beer bong. Harrison,
man.
I feel like that's you, brother.
All right, someone's going to have to go. You want to go get me one, Reed? I can go grip and rip real quick.
Grip and rip. Let's go.
Yeah, that works.
So Brooklyn on the board here. I think it would be fine to go best player available, although even though that's Jakuconis, I'm not so sure that they'll go that route with just drafting a point guard. So the best overall players available right now. Jack, do we have those? I want to see if I can project where Brooklyn's going here. Oh, this is Nick Clifford. This is Nick Clifford right here. Yeah. This is Nick Clifford written all over it. A stabilizer, somebody who plays the game the right way, elite rebounder, can shoot the outside shot, has a little bit of an in-between game as well. I love everything about Nick Clifford as a player. He's going to be a 10 to 15-year pro, no doubt.
Yeah, excited to see what he can do. He was obviously centerpiece of that Colorado State team this past year. So Brooklyn here, that we got the Heat at 20. You know, Rolly is feeling fantastic right now.
Oh my God, he could end up with Jakuconis at 20.
Well, and he was just in shambles at the idea of Walter Clayton.
Yeah. So he's probably This is his
dream big board.
This is his dream big board right here. Jakuconis, who he had 6th overall, and then all 3 of the 2 guys in the middle, the mid-major legends, Rasheer Fleming and Nick Clifford, are very high up on his Heat board, and Nolan. No, this is Rolly's biggest. He cannot lose. He cannot lose right now.
Hey, let's do a quick Sam, Jack. Can we do a quick Walter Clayton trade up recap so they can grab a short since he's a notable player? They'll screen grab it out there. You can just ISO me. I can do it real quick and just go through the trade details and spend 30 seconds on it.
Clear out. ISO.
Do we have the trade? I'd say have the trade graphic and then just like the pick L3 or whatever it is. I'll do the beer bong here in a second, but some quick thoughts on Walter Clayton heading over to the Utah Jazz. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, Walter Clayton is the pick for the Jazz at number 18 overall as they traded up for their second pick of the night. They took Ace Bailey earlier. They trade 21 overall, 43 overall to Washington, plus 2 future second-round picks in 2031 and in 2032. So the Jazz get another guard who is not afraid to shoot in Walter Clayton Jr. Obviously, when they took Ace Bailey earlier, that was a bit controversial because apparently he didn't want to go to Utah. But Danny Ainge, a veteran executive, not scared at all. He adds the national champion and Walter Clayton to this Utah Jazz squad in the first round of the NBA draft. All right, so that was the Clayton pick. We've got the 19th pick coming up for the Brooklyn Nets. I think that one may have just come in, Smitty.
Let me see here.
Well, there's chatter at least.
There's chatter. There's rumblings. There's scuttlebutt. Oh, boy. He's going to get whoever he wants.
There is some chatter.
Oh, no, because he just went, didn't he? Wow. Hold on. We're going to get it live right here. The Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traore. Wait, what? Why did they do that? That makes no sense.
I'm going to rip this while you react.
Okay,
so.
Why the hell did they just take Egor, Demin, and Nolan Traore in the same draft? Why did they do that? 2 true point guards? What are we doing? Brooklyn, you have everything at your disposal right now. Traore is a good player, man, but there's other talent on the board here for Brooklyn. I don't like this pick, and it's not that I don't like the player. This is all about fit, and I feel bad for Traore. I don't think he's going to get as big of an opportunity as he maybe anticipated heading into this draft. He's really long player though, 6'3" without shoes, 6'8" wingspan. He was projected to be a top 5 pick before the college basketball season rolled around, and he gets up and down the floor, man. He is a transition player, but I kind of have Egor Demin kind of mocked up very similarly. He's an elite passer. He can create for basically everybody on the roster. And overall, this is just kind of a head-scratching pick for me, man. I just don't know. I'm not so sure that he is going to see the opportunity that he needs in Brooklyn.
Maybe they're just taking the approach, like you said. Maybe they'll just make all 5 of these picks and we're just going to take the guys who we think are the best.
Whoever works. Best player available. If they think it's Traore, then that's what tells me their strategy is tonight. There's going to be BPA.
It's the old football strategy. You can't go wrong if you just take the best player on your board.
Yep.
So we'll see if that works out for Brooklyn as they have now made 2 of their potential 5 picks on the night. All right, Smitty, Tyler Smith is going to hop off. He's going to go live. Are we already simulcasting live?
We are simulcasting live on Celtics Today right now. So, guys, stick around over there. There's going to be a little bit of a 2-second pause or whatever, but do not worry. I will be right back. I will be solo, and we'll be talking straight Celtics. So get that chat rate pumping right now so we can get all these newcomers in as we get closer to Boston's pick here.
Yeah, we'll have the Celtics stream here. Smitty will be live over there in a moment.
Awesome.
All righty, he steps off. We're going to bring Jeffrey Cooperstein on here in a few moments, but you take a look at some of the best available here on screen. Nate Clifford, someone who sticks out to me as well. Jace Richardson on the board also, and kind of starting to get toward the final third of the first round. I low-key am curious to see who the Miami Heat take here as Nick Roloff is live on the Heat Report. We'll see what they end up doing with this selection. I know a few guys that he really liked are still available, so we'll see what they do. Who do you think they're taking? Does he not want them? I would think we'll see what happens there. But we are at pick 20, so about 2/3 of the way through the first round of the 2025 NBA draft. I think we're up to 4 or 5 trades now. They've started to really sprinkle in the middle 10 picks or so. But Miami kind of in a weird spot as a franchise. They obviously tried to get Kevin Durant, but weren't willing to give up some of their young, controllable assets to do so. So you kind of wonder, is it time to maybe for a reboot? But Pat Riley's 80 years old. Does he want a reboot? That's probably a no. So we'll see what they do here. And obviously what they will do over the next few days leading up to NBA free agency as well. The trade market's been pretty active, so unclear exactly who they end up with and what direction they go in. Do they try to go all in and contend, or do they go in the opposite direction and hit that reset button as a franchise? But they are on the clock right now, and we could kind of get a tip of what direction they are going in. Do they take a win-now player? There was a lot of Walter Clayton buzz, but he is off the board. Do they take more of a kind of what they did with Nikola Jovic a few years ago, someone who could develop into something but may not be able to help right away. We'll see which direction they go in. We'll bring in Jeffrey Cooperstein now, host of Mavericks Today, as obviously Cooper Flagg was the pick there.
Yes,
Coop,
indeed.
no surprise. Any thoughts? I mean, we could talk Flagg. We kind of knew that was coming, but what has stood out to you tonight other than that?
Yeah, look, I think the surprising picks have kind of been few and far between. I was pretty surprised about the Ace Bailey pick.
That feels like the story of the night because that was not one of the teams he wanted to go to.
Yeah, it was pretty well documented. He wanted to stay on the East Coast, and he ends up in Utah, which is pretty much the opposite of the East Coast. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. I think another big story is what the hell is going on in Phoenix with the Suns as they draft Khaman Maluach, and then 2 seconds later they trade 2 first-round picks for Mark Williams. So I don't quite understand that. I think Mark Williams is a great player, so they get a very good starting caliber center through the Phoenix Suns. But then at that point, why take Maluach? So.
Yeah, I mean, their bigs are kind of, when Miles Plumlee's your best big, maybe you just want to double dip there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that certainly caught our attention. Then obviously Hansen Yang, who was a middle second-round prospect according to Nick Roloff on our big board, he goes 16. And then when Jake Fisher says that a source told him Chinese Jokic, that's a bit of a reach.
Is that what he called him?
Well, he did. A source told him that. To be fair.
Good God, what are we doing?
Talk about spinning a narrative.
I mean that's pretty embarrassing from Jake Fisher. And for those of you that don't know, Jake Fisher might be my mortal enemy on this earth. Look, man.
What about Nico Harrison?
They're
on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, for sure. Look, that was just a very strange pick. My guess is that was an agent promise. They just told his agent, "Hey, we're going to take this guy." And look, now he's got 1 billion new fans over there in China. So
Rolly's about to party.
Congratulations to Mr. Yang. The pick is in for the Miami Heat.
Rolly's about to party.
Rolly's about to party.
Any guesses? It's Jakuconis.
Oh, is it really?
I got to get a live look.
Oh, that's going to be Nick Roloff.
I'm pulling up the Heat report, baby. Okay. All right, we're going to not really sign off on Celtics. We're going to send it over to Tyler Smith, our Celtics Today channel momentarily. We got to, make sure we don't cross wires here. It's all techno talk, but once they're ready to go, we are going to do just that. But while we await here, Jakuconis is going to be the pick for the Miami Heat. But we're going to send it over to Tyler Smith solo on Celtics Today as their pick is coming up.
I'm here. All right. Different background. I'm green now, where I need to be. What's going on, Celtics fans? Solo stream is back. Got my guy, producer Reed, here with me. Let's get into it, man. Let's talk Celtics basketball. I was tired of talking about all these bum-ass teams in the NBA. Let's go, C's. Come on. Everybody, as you guys file in, spam your Shamrock emojis down in the comment section. Let's go, baby. I'm ready to rock and roll with the real ones here at Celtics Today, man. This is where I want to be. It was fun covering the draft broadly, but now we can get into the meat and potatoes of Boston's draft here as the Miami Heat at pick 20 just selected Kasparas Jakuconis, the guard out of Illinois. Nick Roloff is overjoyed with excitement right now. He is screaming in his live stream studio across the hall from me. I can hear him a little bit. So a little bit embarrassing at a Rolly, but hey, he got his guy, it seems, who he had ranked at the 6th overall prospect in this draft. They get him at 20. He's got to be very, very ecstatic with that. Shout out to everybody in the building. PS2 Gaming, what's going on, my man? What do we got here? Z-Rain Bose. Charliza Johnson. How we doing? Spam your shams down in the comment section. Get us rolling here. Oh, okay. I'll just maybe lower this guy a little bit too. Alrighty. Let's go. Celtics fan news zone. Let's go. Yeah, and guys, honestly, with the C's being at pick 28, I didn't get to give a lot of Celtics insight over there on the main chat sports draft stream. So now we can talk C's ball. I can give you guys my insight on who I would have selected at pick 28. But let's go. I want the chat rate to get pumping up here. I want the people to be loud. I want the people to be rowdy. Let's go, man. I know it's pick 28, but with the position the Celtics are in right now, they're going to need a guy who can contribute. So I'm excited to see who will be wearing Celtic green for the first time come next season. Very, very excited. And there's also some guys that are dropping, man, in this draft. I mean, maybe not necessarily like huge drops, but like a guy like Rasheer Fleming, like who knows if he ends up making it all the way down to 28. This is going to be interesting, man. What's up?
What's crazy? Producer Reed here.
Yeah, producer Reed here. Shout out to him.
So I'll throw myself on camera, but Walter Clayton.
Yeah, that was wild.
Interesting pick.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Was Walter Clayton a guy that you guys had on your radar coming into this draft? Was he a player that you would have wanted the Boston Celtics to take? Why for yes and for no? Let me know what you guys think. Should Walter Clayton, or would you have wanted Walter Clayton at pick 28? He got picked 10 selections ahead at 18. I am not the biggest fan of Walter Clayton as an NBA prospect. Excellent college player. Just think small guards, jump shooter. Like, he's a gamer. There's no doubt about it. He's a winner. He's a gamer. He knows how to perform in high stakes scenarios. But 48 minutes, I'm not so sure that he is my favorite NBA, kind of projection in this draft. Kalkbrenner coming. That would be my guy. That would be my guy. Ryan Kalkbrenner. Can we get him at pick 28? I would be ecstatic. I'd be ecstatic. But as of right now, if you guys are just joining us, why don't we roll through the draft so far? If you guys are just joining us, see some Danny Wolf love in the chat as well. Would not be mad at Danny Wolf whatsoever. Maxime Raynaud is another name that is very, very hot in Celtics draft, mock draft streets. So we'll see how it all pans out in about 7 selections. Cooper Flagg, we all know, went number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. No surprise there, as well as no surprise with number 2, number 3, or number 4 with Harper, Edgecomb, and Knueppel. With all the latest draft buzz leading up to tonight's draft, it was said that Edgecomb would be the pick for Philly if they stuck there, and it was said that Kon Knueppel was likely going to be the pick for Charlotte at number 4. Ace Bailey with the first, I guess you could call surprise-ish of the draft because he did decline the Utah Jazz workout, so he is going to a situation I guess he's not super keen on being in right now. But Danny Ainge, he is not afraid to go and do that. Us Celtics fans, we know that all too well. Remember, Tatum wasn't even wanting to be a Celtic before the 2017 draft. Danny Ainge said, I don't give a shit, and I'm going to take you anyway. Look where it all panned out. Tre Johnson there at 6 to the Wizards. Jeremiah Fears at 7, the 2 guards who were kind of mocked around this spot going to Washington and New Orleans. And then Egor Demin goes to Brooklyn at 8. We'll talk a little bit more about their following draft selection in just a couple of minutes. I like Egor Demin. It's a good fit, but yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Colin Murray-Boyles goes number 9 to Toronto. Kind of a do-it-all, but do nothing big. Like he does everything good, but doesn't do anything great, in my opinion. And I'm not so sure how he projects next to Scotty Barnes in that lineup. Come on, Maluach. He goes 10th overall to the Suns, who made a big-time trade with the Charlotte Hornets to acquire Mark Williams as well. So now they have 2 rim-protecting centers there in Phoenix. They didn't have any previously, so they did a good job of filling that hole on the roster. Cedric Coward there. The Grizzlies have been looking for a wing for the past 5 years, and they finally get theirs, and they trade up with the Portland Trailblazers. I like Coward, but I'm a little bit hesitant because he was a late riser in this draft process, and everybody's kind of trying to look for that next Jalen Williams of the OKC Thunder. So we'll see if Coward ends up being all he's marked up to be. Got Noa Essengue, a little bit of a project pick for the Chicago Bulls there, but a little bit more of a, I guess, higher floor project than some other players that we're about to talk about in just a moment. Derik Queen, the big man out of Maryland, clutch. He goes to the Pelicans at 13. I think the Pelicans have had an awesome draft so far. Fears and Queen for the future. Carter Bryant falls right into the lap of the San Antonio Spurs at 14. Great two-way player. Didn't put up crazy counting numbers in Arizona last year, but in the biggest moments, he was stuck on the opposing team's best offensive threat, and he got downhill pretty solid as well. Going to work on the jump shot a little bit, but I like Carter Bryant a lot. He's going to be a pro for a long time. Fits beautifully in San Antonio. Thomas Sorber coming off a foot injury from his freshman season at Georgetown, and this is a good landing spot for him, in my opinion. Oklahoma City needed a little bit of front court depth behind Isaiah Hartenstein. Chet Holmgren, not exactly a prototypical center in this league, albeit a 7-footer. They needed more size and strength down low, and Sorber projects pretty solid as he can kind of be eased into the NBA life after suffering a pretty solid injury over his freshman year at Georgetown. Hansen, Yang. I don't know anything about Hansen Yang. I can't. I know the Warriors.
Just move on.
I know the Warriors worked him out, but apparently somebody in the Denver Nuggets front office texted Jake Fisher and called him Chinese Jokic. So we'll see if that ends up being remotely close to true.
It's fucking Hansen. I'm so sorry.
It's fucking Yang. I'm so sorry. Jake Fisher, you need to just mute. There we go. Joan Bering. I don't think he's a good player either. He goes to the Timberwolves there at 17. They did need some front court depth behind Gobert. They got Randall and Naz Reid, who could potentially hit free agency this summer, so they get some relief there. But he's a big-time project as well. Walter Clayton, we just talked about, goes to Utah. Utah's going to play a lot of CTE ball next year, man. Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton, Keontae George. We got the number 20. Oh, another player. No, wait. This isn't going to. This is not. This is. Oh, Will Riley goes here? Oh, I did not notice that. I'm not going to lie. Will Riley from Illinois, the wing, goes to Utah here at 21. A little high for Will Riley, in my opinion. This is the Wizards, yes. This is the Wizards because the Jazz, and they just made the trade. Yeah, this is the Walter Clayton deal. So there's that. And then we got the last couple, Nolan Traore. So this is where we talk about the Nets for a little bit here. 5 first-round picks, and they decided to use their first 2 on raw, true point guards. It's certainly a choice. It's certainly a choice. They need a lot of help in Brooklyn, and they just clogged their backcourt a little bit, as they probably are going to look to re-sign Cam Thomas as well as a restricted free agent this summer. We'll see where Brooklyn goes with the rest of their selections here coming up. And then finally, Kasparas Jakuconis and Will Riley rounding out the last 2 selections. Nick Roloff very, very happy about his Kasparas Jakuconis selection for Miami. And look, man, we are now 7 picks away, but 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 6 picks essentially away from the Celtics being on the clock. 6 selections away from the Celtics being on the clock. So lock us in. Go down below, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, do all the things you need to do to show that you are a diehard Celtics fan here at Celtics Today. Let's go. 300 people watching, 144 likes. Can we get to 200 likes? That'd be awesome. That'd be absolutely dope. Who's the best player available, though, for the Celtics? You guys tell me in the comment section. And if you are going to comment that, make sure you go and like the video first. But who's the best player available for Boston right now? Like, best player available right now? Like, there's talent that won't be available when Boston ends up picking here. Like, there's no doubt about it. But at this point, like, with what we've seen with some certain fallers and risers, like, anything's kind of on the table. Like, any of these guys, in theory, could be available for Boston at 28. Man, Rasheer Fleming and Nick Clifford taking a little bit of a dip here, as well as Jace Richardson, who really did have 20th overall. I had him mocked a little bit higher. I thought he was a lottery talent from the Tom Izzo system up in Michigan State. Can score the heck out of the basketball and projects a solid defender, even though he is only 6'2". I like Jace Richardson a lot. Honestly, wouldn't be that mad if he was a Celtics pick, but I think they should go front court here. Asa Newell, he is kind of a man. Is he like a Marvin Bagley type? Like not saying Bagley like level of play, but projects the prospect.
That was more of man. He was.
Oh, he was
so
tough.
good.
Oh, he was so good.
So good.
Oh, he was really good. They're saying Jonathan Isaac, Brandon Clark, so not exactly, 6'11", near 7 foot, kind of Bagley type of big, but like a versatile defender, essentially, is what you're getting with Asa Newell, and he is, you hope he projects and progresses in his offensive game as well. Adu Thiero from Arkansas, not the biggest fan. I don't think Boston will go that way. Ben Saraf, I think they could go for that route in round 2 potentially, as they held the 32nd overall pick tomorrow. I could see them going that route. Noah Penda has been mocked to them before, the French wing who can rebound the heck out of the basketball. Danny Wolf, very skilled big man, so we'll see how this all shakes out for Boston. But
seeing a lot of Wolf and Fleming in the chat.
Wolf and Fleming, huh? Okay. There's Kalkbrenner's in there too. Grant Nelson from Elijah Robinson, ball knower. I love Grant Nelson. Not a first-round pick, but he's my guy.
Smitty, I want to get your thoughts on
Absolutely.
Mr. Liam McNeely.
Liam McNeely. Look, man, he is going to play a role in this league. He is not an athlete. He is quite slow laterally. but he makes good decisions with the basketball. He can shoot the rock, and that's kind of what you're getting. He's young. McNeely, to me, if you need an instant contributor rather than like an off-the-bench complimentary player, then I'm not so sure that he would be the type of guy that you go after. But he played in a winning system up there in UConn, so I don't have any reservations about his professionalism and transition to the next level. Just the overall like archetype and raw skills and athletic talent, just kind of don't. He's not the highest on my board for that reason. I want to see some player comps for McNeely. Yeah, they're calling him Corey Kispert. Like, that makes sense. Like, can score, can put the ball on the deck a little bit, but it's kind of going to slow burn you to the basket. Not a great defender. So, like, that's what you're kind of getting. A scoring wing who's going to make the right plays when he's being asked to do so. And that's fine. If you need that off your bench, and that's awesome. I think the Celtics have enough guys that fit that kind of mold right now.
Are you a Kalkbrenner guy?
Oh, all the way.
Yeah.
All
So
the way.
if you close your eyes and you open them and the Celtics pick is on the TV and it's Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Mm-hmm. Ecstatic.
Okay.
Ecstatic.
All right.
So excited. I think he can start. Right away. I mean, look.
That's the biggest need.
If they don't bring back Luke Cornett and or Al Horford, like there's a chance they bring back neither of them. They have no centers in the roster. Neemias Queta is their center. Can't have that. I'm not doing it. I don't care how many of you guys love Queta in the chat. No. Here we go. This is what Rolly wrote up, and I kind of gave my 2 cents as well when we did this Celtics draft profile. Like, yeah, they lose the Knicks, and we all know what happened thereafter. Second apron is a bitch, and they had to get off of Jrue Holiday, had to get off of Kristaps Porzingis, but they are very financially flexible at this point. They can aggregate salaries in trades. They're in the first apron, not the second apron. They're not going to face huge repeater penalties. They got off over nearly $150 million. Maybe it was $180 million off their luxury tax bill by making those couple of moves, and then you even get a guy in those moves by acquiring Anthony Simons, who in a season where he's not expiring, by the way, so if it doesn't work out, like they don't have to bring him back. And if you bring him in a year without Jason Tatum, and you're going to need some scoring punch on this roster. There's just no doubt about it. Tatum averages 30 a game. Like, you're going to need guys to put the ball in the cup.
Hey, we together we looked at his stats. Progressively has gotten better.
Yeah.
Each year.
Those are my favorite players, man. Like, the guys who just get better with experience, and especially considering, like, it's hard to progress to be a winning player in Portland, man. Like, they have been a dumpster fire since Lillard left. So, like,
they were a dumpster fire with Lillard.
With Lillard. Like, yeah, I think the last season or so, they didn't even make the playoffs with Dame. So, like, it's very difficult, especially when Simons was drafted with Dame. And I don't know if it was McCollum. I don't know if McCollum was on the team at that point. Maybe they traded him in that same offseason. But regardless, like, it's very difficult to go out there and be a winner in Portland, Oregon right now. So, like, you get him into a winning system. He's got a plus wingspan. Like, he could potentially be a solid team defender. That hasn't been his calling card so far. But what we do know he can do is put the ball in the cup and at an efficient rate. An above league average three-point shooter, a twitchy athlete, can get above the rim like no other. Like, he is a really good NBA player. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on him because he was kind of up in there in the Pacific Northwest losing a bunch of basketball games. That's my point of view. And am I drinking the Celtics Kool-Aid? Hell yeah. The hell? Of course I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. And the pick is in for Atlanta. A Celtics draft target is off of the board here. Drake Powell heads to Atlanta here. The wing out of North Carolina projects as a really, really solid defender. Oh my goodness, he just skied up and got that block off the glass. That was nuts. That's funny because I was watching that game live. Yeah, me and Rolly and I were at Cosm during this Duke UNC game, funny enough. Yeah. So Drake Powell heads to the it says Brooklyn Nets, but it's going to be, yeah, it is the Brooklyn Nets. I'm tweaking. It is the Brooklyn Nets. So our stuff is right.
Our stuff is correct.
I don't know why.
Because they suck.
So wait, did the Nets and Hawks just make a trade here? This is 22. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm an idiot because this is from, I cannot believe that ESPN puts them, they put the Hawks logo there, yet the trade was done yesterday. And I get it. Maybe according to league rules, since the trades can't be finalized till July 6th, they are obligated to put those logos up there. We're not going to do that nonsense for you guys. So we're not going to do that for you. Drake Powell heads to Brooklyn now. And that's a little bit of a problem. Like, I just don't think he was a Brooklyn fit. Like, I think they needed guys who project as solid offensive players. But look, they don't have a lot of great defenders on the roster right now. So you get a guy who can contribute in that way right away in Drake Powell. Interesting pick. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. What do you got? Drake Powell. I want to see who role he comped him to.
How about this?
Oh, we
Come
are on our way. So 300 likes.
200.
200 likes. We're on our way to 200 likes. We're 47 likes away. Can everybody go down below, hit that thumbs up icon. We're literally 4 picks away from the Celtics being on the clock. So lock in, baby. The chat needs to get bigger. And the only way that can happen at this point in the night is if you guys go down below and hit that thumbs up icon. Type me when you do so I can give you guys some shout outs. Like the video. Hit that like button.
Smitty,
What's up?
correct me if I'm wrong. With Porzingis gone, Jrue Holiday gone, switching up the roster a lot right now.
Seems that way.
After winning NBA championship 2 years ago. Right now, unfortunately, with the East and all the injuries, not a terrible time to switch things up.
Not a terrible time to switch things up. I mean, you have the Tatum Achilles.
It is open right now.
Yeah, and I think that
it's weak.
The roster they have in place, like, I'm not going to say it's the best team in the East, even the second best team in the East, but
you're not out of it.
You're not out of it.
Because
They're not.
It's so weak right now that, I mean, honestly, the only team that's there is the Knicks. The Sixers just picked 3.
I also don't think the Celtics are done making moves yet. So
No.
they're going to be in a spot that now that they're flexible a little bit where they can kind of do whatever they want in a way. Like they have multiple contracts that they can package together to go out and get a high salary player if that's something that they're into. But they also want to probably bring back Al Horford and Luke Cornett too in the front court. I think the Celtics look solid right now outside of the center position, given that their 2 guys are free agents and we don't know exactly who they've drafted yet. I'm very, very excited. Brad Stevens, he's only ever had 1 first-round pick in his tenure as Celtics GM. It was last year with Baylor Scheinman at pick 30. This is his first pick ever in the 20s, so it's not very far off, but we'll see how it all shakes out. We are 30 likes away from 200 likes. 275 people in the building. Let's get there right now, baby. Let's go. How much is Jaylen Brown paid? Supermax contract. He makes $55 million a season. And he will also eventually make $60 million a season. I think it'll also end up being $65 million a season in his final year. Yeah, we got cooked by the Knicks, and credit to them. They played well. We didn't. But they're not a better basketball team. Well, no, I won't do that. Cato we can keep as a decent bench center for real? No. He can't play. He's not an NBA player. It's okay. It's all right. Not everybody is. 99.9999999% of the world is not an NBA player. So it is what it is. JB is worth every penny. Do you guys think, what do you guys think? Will the Celtics trade one of Jaylen Brown or Derik White? Will Brad Stevens pull the trigger? Is it all smoke? Like these monster offers that the Celtics are getting for Derik White and Jaylen Brown. Will he end up pulling the trigger? Why for yes and for no? What do you guys think? Who doesn't know? JB with no left hand? I mean, yeah, low-key. No. I think we're keeping both too. Would you guys trade them? I guess it's a 2-parter. Everybody saying no? Keeping both? Let's see what my guy Greenberg saying right now. Or is like Jay King reporting anything? Like this, I mean, Celtics, we all know, like to keep things in-house. So it's always you don't expect many leaks coming from the Celtics here. Is Jeff Goodman breaking picks? Oh my God. Yep. Yeah, they are. Because Asa Newell is about to get selected here. And Jeff Goodman is breaking picks. That's awesome. That's hysterical. Wow. Wow. So, look, man, I don't think that they will, but, and especially now that the Spurs offer isn't really out there. Spurs obviously take Harper. Spurs take Carter Bryant at 14. They're probably going to keep Stephon Castle. Like, that trade's off the table now. Scott Burgess was never right. So here we go. Coming up next here will be the Hawks selection, and that will go to the Georgia forward Asa Newell. Okay.
It means OKC on the clock.
Okay.
Again?
OKC is on the clock here. Why are they on the clock? Oh, they have 2 picks. That's right. That makes sense. So many of these picks in the late first round have been traded multiple times. It is a little difficult to keep up with. I can't lie to you guys. What's up?
So,
What do you got? What do you got for me?
something positive right now.
Mhm.
This is what you had coming in, right? This is what you had coming in.
Yes, this is what I had coming in. Is my projected
These are your draft
players.
targets. Good news.
They're
available.
all
All of them
available.
available.
Every single one. Pick a player to draft in the comments right now. If it's Ryan Kalkbrenner, oh, there we go. We have that too. Yay! You guys know what to do. You see the instructions on screen. Who are we taking? Pick one of these guys to draft. They're all going to be available. Let us know. What do we got coming in the chat right now, Reed? Maxime Raynaud? I actually want to make sure that I get that pronunciation correct if they do end up picking him. Maxime Raynaud. It's Raynaud.
We got we got a Kalkbrenner. We got Danny Wolf. We got another Kalkbrenner.
Okay. Some Reynauds. And Noah Penda coming in from Bering. Let's
All
go.
right.
Let's go. I think Celtics fans are going to be happy. Oh, Croatian kid. Let's go. For a U-Haul return. I love that. I would do it too, brother. Not low-key, like not white. Nah, I wouldn't trade Derik White personally. Let's go. Somebody who I know probably doesn't really follow college basketball all that much said pre-draft take. Jeremiah Fears is 100% going to be good because a Zero Fears jersey is destined to go triple platinum. Oh no, there's some dude. There's a dark side of NBA Twitter, man, where they make some off-color jokes, and I know exactly what I just saw across my timeline. Nick Clifford's going to go here to Sacramento with 24. And Oklahoma City is trading the pick to Sacramento. So I wonder if we'll get the trade details. Is there like a sheet for NBA draft trade in there? Maybe you could just go to Studio G. If you want to link trade to Studio G, that'd be dope. Oh, we do have it. Do we have a database? Like a that's the latest. Oh, I don't think the details are all that in yet. I want to see what Scotto's saying here. Oh, and shout out to my guy, Croatian kid. For a big U-Haul return, we definitely trade JB or Derik White. I think so too, man. Look, Derik White, a package you'd get back for him is something similar to a Desmond Bane package, in my opinion. I don't think you're going to get the on-court value back, and I don't think Jason Tatum would like that very much. A Jaylen Brown trade, I don't think there's a lot of suitors out there right now, to be honest. Like, if you're trading for Jaylen Brown, and I've said this on the show before I kind of was drinking the Kool-Aid of him potentially getting traded. If you're trading for Jaylen Brown, you're saying to yourself, he's either going to be my best player, and I'm not so sure you can win a championship if he's your best player and you don't have another guy like Jason Tatum next to him, or he's your highest paid player, which a lot of teams in the NBA probably don't want him to be their highest paid player. The Supermax contract that he got is not super attractive around the league. It's hard to trade for. Like, it isn't easy, especially when Jaylen Brown is a really, really good basketball player. He would deserve a treasure trove of draft picks, immediate contributors right away. Like, that would be ideal, but not a lot of teams are willing to do that at this point. So time will tell if that ends up happening. I don't think it's going to at this point. The Celtics were trying to get into the lottery in order to take a player that they liked, but it seems right now that they're not going to be trading Derik White or Jaylen Brown, because if it was going to happen, I think it was going to happen before the draft. At least round 1 was over. Yeah. Alrighty here. Last couple of picks that have gone up on the board. Will Riley, the wing out of Illinois, goes to the Wizards at 21. Drake Powell goes to the Brooklyn Nets at 22. Interesting draft so far for Brooklyn, considering all the capital that they have. They still have more picks to go before the first round is over. I think 2 more. Asa Newell goes to the Atlanta Hawks there. I actually like that fit for him in Atlanta. As, another just versatile defender who can switch a bunch of different spots. I like Asa Newell in Atlanta there. And Nick Clifford. This is a good Sacramento Kings pick. The Kings, they're not the best drafters that we've ever seen in their entire team's history, to be quite honest with you. And they go get a guy, Nick Clifford, who is a safe pick. As I am trying to battle back burps right now, excuse me. But the trade alert. Okay, so Thunder obviously give that first round pick, 24 overall, to the Kings. So that's where Nick Clifford will go. And Nick Clifford's a really good player, man. He's an elite rebounder. He can go score off of the bounce. He can shoot pretty solid off of the catch. Full details to be announced to this point, but Sacramento gets his pick and selects Nick Clifford, who is a good player, man. He was asked to do basically everything on the floor for the Colorado State Rams this past year. Had an elite NCAA tournament. He's a really versatile player, man. He's only 6'5", 6'6", but guy averages like 9 rebounds a game. Like he shot 38% from 3. Like he could do it all.
You were high on the Colorado State Rams.
Oh yeah, absolutely was. Yeah. Me. It was me, Rolly's squad, and I'll give the credit to Nick Roloff there. He was on him first. But we were big proponents of the Colorado State Rams making a run in the NCAA tournament. Ended up running into a really, really good Maryland Terrapins team. Like, I think that Colorado State, they took them down the wire. They lost on a buzzer beater. So I think that Nick Clifford, especially being the engine that he was for that team, both on the offensive and defensive end, he's going to fit right in Sacramento, as they need all the defense they can get at this point. Yeah. And that's, man, they're head scratchers. It's head scratchers in Brooklyn right now. Obviously, they pick up 2 true point guards, 2 guys who have a lot of work to do on their professional archetypes. Like, Demin has trouble shooting. Traore doesn't even shoot. Like, I don't know. It was an interesting first couple of selections for the Nets, and then they followed up with Drake Powell, who I like. It's a project player, and I guess the Nets think that they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NBA once again next season. Very, very interesting trio of selections to start for Brooklyn. We'll see if they go to maybe some more offensively gifted players as far as scoring goes for the final 2 picks of this draft. As far as the best available, according to our friend Nick Roloff here, Rasheer Fleming, number 1, he continues to fall. I could absolutely see the the Orlando Magic taking him right here. But is this pick going to the Grizzlies? I'm not so sure. No. It says we have the Magic on the clock here, so I guess they didn't give away this pick in the Desmond Bane deal. So the Magic are going to make a selection here. And I want to see if it's been tipped yet. Siegel's been cooking. Let me see if Siegel's got this one. Yep, got it. We'll wait till we get the graphic in, but I do know who is going to the Magic, and I think it's a fucking awesome fit. That's a great fit for them. And by the way, with that Nick Clifford pick for Sacramento, looks more and more like Malik Monk His days are numbered. Who's that? Siegel. There's a couple different guys around the NBA media circles tipping picks tonight. You got Michael Scotto, Hoops Hype. You got Brett Siegel at Clutch Points. Jeff Goodman is tipping picks right now over at the Field of 68. Jake Fisher dropping hints as well. And I wonder if this is in. Joseph Parker in the building. There's no way. Joseph Parker. Is that my Joseph Parker? There's no way. There's no way bro's in the chat right now. He did send in a super chat. Shout out to him. We're at $20 right now. If we could get up to $50, $100 in super chats, that would be awesome. If we got a $50 super chat before the Celtics make their pick, I'll take that up your shotgun.
And I'll race him.
Oh, race me. Oh, my goodness. $50 super chat. We will take down a beer shotgun race right here at Celtics Today as the Orlando Magic have gone and selected Michigan State guard Jace Richardson, 25th overall. Richardson's going to be a good player, man. He's going to be a good player. He's not going to have a ton of responsibility in Orlando's start. It's a good spot for him to be in. Can score the heck out of the basketball. Got a solid in-between game. He can defend the heck out of people as well, even though he's only standing at 6'2". Like, I like Jace Richardson a lot, coming from the Izzo culture up there at Michigan State. So it's a good selection for the Orlando Magic here, who needed more perimeter players at the guard position. Joseph Parker says, would you trade Jalen and Derik White for Jokic and Christian Brown? Yes. What? Come on, dude. That's a no-brainer.
And then we woke up.
And then we woke up from the dream. And then the Denver Nuggets laughed at us. Pearson KG gave us a 5-year run after being 32 years old. Yeah, and how good were those? They had one Eastern Conference Finals run, and they got LeBron Game 6. Like,
Smitty, remind me. Do you remember Mr. I forget what is it? The dude that played with LaMelo at Spire. He went to Michigan State. Was it Watts?
Oh, Rocket Watts. Yeah.
Rocket Watts.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's not an NBA player.
No. I had high hopes for him. He reminds me a little bit of Jace Richardson playing right
now. Yeah. I mean, and Rocket Watts also went to Michigan State.
Yeah. No, that's what.
Oh, okay.
It popped in my head. I'm like, where is he?
Yeah, Rocket Watts. Where is he playing right now? I'm gonna look that up.
I'm gonna say Australian League.
The NBL. He's currently a free agent. I don't know if he's playing anywhere right now. Went undrafted last year, and I don't think he's playing basketball right now. Sad. Yes, that's how old we are now. That is cool. Where is he at? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, his last photo was him graduating college. Don't look like he's playing much right now. That's crazy. Well, if you love the Celtics, go down below and hit that thumbs up icon. We're still 24 likes away from 200. If you guys could, please help out the stream. The Celtics pick is coming up very, very soon here. We're literally 2 picks away from them being on the clock. So lock in. Reed, why don't we go to the weigh-in? Who do you guys want to draft at 28? Let's do it. Because the board's shaking out right now. A lot of players who wouldn't expect to be here are going to be here. Will they go a big man? Yep. Will they go a big? Will they go a Liam McNeely type? Will they go Rasheer Fleming, who is, big, but projects a little bit more as a 4 than a traditional 5, which the Celtics do not have really on the roster right now. So this is going to be very interesting. Who is your guy right now? Let us know. Am I a Lakers fan? No, I'm not. What? Okay. Oh, he's talking about the other guy. I trade JB for current LeBron. I would. Especially when you can factor in like Tatum missing all next season. Why would that make sense? But it's okay. Unbelievable. Here we go. Nets back on the clock here at 26. Wonder where they'll go. I think this is probably Rasheer Fleming for them here. Or McNeely. They need a score. I'll be very interested to see where we go. Maxime Raynaud. Roman Cook, same max. All right. I wouldn't be mad at it. But there is some talent out there on the board right now. I will say for my guy, Croatian kid who sent in a $5 super chat earlier, every $5 super chat that you guys send in, you get entered in to win a NBA draft cap of your choice. And I would presume everybody here would want the Celtics draft hat. So if you send in a $5 super chat, I will let the people know over there on main NBA draft that you guys have sent one in. Cool. Do you want to send that to Jack? Cool. Okay. He gave you like a kind of a process. Cool. Gotcha. And now we're 10 likes away from 200 likes. Come on. If you want the Celtics to draft a stud right here and an instant contributor right away for next season, go down below, hit that thumbs up icon, like today's video. Who do you guys want? Danny Wolf for center? Look, as far as a guy who is a connector, can handle the basketball, Danny Wolf's absolutely that type of player, and he could be on the Celtics radar right here at 28. Trade for Porzingis. So you say ha-ha there, but hold the ha-has for a second. I actually believe there's a chance that Kristaps Porzingis does come back to the Boston Celtics next season. He's an unrestricted free agent after next year. We'll see what he does in Atlanta.
What
We'll
is
see
his
how
contract?
right now he's expiring $30.7 million. So like he's not going to get
It's
above,
not as bad as I thought.
and he's not going to get above that on his next contract either. So we'll see what ends up happening, how available he is. Now, I will say this. Porzingis in a contract year, he's going to play. He's going to play. That we know, when he was in the contract year last time, Wizards, 24 a game, 8 rebounds. Like Porzingis knows when it's time to make chicken. Like he's going to cook. 2 likes away. 2 likes away. Who's going to beat it? Who's going to get us over 200 likes right here before we get the Celtics pick up in a couple of selections? Croatian kid again. Another one. Oh, 100% Croatian kid. Absolutely do that too. Absolutely do that. I'd be all over that shit. We got it. 200. You guys are absolute legends. I really, really appreciate you. Look, man, I don't know what the Celtics are doing here. There's a lot of talent out there. I'm kind of for when the Celtics are up on the board, I'm gonna kind of stray away from looking at the tips picks. I don't want to be tipped at all. One of my players just came off the board. Not one that I cared about. Not one that I wanted to pick at 28, so bye by me. It will be Ben Saraf going to the Brooklyn Nets, the Israeli point guard. Wait, what the? What are they doing? Brooklyn! Dude, they took another point guard. True point guard. They have 3 point guards from this draft. They took Egor Demin, they took Nolan Traore, and now they take Ben Saraf.
It's got to be.
What is going on?
It's got to be trade.
You'd hope. Holy shit. What are the Brooklyn Nets doing? Are they permanently cooked from what we did to them 12 years ago? Are they permanently cooked? Shout out to Croatian kid. I trade JB for Amen Thompson, the crazy number of picks from the Rockets. Hell yeah. Sign me up. Sign me up. Doesn't work financially, unfortunately, but. That's crazy. What is going on in Brooklyn? I mean, and I want to kind of see where Saraf projects. Yeah, he's Goran Dragic. Like, dude, that's unreal. So, okay, let's talk about Ben Saraf a little bit here. look, it's not a head-scratching player. I like Sarif a lot. He is a smart point guard. He runs the pick and roll well. He has a little bit of the in-between game. Can finish pretty well at the rim. But, man, this is a weird fit. This is a weird fit for the Brooklyn Nets, man, because, like, yeah, he's a really good pick and roll ball handler, but so is Egor Demin. So is Nolan Traore. Traore is more of the get out in space and run kind of player. Demin more of a half-court guy, but he can get out in space too. And then Sarif, obviously, that half-court player. He's a good shooter off the catch. He's in the 75th percentile when it comes to players that are going to be drafted this year. So he's going to be a plus shooter because he's a good free throw shooter as well. But, man, doesn't shoot a lot of threes. Doesn't really get to the free throw line a whole heck of a lot. Not an athlete. Like, he's not going to be a good defender, it really projects like. So, I don't know what Brooklyn's doing here, man. This is ridiculous. I'm just seeing I got a bunch of slack. Damn. Interesting. Look, Celtics, they're about to be on the clock here in a couple minutes. So we got to lock in, but this is crazy, man. Brooklyn, what are you doing? I don't get it. Like, what are they trying here? They're trying something. Nothing's been tipped yet about the 27th pick, and they are zeroing in on Danny Wolf here potentially. So 2 players on my Celtics radar could be coming off of the board. There's McNeely, though, so they're looking at a bunch of different guys around here. And it is Danny Wolf. I like that. You know what the funny thing is about Brooklyn's pick here is, like, they just took another ball handler. Danny Wolf handles the rock. If you watched him at Michigan this past year, he was running, like, as the pick and roll ball handler. Not the roll man, the ball handler. It was nuts. He has, like, a little bit of a pull-up game, too, as well. I like Danny Wolf, man. Shit! I wish he was the Celtic. Kind of wish he was the Celtic. Yeah, it means the Celtics are officially on the clock, so how about we get the shams rolling in the chat? How about we get the chat rate pumping right now? If you guys want to shout out, spam your shams in the comments section. Let's go. Let's go. Get those shamrocks in the building because the Celtics are now officially on the clock. Let's go. I want to see y'all. Let's work. Let's get them going. 27th pick's about to be taken here. Danny Wolf is a selection. Let's go. Let's go. Celtics about to select their next, hopefully, impact player here as we head towards a little bit of a gap year. Jason Tatum, Achilles injury. If you're just joining us, the last couple of picks that have gone off the board were some Celtics draft targets. Ben Sarif and now Danny Wolf will be headed to Brooklyn at number 27. Drake Powell also went to the Brooklyn Nets. So the Nets actually taking 3 different Celtics draft targets here in the mid-20s. Crazy. This has been a wild draft for Brooklyn so far. Now Danny Wolf heads to Brooklyn. Wow. Interesting. I'm focused on us, though, right now. I'm focused on us. Name the player. Who we got coming to Boston here? What is your pick? Let us know in the chat right now. Who are you selecting if you're Brad Stevens and the Boston Celtics, man? I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look for the pick being tipped. Reed, if you want to like to be like the pick player, Big L3 and stuff like that, yeah, how about we do that for the reveal? Or who knows? Maybe we'll end up hearing it on the TV first. But regardless, I'll be looking down for the most. Okay. That's the one I wanted to do. No. I like the other one. Yeah. When it happens, and you got to let me know, like, when it comes in the graphics, if that comes before he actually gets announced on TV. We will see. I'm not so sure. I wonder if the Celtics will get their pick tips here because they like to keep a lot of things under wraps. Oh, boy. No, I didn't hear it. I'm looking at the chat right now. Everybody's saying Ryan Kalkbrenner here. Is this Kalkbrenner? Is this what we're doing? Kalkbrenner here? I hope so. I could talk about him for hours. I watched a lot of Kalkbrenner tape over the past few seasons. Pick a player to draft. Look, I know they're not all available right now. Danny Wolf and Ben Saraf just came off of the board. But out of the players that are available on the board right now, Noah Penda, Maxime Raynaud, and Ryan Kalkbrenner. I really hope I don't butcher Raynaud's name when he is end up being the pick for the Boston Celtics. We'll see if that ends up happening. Type your pick in the comments section. Pick one to draft. Oh, my goodness. I would love Ryan Kalkbrenner on the Boston Celtics, man. He would be a treat. A real legit rim protector. He is older, but I think the Celtics are going to need instant contributors in the front court with impending free agency for Al Horford and Luke Cornett. So we will see if this ends up being the pick for Boston. Not so sure yet. Rasheer Fleming also on the board right now. Did not expect that to be the case when the Celtics pick came around. Who knows? Maybe this is a guy who fell into their lap here, and they are enamored with his ability to translate to the next level.
7'1".
7'1". The dream? Okay, I'm cool with either Ryan Kalkbrenner or Rasheer Fleming. Okay. Oh, man. I'll take Rasheer Fleming. He projects like a Bobby Portis type of player. Yeah, solid. Man, I don't know. I don't even want to look at the chat. I don't want to see if anybody's tipping the pick or anything like that. Oh my goodness! Like, guys, this is this is the first time in a long time that I've been legitimately like, I'm not saying emotional, but like invested. I guess I could say in a Celtics first round draft selection. The pick is in according to ESPN. I am not looking at anything right now. I'm not looking at anything. I'm actually going to stretch. I'm not looking at the chat at all. Sorry, guys, I'm not engaging with you guys right now because I want to have this pick be a surprise for me. This is going to be crazy. I would love Rasheer Fleming. Would love Kalkbrenner. That's where we got to go right now. And it was a quick picking in. So maybe they're in love with the guy that they ended up going and selecting. I cannot wait to find out who it is. Keep getting the Shamrock emojis in the chat. Celtics on the clock. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel because we bring you constant Celtics offseason content all summer long. We've covered the trades immediately after they went down. We're covering the draft live right now. We're going to cover the draft tomorrow as well. We'll bring you a video with a Celtics second round pick at pick 32. So we're bringing you guys the best Celtics content on YouTube right now. So subscribe to the channel, man. Turn those notifications on as well so you know exactly when we post content or go live here at Celtics Today. Oof, I'm antsy. There hasn't been a Celtic first round pick since probably Peyton Pritchard that I've been like, and even in the moment with Pritchard, I wasn't expecting him to be a big time contributor in the short term. So, like, they haven't, in the 23 draft, they didn't have a first. 22 draft, I don't think they had a first. And here we go. I'm gonna. The Boston Celtics select Hugo Gonzalez, wing, Spain. This is going to be the worst video of my life. I don't know anything about Hugo Gonzalez. He's a wing. He's playing on Real Madrid's U18 team. Look, I believe in Brad Stevens, but he also doesn't have a crazy track record of draft selections in the first round. He only's ever selected one time last year, and it's Baylor Shireman. He's a really good athlete, they're saying. This is not exactly. I mean, he's a rim protector, they're saying. He's got a high motor, so like a good connector within the offense as well. So like, can he play right away though? Like, Hugo Gonzalez over Rasheer Fleming and Ryan Kalkbrenner. Maybe they think they can get Kalkbrenner 32. Maybe they think they can get Kalkbrenner 32. Maybe they thought that Hugo Gonzalez was getting picked by somebody here. Okay. Do I need to get like a short or something? I don't know what the. Yeah, probably could. If you want to put that to whoever's kind of on that responsibility. Yeah, I reacted. Like, I definitely had my raw reaction. What just happened, man? This is just Hugo Gonzalez. They didn't even work him out. They didn't even work him out in the pre-draft process, and they end up taking him at 28. It's a head scratcher to me. I'm going to dive more in depth about him in just a little bit, but right now I'm just not exactly pleased with this pick. It's a raw 18-year-old who, for a Boston Celtics team who's, albeit in a gap year next year, but still projects to be pretty competitive in the Eastern Conference, needing front court assistance. Like, it just seems like a little bit of a project to me. I'm going to go look at Nick Roloff's little scouting report that he did research on. Shout out to him for all the great work that he did during this NBA draft. But this is interesting. This is something. Here we go. He says a standout defender. So, okay. So he plays with intensity and intellect. So he's a smart basketball player. Can finish around the rim coming off cuts, screens, or drives. So this is a complementary piece. This is a player who's going to put the ball on the deck himself. He's not a shot creator or a big jump shooter overall. He is 6'6", with a 6'10" wingspan, so like a long player here. Like I don't mind the frame. He's 19 years old now at this point, but for Real Madrid last year, only averaged 4.5 points. Like, didn't shoot the 3-ball effectively, and probably didn't shoot it at a high volume either. 24.4% from 3-point range. Only played 13.5 minutes a night. He is a highly respected international prospect. Likely left $1 million on the table from colleges in 2024 to stay at Real Madrid, and that was probably a mistake, all things considered, with how the NIL is going right now. Jonathan Gavoni, who's a big-time draft expert, had him as his fifth player off of the board in his way too early mock draft back in January. The goods, as far as what Hugo can provide, when he turns the corner offensively, he's a great job of using his speed to leverage into that spin, bump, or euro, getting to the rim. Look, the numbers were not pretty last season in Real Madrid, but this is a player who is kind of a project in a little bit of some ways. He can space the floor, but maybe not necessarily in the way that you're thinking of as a knockdown jump shooter from the outside. He knows he's kind of just a very self-aware a player on the basketball court, which I really like. Like, Brad Stevens must really like how smart this guy looks on the court because he has the ability to vacate space or create more room for the ball handler when things are getting clogged. Like, he knows when to kind of move his body around the basketball court, even if he doesn't have the ball in his hands. And I think that is really a special kind of intangible talent that not a lot of players have, especially coming into the league as a rookie. He's a solid, like, he's always out there hunting for offensive boards, it seems like. He also can kind of rise above a lot of these players in the offensive glass as well. So he's a pretty solid athlete from all the projections that we've seen. So definitely a project player. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports said, Gonzalez is a high motor wing with great defensive tools and a slashing style on offense. If his jumper and handle develop, he could be a versatile two-way starter. But he barely even played off of the bench overseas. Yeah, he didn't have much of a overall role there in Real Madrid last season. We're gonna do the cut now, I think. Do you have like a this is why you sub? Yeah, we'll do that off of the pick on the top. Then we'll just go through all the draft graphics. And then we have Fanatics. Do we have the draft hats moved over? Stash and develop, Rolly's calling him. Yeah. I want to see if this is a stash pick. I just want to get all these things that I need. Oh my God. It's a fucking stash. Can you make this real quick into a social? He says what? Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, do we have the Fanatics hats moved over? Yeah. Oh, make this into a social. I sent you. I sent you a. I'm gonna send you a link here. Charlotte is this is the Charlotte pick that's going to Charlotte from Phoenix. And Liam McNeely will head to Charlotte to play with Kon Knueppel. That's crazy. That is kind of crazy there. Oop. Never mind. That tweet is deleted. Maybe he's making a new version of it though. I'll try to see because it's a big tweet. It's a big read. Like So yeah, he's not gone out there. Yeah, this is like a stash pick potentially. And okay. So Gavoni says he's coming over this season. And Jonathan Gavoni also calls him one of the biggest steals in the draft. Wow. We'll see. This is a good player. I mean, you didn't see a lot of them last year, but like the projection is there. The projection is there. Here, yes. Sure. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. That's cool. Okay. I just think that's social about them keeping him this season. Draft Express. Oh man, what's your guys' reaction to this pick? One reaction, hustle guy. Guys, the numbers are not what we're supposed to be looking at here with Hugo Gonzalez. We have two Niangs now. If you think that Hugo Gonzalez is George Niang, then you need to watch basketball some more because they're nothing alike. He doesn't even shoot threes. It's the only thing George Niang does. Look, I believe in Brad Stevens, but there isn't a lot of experience with him taking first-round draft selections. He goes with a player here who is a project. It's a project. Alrighty. Once you have that social, I'm ready to roll whenever you are, brother. No problem. Oh man. Hey, look, guys, we're gonna try to sell you on this pick. Last thing I wanted was the Boston Celtics to draft an international player because I'm a college basketball junkie and I have not watched. And I guess he couldn't really watch much of Hugo Gonzalez. There wasn't a lot of minutes out there for him to play. So we'll see. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about this one. Josh Green, Wesley Johnson. Yeah, that'd be sick. Awesome. What? Yeah, these hustle guys. Mm-hmm. Love it. We'll get into Hugo. I want to see a little bit of this draft. I want to see if I can get Hugo's thing here. Hugo. They're calling him Denny Avila. All right, I'd be mad. I wouldn't hate that at all. Rondé Hollis Jefferson. Okay, interesting. Alrighty. Let's go. All right, here we go. With the 28th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, your Boston Celtics have selected Real Madrid wing Hugo Gonzalez. A little bit of a stunner. The Boston Celtics did not work Gonzalez out in the pre-draft process, but there was some late buzz over the last few days that he was a name to watch on the Celtics radar. Now he ends up coming to Boston, and there was some speculation on whether or not he would be a draft and stash player, staying another year overseas, or come to the NBA right away. We'll get into all of his scouting profile and whether or not he is going to play for Boston in the 2025-26 season in just a moment. But this is why you subscribe to the channel, man. When the Celtics make moves, and especially when they make their draft pick, we have you covered with a video. So lock us in, hit that subscribe button, and join us for the live coverage of the Boston Celtics draft that we have here. We'll be breaking down the pick after. Yep, I don't like it. That's right. Yeah, it's all good. Little inside baseball here. We're gonna restart it. What? Okay. Oh. It's all good. Okay. Do we have grade the pick in that? Okay. All right. It's okay. Let's do it. With the 28th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, your Boston Celtics have selected Real Madrid wing Hugo Gonzalez, the 19-year-old out of Spain. And there was a little bit of a head-scratching pick for maybe many Celtics fans when the pick was originally announced. But lately, there has been some buzz that he was a name on the Celtics radar here in the days leading up to the NBA Draft. There was some speculation that he could be a draft and stash player. We'll talk about all of what Hugo Gonzalez's prospects are with the Boston Celtics in just a moment. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel, because when the Celtics make a move, we make a video for you guys right here at the channel. So lock us in and hit that subscribe button, because the offseason coverage does not stop here. We'll cover the Celtics draft selection tomorrow at pick 32 and all the moves that are yet to come for Brad Stevens and company up in the front office. So lock us in, hit that sub button, and let's get into this Hugo Gonzalez breakdown. All right, the scouting report is as follows. He's really projecting as a defender, a kind of complementary piece, somebody who can work off of the ball as a really, really good cutter as well, always playing with elite intensity, and is a smart player as well. Has a really good sense of where he is on the basketball court and knows when to create space when things are kind of getting clogged on one side of the floor. He can finish both around the rim, coming off of cuts, screens, or drives. Like, he isn't the best player at putting the ball on the deck. He isn't the greatest athlete out there. But he projects very, very solid. He's always crashing the offensive glass. He does have solid bunnies overall. Like, when I say he's not a great athlete, I mean like twitchy type of player. Like, he can get above the rim, no doubt about it. So like, he's got good feel for the game overall. He knows when to crash the offensive glass. He knows when to kind of move out and space out to create kind of opportunities and space for his teammates. He didn't get a lot of opportunity last year with the Real Madrid squad, as it's a professional team over there, and he forwent different opportunities to receive NIL money in college last season. Could have gotten over $1 million and decided to stay overseas with Real Madrid. So an interesting decision he made there with all the money that's flying around in NIL right now, but decided to stay overseas. And he was a highly respected international prospect. Jonathan Givony had him as his 5th player off of the board on his way too early mock draft that dropped back in late January. And he does a lot of things well out there on the basketball court, even in limited minutes. He's a great job at using his speed to leverage into a spin move, a bump, or a euro getting into the rim. Like, he's a good floor spacer, but not in the sense that you would think, because if you see that 29.4% three-point shot there, he obviously has some things to work on in that regard as far as his mechanics go and stuff like that as a shooter. I'm kind of jumping all over the place right now on Hugo Gonzalez, but I just want to give you guys all of the information that you need to know. Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo Sports had this right up on him. Gonzalez is a high-motor wing with great defensive tools and a slashing style on offense. If his jumper and handle develop, he could be a versatile two-way starter, but he barely played off of the bench when he was overseas last season. Look, man, it's not. Is he going to be an instant contributor, like in the starting lineup, like right away for the Celtics next year? No, and that was never going to be the case with these Celtics draft picks. I will say, I want to make it clear to you guys now, before we get any further in today's video, that Hugo Gonzalez, according to Gavoni and the people over there at Draft Express, they will be bringing Hugo Gonzalez over this coming season. There was speculation on whether or not he would be another year overseas for a draft and stash, but Gavoni here at Draft Express said that they selected him at 28th overall, and they're keeping this pick, bringing Gonzalez over this season, according to ESPN. Gavoni also said when the Celtics made this pick, I saw Noah Dalzell have a little tweet out there, that Gavoni called it the steal of the draft. So, look, it's out there. This is a project player, and Brad Stevens does not have a lot of experience necessarily selecting players in the first round. His first ever draft selection as the president of basketball ops was in 2024 with Baylor Shireman. So now Brad takes another swing here on a player that maybe a lot of people don't know enough about, myself included. I'm a college basketball guy. He decided not to come over to the States to play collegiately, stuck around in Real Madrid, and honestly, I'm not so sure that was a great decision for him, considering he didn't get a ton of minutes over there, but he can, I think, translate to the pro game pretty solid, already being in a professional league at this point. Grade the pick for me of Hugo Gonzalez to the Boston Celtics. Look, I'm not going to call it an A. I'm probably not even going to call it a B. But I'm not going to call it an F either. I think that I trust in Brad Stevens and his player evaluation. This is a guy who was a college coach, knows how to evaluate young talent. I'm going to, at this point, give it a C. A C of a pick. It's average. We don't know what's going to happen exactly yet, but you get down in the comment section for me. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. We'll talk a little bit more about Hugo here as I bring up the No Ceilings draft guide. Well, I want to talk about his jump shooting, because what we know about the Boston Celtics, they like to spread the floor and they like to shoot the ball from the outside at a very high volume. As far as being a shooter for in his time overseas, he shot 29.2% from three last year and 27.2% for his career on 261 attempts. Inconsistent mechanics that vary from shot to shot, so that's going to be something that he has to improve upon and become more consistent with as he progresses in his pro career here. He's not going to have a big role off of the start, but he's at his best when he's in his when he's in a rhythm and has the time to get into his motion. Like, this is a guy who's not going to be a quick release, like as soon as the ball touches his hands, it's going up type of player. He's going to make a methodical decision when it comes to what he does with the basketball, and I'm excited to see what he can do in Boston. Is he going to be in the rotation next season? I'm not so sure, but all signs point to that being potentially the case with him, bringing him over this year when he still had a year of draft stash eligibility left to remain overseas. And look, man, the Celtics are making moves this offseason. They already dealt Kristaps Porzingis to the Atlanta Hawks in a 3-team deal, and got to see the Brooklyn side of this. They ended up getting the number 22 overall pick from Atlanta. They selected Drake Powell, who was a name that I had on my Celtics radar. Porzingis to the Hawks. Get George Niang a second-round pick back. It was essentially a salary dump here. The Celtics are under the second apron now. So excuse me, my goodness. I'm talking away a million miles a minute. But they decided to take the route of being financially free this offseason and get into the first apron, where they can now aggregate contracts in a trade, where they traded Jrue Holiday for Anthony Simons, who makes about $27 million. You trade for George Niang, makes about $8 million. And combine those two, maybe even throw Hauser in there if a team wants him, and you can make a big salary player return back to Boston in any potential trade. The C's had to move these guys. It's unfortunate reality when it comes to the new CBA, but at the end of the day, I think they'll be better for it long term, because the second apron just really constricts how you can construct your roster and build a winner long term. We'll talk more in a second about the Hugo Gonzalez pick. I want to believe that this is going to be the guy for Boston. I want to believe that this is going to be a player who's going to be in the rotation for years to come. The past couple of Celtics draft selections, whether it be in the first or second round, have not really been that. So I don't have the highest hopes, especially in the short term, but in the long term, I think he already has the intangible kind of like tendencies in his game in order to be able to be very productive on the basketball court. Knows how to cut off of the ball, is always going to play with elite intensity, has a knack for grabbing offensive rebounds and skying above in traffic to be able to bring those possessions down. So, he does a lot of things well in the basketball court and a lot of things that the Celtics need as a complementary piece. We'll talk more about Hugo Gonzalez, but I got to give a huge shout out to our sponsor and friends over at Fanatics, who got us hooked up with the Celtics draft hats here. Hugo, I didn't even see if he actually ended up walking across the stage because I was just kind of in a little bit of a haze there. But you guys can get these awesome Celtics draft caps that don't even say NBA draft on them, so they're a 365-day wear. Get them at this link right here, chatsports.com/Celtics draft. That link will be in the comment section and description of today's video. Go get yours today. This one's fresh. You can also get the one with the white and the green brim as well. That might be a little bit more my speed, but go get yours today, chatsports.com/Celtics draft. All right, a little bit more about Gonzalez here before we sign off. I want to talk about player comps right now. When we think about what this guy projects to be, and a player that we really haven't seen that much of, is he only played 10 to 15 minutes a night over there at Real Madrid. It's tough to kind of bring a comparison. But as far as guys who bring elite intensity, intelligence, and solid feel to the game, he's got shades of a Denny Advida, a Rondé Hollis-Jefferson. Some people compared him to Wesley Johnson or a little bit of a taller Kent Bazemore type of player as well. I thought Bazemore maybe a little bit of a better shooter overall, but Gonzalez can do a lot of things that basketball teams, especially winning basketball teams, need out there on the floor. So am I ecstatic with the pick? No, but I am definitely not, writing it off just yet. I believe in Brad Stevens. I believe in what he can do for this basketball team. And Hugo Gonzalez, welcome to the Boston Celtics. It's going to be hopefully a very, very fun ride for you in Beantown, my friend. That will do it for today's edition of Boston Celtics Today. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Lock us in because we're bringing you the coverage all day tomorrow as well. When they pick at 32, we'll have a video immediately when they make that selection. Crossing our fingers. Hopefully, it's Ryan Kalkbrenner. See you guys on the next one. And as always, let's go C's. Did I sell you guys on the pick? What do we think? Guys, the stats don't matter. I'm telling you right now, the stats don't matter. Jeff, no ball for half a second. The stats don't matter. Compare him to Jan Matter, never played for us. Hugo's coming over this season. Guys, come on. John Lopez, dear God, Smitty's voice is so annoying. Unsubscribing until they replace him. Well, I'll do that for you, brother. You're out of here. See ya. My bad if I'm annoying. Don't watch then. So Hugo Gonzalez ends up being the 28th overall pick, and then how do we round out? Liam McNeely and the Penn State guy, YKN. I'm not pronouncing that. So Kalkbrenner's on the board. Rasheer Fleming on the board. You're going to be able to get one of the two.
Look who's at 32.
Us. We got this. We cannot lose now. We cannot lose. Alrighty. I think that will do it for today's stream because we got to get that video up on the channel. We will be not live tomorrow, but we will bring a video for pick 32. So lock us in, hit that subscribe button. Follow me on Twitter as well, at SmittySCS. Hugo Gonzalez, you are a Boston Celtic. Is everybody ecstatic about it? No, but what? Wait. Oh, we've got a super chat. Chill. You guys don't understand. He plays nothing like George Niang. Can we stop that right now? Can we please stop that? I know you guys are smart. That's just ridiculous. The draft is the same time tomorrow. Shout out to my guy, Kim God. Says, my issue is that we don't need him. I believe this is a wasted pick, and we should have went with that center. Well, guess what? He's still on the board for you tomorrow. You're 2 picks away. The position of serious need. They do need a center, man. They can get a center. They can actually get. They are guaranteed to have one of Rasheer Fleming, Maxime Raynaud, and Ryan Kalkbrenner on the board tomorrow at 32. You're going to be able to get one of your guys. If they decide to go that route. They might not. Who knows? But don't say that this is a wasted pick because they didn't take the center because he's not fucking taken yet. He would most likely be there later. Well, the Celtics clearly thought that he wouldn't be because they picked 3 picks later, guys. If you think a guy's going to be there 3 picks later, then you don't take him 3 picks earlier. Clearly they thought that somebody was going to take him. Look, I don't love the pick. Hey, Bronx boy, you're the man. I appreciate you, bro. I don't love the pick, but I'm not going to write it off completely as an F. And, like, this guy sucks. Like, F pick because we didn't draft Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner's not taken yet. Alrighty. I think that will do it for today's edition of Celtics Today. Thank you guys so much for joining us on the stream that started over on Main Chat Sports NBA. I'm not so sure if they've run the raffle yet over there. If you want to, so he said those names. If you guys want to get your raffle entries and potentially win an NBA draft hat of your choice, go on over to Chat Sports main channel right now and go see if they are about to run that raffle so you guys can get hooked up with a Celtics draft hat. Yeah, so we'll see you guys on the next one. We're going to be here tomorrow with a 30-second overall pick reaction and potentially some round 2 targets as well. Lock us in, hit that subscribe button. We'll see you guys then. As always, let's go C's.